Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The fairy named Yaya held the compass and earnestly said to Lin En. Boss, you truly are a very kind outsider. You're the first one who didn't plan to drug me and take me away after meeting this fairy. You can be considered Yaya's dearest friend. Ding. Black Moth Fairy's trust in you plus 30. Ding. Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you plus 30. Lin En. He didn't know why, but hearing these notifications didn't bring any joy. Instead, a sense of guilt rose in his heart. As expected, he really was a morally corrupt person. Lin En rubbed his forehead and said, "Since I'm considered a dear friend, let me kindly remind you, those who claim they're not bad people aren't necessarily good, and those who say they won't deceive you might still do so. Don't eat things given by others, don't turn your back on people easily, and don't go home with strangers. Remember these few words, and you'll have a smooth journey." Clang. The fairy named Yaya lifted the knight's helmet and seriously said. "That's very sincere advice. I will remember it." Ding. Black Moth Fairy's trust in you plus 10. Ding. Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you plus 20. Lin En. Clearly, she hadn't remembered. But since she managed to travel 2,000 miles from home without dying, she probably had many ways to save herself. Never mind. A chance encounter, and his goodwill ended here. Lin En's gaze returned to her arm. After cleaning the bloodstains, he could see the torn, gruesome marks. It looked like something had taken a bite out of her entire arm, very terrifying. "How did you get this wound?" Lin En asked curiously. The fairy named Yaya closed her eyes and said, "I encountered a burly giant during my adventure. I went to ask for directions, and the giant bit me. If I hadn't dodged in time, it wouldn't have been my arm but my head that got bitten off. That was a monster much stronger than me. I wasn't its match." Clang. The visor of the knight's helmet fell again, covering her face. Lin En was speechless. "All right." Lin En closed his eyes, put on his mask and gloves, and said, "Judging by your injury, you've done some preliminary hemostasis, but to prevent infection, further debridement is needed. Take off the armor first, and I'll perform a minor clinical procedure for you." Clang. The fairy named Yaya lifted the knight's visor and seriously said. "Refuse, a knight never removes their armor." Lin En shrugged and said. "All right, you don't have to take it off. Do you need anesthesia? Just a heads up, it will be very painful without it." The fairy Yaya seriously lifted her visor and said. "Refuse. Anesthesia would slow a knight's reactions, and my pain tolerance is maxed out. This is the result of a knight's rigorous training." Lin En said, "Impressive. You're the second person to be so brave in front of me." A few minutes later. At the operating table. The fairy named Yaya lay flat on the operating table, seriously watching Lin En, who held two razors. "Ready to start any time. I am now the fish on the chopping block." Lin En was at a loss. This fairy always liked to seriously say strange things. Lin En's expression turned serious, and he said gravely. "If you can't bear it, scream out. Don't bite your tongue. I'm about to start cutting." Ding. A cold gleam flashed across Lin En's scalpel. The fairy named Yaya closed her eyes and said, "I've already said, my pain tolerance is maxed out. My resistance to pain is fully maxed, I won't." Squelch. Ah. With one cut, the fairy Yaya's pupils instantly dilated, her mouth opened wide, and she let out an unexpected high-pitched scream. Squelch. "No. No." The fairy named Yaya immediately sat up straight. Tears streamed down under the knight's helmet, and she shook her body, holding half of it, saying. Why does your cutting hurt so much more than others? Did you use something strange to cause extra pain? Lin En closed his eyes and said without much fuss, let's use anesthesia. Refuse. The fairy named Yaya lay down again, gritting her teeth, tears streaming down as she said. My pain resistance is maxed out. A knight has the perfect quality of endurance, I won't. Squelch. Ah. Squelch. Ouch. Lighter. You're using too much force. Knife skills +1. Knife skills +1. Didn't you say your pain resistance is maxed out? Don't squirm, or you'll cut somewhere else. But. Even though it's maxed out resistance, each cut of yours exceeds the max and causes pain. Squelch. I am going to split open. Yaya is going to split open. Don't make such strange noises. Asterisk asterisk, I've only scraped a few times. Knife skills +1. Knife skills +1. No. You're hurting me. Sir Knight is going to die from the pain. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Help. Help. I'm going to be torn apart. I want to go home, I don't want to do this anymore. Boo-hoo. Bite you. Bite you. The fairy named Yaya shouted, baring her sharp teeth, struggling to take a bite out of Lin En's arm. Clearly, under this immense pain, even the powerful knight commander was on the verge of losing her mind. Lin En panicked. While pressing down on the fairy's head, which was trying to bite him, he continued to help her with the debridement. Finally, to complete the final debridement, Lin En quickly grabbed a nearby rolling pin and, at the moment the fairy opened her mouth, squelch, inserted it right in, blocking the sharp teeth. Dash. The fairy named Yaya widened her eyes in shock, struggling desperately. Bite down, hold on a bit longer. It's almost done. Hang in there. Hang in there. A dozen minutes later. Ding. Your knife skills have successfully reached intermediate level, you gain 300 basic experience. Ding. Your surgical ability has successfully reached intermediate level, you gain 300 basic experience. The fairy Yaya lay on the operating table, her mind buzzing, her dark eyes wide open, completely exhausted, drenched in sweat from the intense pain. Pop. Lin En pulled out the rolling pin from her mouth, which had prevented her from biting her tongue. Lin En, satisfied, removed his gloves and said. The preliminary debridement is complete, you can get up now, and we can proceed to the next step. The fairy named Yaya got up from the operating table, her eyes hollow. She shook her head vigorously, rubbed her eyes, and said. It was like a nightmare, almost, broke. Lin En washed the bloodstains from his hands, closed his eyes, and said. A normal reaction. Yaya stared blankly at her arm, which had been cleaned, shook her head vigorously, then seriously looked at Lin En and pointed at him, saying. You're the first man to make me hurt this much, you've left a deep impression on me. Ding. Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you +20. Lin En. She stepped off the operating table, squinting, and picked up the thick rolling pin. Looking at the teeth marks on it, she squinted and said. You're also the first man daring enough to put something this thick in my mouth. Ding. Black Moth Fairy's impression of you +50. Lin En. Don't just blurt out strange things like that. What do you mean by the man who put something in your mouth? Wasn't it just a reflex to prevent you from biting randomly? Saying things like that can easily be misunderstood. Lin En, with his dead fish eyes, forced a smile and said. Let's not talk about useless things. The next step is crucial. Your entire arm is useless now. There is a way for limb regeneration, but it depends on whether you can afford it. The fairy named Yaya replied seriously. I can afford it. I brought all the funds from my clan before I set out. Then, under Lin En's watchful eyes. She adjusted her oversized knight helmet, struggled to maintain her balance, and reached her small hand into her chest through her collar. Lin En's eyes widened. What kind of operation is this? And in the next moment, Yaya the fairy, pulled hard. Clatter. She plopped down on the ground, and a large money bag was yanked out from her chest, scattering on the floor with a crisp clinking sound of coins. Lin N, Omega Omega. And right before Lin N's eyes, after pulling out that big bag of coins, her previously full chest instantly deflated. Fake. It's fake. Tada. Yaya the fairy gave a thumbs up and said seriously. All the money is here. Rich enough to buy you. She opened the mouth of the money bag. Inside, it was filled to the brim with black skull coins. Lin N. So, 1 black skull coin equals 1,000 skull coins, and judging by the size of that money bag, this fairy carries at least hundreds of thousands in cash. She truly is incredibly wealthy. She closed her eyes, reached into the money bag with her small hand, grabbed a handful of black skull coins, and placed them on the operating table, saying, "Is it enough?" "Enough." Lin En widened his eyes. Naive, soft, rich, easy to deceive. She really embodies all the elements in one person. Lin En shook his head, discarding all unrealistic thoughts from his mind. He quickly turned around, took out the pre-prepared flesh growth potion from the cabinet behind him, and smiled. "In that case, I'll use my latest research potion to treat you. You get what you pay for. This is a very high-level potion, and I'll charge you 3 black skull coins per bottle. That's fair, right?" His potion finally came in handy. The black moth fairy was stunned, then shook her head and said seriously. "It might not work. Because my constitution is special, my resistance to all kinds of toxins is maxed out." She closed her eyes, raised a finger seriously, and said. "That means negative toxins have no effect on me. Similarly, positive recovery potions also have no effect on me. So it's a difficult situation." Saying this, she took out a bottle of green potion from her bosom. Forcefully opened the cork. Poof! A large skull-shaped smoke wafted out from the bottle. Lin En. Yaya the fairy said seriously, "For example, this, a highly toxic potion commonly used to poison our fairy clan, I've been drinking it since I was little, but it has no effect." Saying this, she lifted her head and gulped it down. Clang! The bottle fell to the ground. The remaining potion on the ground emitted wisps of green smoke. Burp. She wiped her mouth and said seriously, "You see, such a potent hallucinogenic poison has no effect on me. If it were an ordinary fairy, they would have long been unconscious and taken away. But I'm still lively. Lin N. This is a poison-resistant child." Lin En said helplessly, "Then why did you come to me?" "Taking a chance." Yaya the fairy said seriously, "Although I'm not very afraid of pain, missing an arm is still troubling, so I wanted to find a medical shop. If possible, a strong prosthetic would be fine too." Lin En looked at the flesh growth potion in his hand. Thought for a moment. Then smiled and said, "All right, but you can try it. My potion is very special, it might have some effect, you never know. If it doesn't work, no charge. Since the potion formula was provided by the system. No matter what, it should be different from the potions in this world." He had great confidence in the system. A few minutes later. On the operating table. Lin En opened the potion's cork, took out a cotton swab, and under Yaya the fairy's curious gaze, carefully applied it to the severed area bit by bit. It felt cool, tingly, and a bit painful. Will it work? Her voice was inevitably tense. Because if possible, she definitely didn't want to end up with just one arm in the future. Prosthetics are certainly not as flexible as real arms. Lin En adjusted his monocle and said, "Let's wait and see. To be honest, this is the first time I'm using this potion on a living being, so we'll have to observe the results." Huh? Yaya the fairy was dumbfounded. Looking at Lin En's serious expression, she widened her eyes, swallowed hard, and watched carefully. Time slowly passed. A few minutes later. Yaya exhaled and said seriously, "It seems to have no effect. My constitution is too special, my resistance to all potions is maxed out. If it doesn't work, please install a suitable prosthetic for me. But in the next moment, she suddenly felt a faint itch coming from the wound on her left arm. She was stunned. Then she immediately turned her head to look at her shoulder. Instantly, her expression turned to surprise. This is. She saw that at the wound, pink flesh was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the bones seemed to show signs of growth. It works, she exclaimed in shock. This was something she never expected. Because she was very aware of her constitution. Her resistance to all external substances, although it saved her from many dangers, also caused great trouble in her life. What others could solve with a single recovery potion, she had to wait a long time for the wound to heal naturally. But she never expected. The potion provided by this human doctor actually worked on her. The rate is a bit slow, your constitution's resistance does affect the potion's efficacy, but not by much. Lin En observed the slowly growing arm seriously. Then quickly took out a small notebook. Recording the clinical manifestations of the potion. Yaya the fairy stared with wide eyes, nervously watching the slowly growing arm, sweat dripping from her forehead. Amazing. Doctor, your potion is really amazing. So incredible. No wonder you're a man who left a deep impression on me. So capable. Ding. Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you +50. Don't just casually have a good impression of me. Lin N recorded the changes in the experiment seriously and said, describe how you feel. I'll take notes. Yaya the fairy swung her legs and said, tingly, numb, painful, and not just the arm, other places feel tingly and numb too. Lin N recorded everything. Anything else? Lin N adjusted his monocle. Yaya the fairy said, very comfortable, feels like the arm is growing, and it's like having 2 extra arms, very strange. Lin N recorded. Then he looked up, about to say something, when his eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Behind Yaya the fairy's shoulder, a thick, wrist-sized tentacle slowly grew out from the armor. Sanity value -10. Slurp. Slurp. Under Lin N's stiff gaze. To access the premium content, go to. The pink tentacle caressed the fairy's face, leaving trails of sticky liquid on her cheeks. Yaya the fairy closed her eyes, her neck swaying, and said, yada yada. Doctor, don't just lick my face. Although I know you're indeed amazing and left a deep impression on me, randomly touching my body is still not allowed. Ding. Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you +5. Lin En said, that. Slurp. Slurp. Under Lin En's gaze, the tentacle slowly slid into the fairy's helmet. It gradually moved along the seams of the helmet, reaching inside the armor. Yada. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to, don't touch my neck so casually. It's ticklish. Wait, how can you just slip inside my clothes like that? Yada. Ding. Black Moth Fairy's favorability +10. Lin En's face was stiff. I think you should open your eyes and take a look. The fairy named Yaya opened her eyes and instantly saw Lin En standing 2 meters away with a stiff expression. She was momentarily stunned. Doctor, why are you so far away? Lin En replied stiffly, I've been here the whole time. Yaya fairy was taken aback, then immediately felt the slippery sensation on her neck. She instinctively turned her eyes to the side of her helmet. Buzz. Yaya fairy's expression instantly went blank. Sanity value -30. Sanity value -30. The next moment, a high decibel scream exploded throughout Wandering Soul Alley. Operating room. Yaya fairy screamed and rolled around on the operating table, Omega Omega, saying, tentacles. Why are there tentacles on me? Help. Strange tentacles are touching my body. Don't move. Uncle will help you. Seeing this, Lin En rushed over, quickly grabbing the base of the tentacle. Help. It's slippery. It's about to go in. Go in. Go where? Where there's a hole. This is unacceptable. Lin En quickly pinned her down, using all his strength to grab the base of the tentacle, gritting his teeth, and painfully pulling the tentacle out of her helmet. Slurp. The tentacle wriggled incessantly in Lin En's hand. It splattered mucus everywhere around. The terrified fairy's sanity value plummeted, trembling as she clutched her helmet, screaming in horror. It's growing from me. It's actually growing from my shoulder. Hang in there. Lin En, ***, grabbed the boning knife beside him, pressing the tentacle onto the operating table. Then, with a swift motion. Slash. The tentacle immediately fell off the operating table. Yaya. Lin En stomped on the tentacle a few times, crushing it into a pulp. Yaya fairy, still in shock, clutched Lin En's chest, trembling as she turned her head to look at the still wriggling tentacle. What is going on here? Lin En pondered. It seems to be a minor side effect of the potion. Side effect. Yaya fairy was shocked. Lin En closed his eyes. That's right, you know, the more powerful the potion, the stranger the side effects. This potent regenerative potion can regrow your limbs, so it will inevitably grow some other things too. This is a normal phenomenon. Normal. Yaya fairy was dumbfounded. Normal my foot. She, Omega, grabbed her helmet, instantly drawing a miniature longsword from her waist, waving it up and down at Lin En. What kind of terrifying potion makes you grow strange tentacles so casually? This isn't treatment. This is mutation. Now it's just strange tentacles, but if something even stranger grows. It's a mutation. She tearfully held the sword, trembling as she waved it at Lin En. The miniature blade swished threateningly through the air. Black Moth Fairy Sanity Value -10. Black Moth Fairy Sanity Value -10. Lin En extended 2 fingers, pinching the tip of her sword and moving it aside. He adjusted his monocle, speaking seriously. Don't be afraid. As they say, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. Although you're a rich fairy, an occasional mutation is no big deal. Besides, even if you've mutated. Lin En pointed to her arm. Hasn't your arm grown a lot too? Doesn't that show the potion is very effective? Lin En's face was full of sincerity. But. Yaya fairy said, it's really scary. Black Moth Fairy Sanity Value -10. Lin En seriously comforted, don't be afraid, the doctor is here, just trust me. No matter what strange things grow this time, I can cut them off for you with one stroke. You have to believe me. Ding. A bright halo appeared on the boning knife in Lin En's hand. Yaya fairy, dazed, clutching her helmet, said, really? Lin En nodded earnestly, really, and don't you want to have a healthy arm? For a healthy body, what's a little mutation? Yaya was still in a daze. So reasonable. But why does it feel like he has some other strange motive? One last time. Yaya fairy tearfully said. Lin En gave her a thumbs up with a ding. He gave her unyielding courage high praise and affirmation. Then, under the trembling gaze of the Black Moth Fairy, a new potion was once again applied to the severed arm. Time slowly passed. And at the next moment. A tail. I've grown a terrifying tail. Omega, cut it off. Cut it off quickly. Slash. I feel it. There's something weird in my clothes. Another sticky tentacle. Cut it off. Slash. Ah. Wings. New wings have grown. Huh. They're quite pretty, maybe I can keep them. Slash. Ah. Omega, I said I could keep them, why did you cut them off? 10 minutes later. Ding. You have completed the task, limb regeneration, and received 200 skull coins, 200 experience. Yaya fairy lay there trembling, her newly restored arm moving slightly. In the wooden bucket beside her, all the strange limbs that had just been cut off were piled up. how do you feel? Lin En seriously helped her up. Yaya fairy, dazed, said, I feel, my whole body is covered in strange things. Don't be afraid, it's all an illusion. I've cut off everything that shouldn't have grown. Yaya fairy struggled to raise her trembling hand, murmuring. The potion costs money, but cutting off those strange things doesn't, right? Lin En was moved to tears. New Year promotion, buy one get one free. A few minutes later. Yaya the fairy stood up dazedly, allowing Lin En to put a helmet on her like a doll, hang a bag on her, and even pack up the strange tissues he had cut from her body, strapping them to her back. He said it could be a memento. A perfect treatment. Lin En gave her a thumbs up, smiling as he said, if you think this treatment was satisfactory, please give our shop a like. Next time, we can offer you a 10% discount. Yaya the fairy quickly hugged her helmet, tears welling up, and said, thank you, boss. Can I leave now? Lin En looked her up and down, his brows slightly furrowed, spinning the boning knife in his hand as he pondered, something seems off. I remember the last time I applied the potion, nothing strange grew on you. His gaze was uncertain. So I'm not sure if there's been any mutation elsewhere. Black Moth Fairy sanity value -10. Yaya the fairy, winky face, no way. Lin En hesitantly asked, do you feel anything unusual in your body? If you do, it's best to mention it now. Yaya held her helmet in confusion. Nothing feels off. She curiously put down the package and jumped up and down. Her body weight was exactly the same as before. If something strange had grown, she would have easily noticed it. Nothing strange, she said curiously, puffing out her chest. Lin En sighed in relief, smiling, that's good. It means the potion doesn't always cause mutations. It's quite commendable. Thank you for your cooperation and testing, hee dash. Then, with a wave of Lin En's hand, the little fairy dejectedly flapped her wings, disappearing into the dark mist. Lin En felt immensely relieved. He sighed. Lin En, strode back to the operating room, planning to tidy up. Who knows when he might encounter such a good customer again. But just then. Clang. The sound of metal clashing came from beneath his feet. Lin En's ears perked up instantly. The next moment. He saw a bulging bag on the floor, and his expression froze. Wait, this seems to be. He instinctively reached out to open the bag. Suddenly. The bag was filled with black skull coins, almost blinding Lin En. Lin En was instantly shocked. Wait. Something's wrong. Why is that little fairy's money pouch here? He clearly saw her chest bulging earlier, almost bursting out of her clothes, and thought she had stuffed the pouch inside. But if the pouch wasn't stuffed in, then what was she pressing against her chest? Could it be, the fake became real? Lin En's mind went blank. He grabbed the money pouch at an unimaginable speed and rushed outside, but the Black Moth Fairy was nowhere to be seen. In his mind, he imagined the little fairy pulling out the real thing next time she tried to pay. A terrifying scene. Lin En winky face. If that's really the case. He hoped she would realize it soon and come back while the shape was still malleable, so it could be pressed down. Holding the money pouch. Lin En continued to sit at the counter, dozing off while waiting for new customers. But for some reason, business wasn't good today. Besides the foreign Black Moth Fairy, only a few customers came by. In this boredom. Time once again reached evening. Isn't the teacher back yet? Lin En glanced at the black mist outside, his expression uncertain. Today was already the third day. Even if the teacher was delayed by something, there should have been news by now. Lin En paced back and forth in the hall. Although his teacher wasn't human, and usually spoke to him coldly, without the teacher's care over the past 2 years, it would have been a dream for a mere human like him to survive in this dark world. Not to mention, without the teacher's guidance. He wouldn't have mastered so many medical and alchemical techniques. Hopefully, the teacher will return by tomorrow morning. Lin En worriedly looked at the black mist outside the door. He took down the soul lantern from the pillar, about to close up shop. But just then, suddenly, his pupils dilated, and his face twisted in pain as he coughed up a pool of foul, crimson blood. Then, under his gaze, the blood began to wriggle and crawl. And on the ground before him, it twisted into several menacing blood-red words. Danger. Leave. Now. Whoosh. The 6 blood-red words lasted only a few seconds before they began to smoke and vanished. Almost simultaneously, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. You have successfully triggered the mission, Blood Knight. Mission description: survive until dawn the next day by any means necessary. Mission rewards: 2,000 skull coins, 2,000 experience, special reward X1, special achievement X1. Lin N's pupils contracted instantly. He quickly crouched down, frowning at the traces where the blood had disappeared. Teacher. He recognized the handwriting of those 6 blood-red words at a glance. His teacher had used some kind of spell to send him a warning. What on earth was happening? Lin En suddenly looked up, frowning as he gazed into the depths of the black mist outside the door. And along with the teacher's warning, the system had triggered a mission, and compared to the previous survival missions, the rewards this time were several times better. Even more generous than the day with the root monster. This clearly indicated that the crisis this time would be extremely severe. What could it be? Could it be that the teacher encountered a crisis outside, and it spread to his Bloodsaw apothecary? Without any hesitation, Lin En quickly calmed down and rushed back into the shop at an unimaginable speed. Flesh growth potion, faceless demon heart, demon hunter's revolver, boning knife, soul lantern, etc. These were the various special items he had acquired over time. And they were his greatest reliance now. He chose not to stay. Because since the teacher had sent a warning, staying would surely mean grave danger. I'll spend the night at the bloodclad Wraith's place. Although I might be violated, it's definitely safer than staying here. Lin En packed up, lifted his head, and quickly stepped out the door. Whoosh! A chilling wind blew from the depths of the black mist. Lin En's foot, just stepping out, froze instantly. In the depths of the black mist, a massive silhouette slowly emerged in his vision. Thud. Thud. The next thing he heard was a series of heart-pounding footsteps. And the pitch-black mist, for some reason, began to turn blood-red, a pungent, indescribable stench of blood rolling towards him. Warning. Warning. Has increased your crisis level to 100%. Warning. Warning. In an instant, Lin En dashed back into the shop, gritting his teeth as he quickly shut the door. His eyes flickered, and the soul lantern he held swayed wildly, almost extinguishing completely. It's over. There's no escape. He hadn't expected the crisis to come so swiftly. Moreover, the system's warning was unmistakably clear: this crisis was aimed directly at him. Or rather, at the Bloodsaw apothecary. If I can't run, then I have to save myself. Lin En gritted his teeth. Without another word, he rushed into the backyard, slamming the door shut with force. Boom! A loud explosion. The apothecary's door burst open, and a rolling blood-red mist surged in, no longer shielded by the soul lantern. A massive shadow cast itself long across the hall floor. And with it came wave after wave of a foul, bloody stench, like a rotting corpse that had been soaking in water for days, slowly walking across the ground. Thud. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. Inside the operating room in the backyard, Lin En leaned against the wall, holding a boning knife in one hand and a revolver in the other, his expression serious and his brow furrowed as he pressed against the wall. The soul lantern had gone out. Which meant, night had fallen. Now, there was nothing left to protect him. Support us at. Crash. From the direction of the hall came the sound of potion bottles falling to the ground, one after another, a series of crisp crashes. Lin En closed his eyes, gritting his teeth tightly, the veins on his temples throbbing wildly. 100 skull coins. Crash. 500 skull coins. Crash. 821 skull coins. Every time a bottle shattered outside, a number flashed painfully in Lin N's mind. It wasn't fear. It was heartache. Because those were his precious coins. Round, plump coins more important than life itself. Lin En squinted his eyes, his gaze flickering. Fighting head-on was not an option, because just the aura it emitted earlier made his heart feel like it was about to explode. That was enough to show the monster's power. Now, the only thing that could save him in time was bloodclad. Without any hesitation, Lin En solemnly extended both hands, gripping the revolver tightly, his gaze steadying. She lived just across the street at 44 Wandering Soul Alley. If he was quick enough, she would surely receive his signal and come to his aid. Curse removal. He issued the command heavily. Ding. Would you like to remove the curse on the bloodclad Wraith, and use the curse removal ability on the demon hunter's revolver? Yes. In an instant. Lin En immediately felt the evil spirit curse he had extracted from the bloodclad Wraith begin to fade within his body. And the revolver in his hand started secreting a thick black liquid. Swoosh. The black liquid clung to his palm, being expelled from the revolver. The revolver emitted a faint halo. Ding. You have completed the curse removal on the demon hunter's revolver. Cooldown time 12 hours, duration 24 hours. Click. Lin En instantly unlocked the revolver, squinting his eyes, cautiously pressing against the door. The curse had been lifted. Which meant now the bloodclad Wraith could revert to her original form. And this was his only way to send out a message. He believed that once the bloodclad Wraith's curse was restored, she would come to him immediately. Because only he could help her remove the curse within her. And now, all he had to do was survive until the bloodclad Wraith arrived, and there would be a glimmer of hope. Whoosh. The foul, bloody stench wafted in from the direction of the hall. Lin En could clearly feel the sound in the hall pause for a moment. Evidently, his curse removal ability had also caught the monster's attention. The curtain was slowly lifted. A long shadow was cast into the corridor. Lin En glanced at the long, indistinct shadow outside the operating room door, squinting his eyes, gripping the revolver tightly. Thud. Thud. The footsteps echoed once more. And the massive shadow that followed crept closer and closer towards the backyard. Lin En held his breath, his gaze becoming incredibly calm. In the terrifying silence, he could only hear his own heartbeat and the heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor. Bit by bit. Bit by bit. The foul, bloody stench also spread rapidly. And then, in the next moment, the footsteps outside the door stopped. And just as Lin En's nerves were taut. Squelch. A sudden, unexpected loud noise. Lin En's pupils instantly dilated. And in front of his chest, a hand covered in barbs pierced through his chest, through the wall behind him, emerging bloodily from his chest. Thud. Lin En's pupils dilated, and he fell heavily forward onto the ground. And behind him, on the solid wall, a scarlet, twisted hand slowly retracted from the wall, leaving no trace of damage, as if the wall was merely an illusion to it. The endless bloody stench spread. Blood gushed from Lin En's chest, staining the entire floor red. His pupils were wide open, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Blood flowed freely. Thud. Thud. Footsteps echoed once more. And then, reflected in Lin En's dilated pupils, a massive, twisted figure slowly pushed open the door, appearing at the entrance to the operating room. What kind of monster was that? It was like a massive lump of rotten flesh forcibly stitched onto a body, with no head, no facial features, only a protruding giant eye squeezed out from the middle of the massive, stinking flesh. The giant eye nearly occupied its entire torso. And around the torso, there were dozens of human-sized eyes scattered. And around the torso, various arms grew, human hands, tentacles, beast claws, twisted limbs of evil spirits, and terrifying mechanical limbs. It was like a grotesque monster violently stitched together. Flesh Puppet Type 3, Hell Walker. Level. Race, Stitched Monster. Alignment, Chaotic Evil. Combat ability, unmatched powerful creation. Description, a pinnacle creation of the Demon Society, as one of the top blood machines of the Inverted Tower, its appearance heralds slaughter and destruction. It is an ultimate weapon specifically created by the Demon Society to hunt down rebels, capable of continuously devouring creatures and evolving anew. Never attempt to be targeted by it. Blood gushed from Lin En's body. Lin En's pupils were wide open, watching the monster inch closer. Swoosh. Scarlet tentacles extended from the monster's body, slithering across the ground like snakes, then piercing into Lin En's legs like syringes. Squelch. The sound of blood being drawn into flesh echoed. It was devouring him. But in the next moment, the tentacles extracting blood from his body stopped. Organism identification. Human race. Quality identification. Low. Devour priority. Not recommended for devouring. Initiating cleanup. A piercing voice echoed in Lin En's ears. Sizzle. Lin En's legs were instantly blasted into a bloody mist by the snake-like tentacles. But almost at the same moment, Lin En's shattered heart suddenly throbbed violently, a stream of blood instantly spreading from beneath his skin to his wrist. As if some crisis response mechanism had been triggered. In an instant, Lin En's pupils contracted sharply. Like a final burst of energy, Lin En suddenly gripped the revolver tightly, turning with force, clenching his teeth. The muzzle aimed at the giant eye on the monster's torso. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The demon-hunting bullet instantly shot into the center of the monster's eye. A long howl. Holy power crackled like electricity throughout its body, its countless arms frantically attacking the surroundings, causing the entire wall to collapse under its assault. And seizing this last chance, Lin En suddenly reached out, gritting his teeth, pulling a scarlet cloak from his pocket and draping it over himself. In an instant, just as the terrifying giant hand struck, Lin En rolled, his body merging into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Error. Information re-identification in progress. Target possesses strong disguise ability. Race adjustment. Cyborg, undergone advanced biological modification. Devour priority. High. Recommended for hunting. Basement. Lin En, cloaked, pressed hard against his bleeding chest, gritting his teeth as he fumbled for a razor and slashed fiercely at his own legs. He panted heavily, large beads of sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Too careless. He had been too careless. When facing monsters of this caliber, he should have known. They have many ways to detect your location. Experience. His combat experience and crisis management were still too lacking. If it weren't for donning the Blood Fiend's cloak at the last moment, he might not have survived. Blood Fiend's cloak. Quality, rare. Traits, after use, it can conceal your presence and allow you to pass through solid objects like a specter. Description. The formless and intangible specters always become the fear in people's hearts, so the monsters of the abyss crafted this cloak to make you like a specter, formless and intangible, but beware, once you wear it, you lose all offensive capabilities. Lin En gritted his teeth, clutching his chest, his gaze fixed on the basement door. These past few days have been too comfortable, really forgetting what kind of world I'm in, really could die at any moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva mixed with bits of internal organs. Without hesitation, he took out the flesh growth potion and poured it onto his severed legs and pierced chest. Grinding his teeth, he twisted his neck with a crackling sound, saying, "High constitution really comes in handy at critical moments, but I really have to thank my teacher. If it weren't for that surgery back then, I'd probably be done for now." Creak. The flesh growth potion began to take effect. His damaged chest and legs started to heal at an unimaginable speed. A potion effective even on fairies with strong drug resistance showed an astonishingly rapid recovery effect on a normal person. In just a few breaths, Lin En's body was as good as new. Lin En panted, standing up forcefully, cracking his nearly disassembled body. Almost simultaneously, a system prompt sounded in Lin En's ear. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 2 mutation. Pft. Pft. 2 barbed tentacles sprouted from Lin N's back. The skin on the back of his neck split open, slowly revealing an inverted eye. Ding. The system has detected 3 controllable mutations, analyzing the target. Ding. Analysis complete. Flesh tentacles, connected to the central nervous system, can be freely controlled to contract and grow. Spectre's eye, connected to the visual nerves, can see through barriers and detect spectre auras. Swoosh. Under Lin N's control, the 2 tentacles revealed sharp barbs, hovering in front of him. He gritted his teeth, squinting. Maybe I can test it out, at least this revolver still has considerable lethality against that monster. After all, this was a demon hunter's personal weapon, a high-quality anti-demon weapon. Click. He unlocked the revolver's safety. And in the next moment, Lin En, cloaked in blood, passed through the wall like a spectre. Under the gaze of the spectre's eye, Lin En instantly saw the massive flesh monster in the corridor. Lin En's mind was highly focused. Like a spectre, he weaved through the walls, inching closer to the monster. Whoosh! A crimson shadow swiftly passed by the monster's side. The monster's massive pupil, now recovered, slowly rotated, scanning the surrounding walls, its frenzied arms seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Swish! Behind it, a streak of blood shadow flashed. The monster's back instantly sprouted multiple eyes, watching the corridor behind it. But almost at the moment its attention was drawn to the rear corridor. From the gap in the door of the alchemy room at its side, Lin En's squinting eyes appeared. You're done for. Discover the complete story on. In an instant. Lin En pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. 6 consecutive shots. 6 demon hunter bullets pierced through the door, landing on the monster. In an instant. Crackle. The monster's body erupted with holy electricity. The demon hunter's revolver had a strong restraining effect on creatures of the dark world, and the holy power was the nemesis of most monsters. Almost instantly, Lin En saw the monster's body become sluggish. The revolver's ammo was reloading. This was a good opportunity to strike twice. Lin En instantly drew the boning knife. But just as he was about to burst through the door, he suddenly saw 6 eyeballs emerging from the bullet holes. Their hollow gaze stared straight at him. A massive sense of crisis instantly surged. Not good. Lin En instantly donned the cloak, ready to phase through the wall without hesitation. But it was too late. The hollow gaze fell upon his face. Sizzle. A painful low moan. Lin En's face and the skin that was gazed upon began to dissolve, emitting wisps of blue smoke. The gaze carried a curse. Lin En gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pain, and suddenly flipped over, disappearing into the underground. Huff huff dash. In the basement, Lin En panted heavily. He opened a new bottle of flesh growth potion, pouring it over his dissolving face and neck. The crimson liquid sizzled as it merged into his skin. The wounds on his face healed rapidly. Meanwhile, the system prompt followed. Ding. You have undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding. You have undergone a level 1 mutation. Rustle. The shadow of Lin En on the wall instantly sprouted 2 massive tentacles from behind. But Lin En paid no heed, his gaze serious, using the spectre's eye to observe the monster from afar. He quickly saw clearly that the 6 bullets shot into the monster's body were being pushed out bit by the monster's flesh. The electricity enveloping its body was rapidly diminishing. Which meant, in just 2 rounds, the monster had already adapted to the holy damage of the demon hunter bullets. Or did it trigger some special form to counter his attack? Not good. Lin En frowned. Because his greatest reliance now was his demon hunter's revolver. If it could largely immunize against holy damage, then not to mention defeating this monster, even approaching it would become extremely dangerous. He quickly calmed down. The previous probing was inadvisable, he must remain rational. I can only leave here first and then make plans. Lin En made up his mind. Relying on his current strength to defeat this monster was clearly impossible. Without hesitation, he phased through the wall, heading towards the outside without stopping. Fighting when you can't win isn't bravery, it's recklessness. Not to mention, he's still a level 9 weakling, and though he has a few decent items, they can't make up for the gap in raw power. At this moment, he must follow his heart's guidance. Lin En's expression was grave as he swiftly traversed the underground. Meanwhile, the vertical eye on his back continuously monitored the monster's movements. Time flew by. But just as he was leaving the vicinity of the Bloodsaw Apothecary, suddenly, in his specter vision, the monster's body flickered and then vanished from his sight. It had cloaked its presence. Lin En's face changed slightly. Buzz. A terrifying aura instantly swept in from behind. Almost instinctively, Lin En shifted to one side. In an instant, a giant hand, like a phantom, pierced through the ground, grazing his cheek, injuring his side face. It was the same specter hand that had pierced his heart before. And it actually managed to attack him through the blood demon cloak. Bang! Lin En's body rolled heavily across the street for over 10 meters. Clutching his bleeding left eye, he gritted his teeth, quickly flipped over, and dashed underground. Moving incessantly like a specter. He swiftly pulled out a flesh growth potion and poured it forcefully onto his cheek. Swoosh! The flesh healed rapidly. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 2 mutation. In an instant, his neck suddenly split open, revealing a new sinister vertical eye. Double pupils overlapped. Almost simultaneously, the aura of the previously vanished monster reappeared within the sight of his two vertical eyes. And at that moment of clarity, Lin En's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the phantom giant hand relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The arm of that hand was still connected to the monster, but the crazily growing arm ignored the ground's obstruction, chasing him relentlessly. And because it was also in a sinister form, that giant hand could indeed harm him through the cloak. Moreover, Lin En could clearly see. One of the monster's eyes on the ground was firmly locked onto him, tracking his trajectory. Damn! Lin En couldn't help but curse under his breath. Now, the situation had flipped in an instant. The advantage he had under the cloak form immediately turned into his weakness. Because under the cloak, he couldn't perform any attack, not even shoot. Yet, the opponent's hand could attack him. I must find a way to shake off that hand. Lin En gritted his teeth, his eyes darting quickly. In an instant, his gaze landed on the Bloodsaw Apothecary. Without any hesitation, with the help of 4 tentacles, he accelerated to the extreme and rushed into the shop from underground. Swoosh! He tore off the cloak abruptly. Like a spider, Lin En used his tentacles to swiftly climb the wall, then dashed into his sleeping loft. Found it. Lin En flung open the cabinet door, his eyes landing on the half-cabinet full of potions. But almost simultaneously, in Lin En's sinister vision, the sinister hand broke through the ground and shot towards him in the loft, ignoring all obstacles. At that moment, Lin En's eyes narrowed sharply. He instantly raised the boning knife in his hand, the sharp blade flashing, slicing through the half-cabinet of potions with a swoosh. Green potion splashed all over, staining the crimson boning knife in his hand. Damn it! In that instant, his muscles bulged. Both hands gripped the knife. With all his strength, he stabbed fiercely at the floor beneath him. Almost simultaneously, the shrieking sinister hand pierced through the floor, and the potion-stained blade instantly nailed into the palm of the giant hand. Sizzle sizzle. A sound of dissolution echoed, and the giant hand emitted a baby-like shriek. Creak. Creak. And the potion on the floor, like sulfuric acid, quickly caused the skin of the sinister hand to peel away. Sinister Manifestation Potion. This was also something his teacher had researched, a potion that allowed physical beings to contact sinister ghosts. As an apprentice, he had prepared a lot of this potion. Because when facing all kinds of customers, you must be adequately prepared. And now, it was clearly time for this potion to take effect. Thud. Lin En grimly pulled out the boning knife and slashed at the arm. Thud. A cabinet full of potions crashed to the ground, the viscous liquid splattering across the entire bedroom. The sinister arm slammed heavily against the wall, twisting with a crackling sound, smoking as if charred. Lin En panted heavily, without any hesitation. He immediately reached into the cabinet for other potions, knowing this was no place to linger, he had to. Thud. A sound of penetration echoed. Lin En's pupils dilated, the front of his throat protruding instantly. And behind him, on the floor covered with green potion, a slender hand emerged, piercing through the back of his neck, gripping his spine. Scarlet blood dripped down, drop by drop. The vertical eye on the back of Lin En's neck trembled, for he saw the hand that attacked him. Because he knew that hand well. Because it was the fairy's hand. And he instantly remembered the reason the fairy came to the apothecary. She said she encountered a giant, almost got her head bitten off, and escaped at the cost of an arm. Turns out, the giant she encountered was it. Which means, after devouring her arm, the monster gained strong resistance to potions. These ordinary potions had no effect on that hand. Despair. A wave of immense despair swept over. But just as the hand was about to snap his spine, Lin En threw his head back and roared, all his blood instantly gathering in the 4 tentacles. Thud thud. Thud thud. The 4 tentacles, under his extreme control, wrapped around and pierced the small hand gripping his spine. Crack. Even so, his spine still showed cracks. But Lin En's final counterattack worked. The hand showed hesitation and loosened under the entanglement of his 4 tentacles. Seizing this last chance, Lin En broke free from the hand's grip. Turning savagely, the boning knife in his hand swept out. Thud. The arm, along with his 4 tentacles, was instantly severed in 2. The small hand fell heavily to the ground. Yet it continued to crawl, continued to shriek. Lin En gritted his teeth, using the last of his strength to pin it to the floor with a heavy stab. And then he collapsed exhaustedly in front of the cabinet. At this moment, he didn't even have time to use the flesh growth potion, because in his sinister vision, the monster had returned to the apothecary's entrance. The situation was urgent. In this final moment, Lin En forcefully extended his bloodied hand, grabbing his greatest trump card from his pocket. Heart of the Faceless Demon. In his mind, the image of the monster appeared instantly, the sinister eyes staring intently at the monster downstairs. Let's play. He snarled. Creak. In an instant, his 5 fingers pierced into it, and a dark torrent gushed out like a spring. As if countless sinister spirits were shrieking madly within the heart. And almost instantly, downstairs, the massive monster's body suddenly froze in place, the giant eyeball on its body shrinking instantly. In a flash, as if its core suffered unimaginable trauma. Pop. 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 The dark pupils on its body exploded one by one. And the arms growing from it twisted uncontrollably, frantically tearing at its own body. From its bloated body, face after face emerged, shrieking and forming protrusions of facial features, as if something was trying to break free. Heart core, hit by unknown effect. Holy resistance form failed, sinister perception failed, cellular constraint weakened, curse constraint weakened. Initiating emergency repair, countdown. 20, 19. 18. The attic. In the final moment of complete paralysis and nerve damage, Lin En gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to open a bottle of flesh growth potion. But as the potion spilled onto his palm, the damage to his spine caused him to lose control over his body. Yet, the potion continued to work rapidly, constantly repairing his damaged tissues. 20 seconds, hope it's enough. He clenched his teeth tightly. His gaze fell on the heart of the faceless demon lying beside him. This cursed object was indeed an extremely powerful tool, his trump card, yet even with such a bug-like item, he still couldn't take down that monster. At this moment, the heart had turned completely black. Though the heart was powerful, it came with unimaginable side effects. Whoosh! A massive suction force suddenly emanated from the heart, and he immediately felt his blood boiling throughout his body. In the next moment, the heart cracked open, and then instantly attached itself to his chest. Thump. Thump. The heart began to beat continuously, and his blood was being drawn to it incessantly. As it drank his blood, the heart turned blood red. At a glance, it looked like a pulsating blood tumor growing on his chest. A double whammy. Lin En gritted his teeth hard. But the flesh growth potion sensed the rapid loss of his blood and started generating more blood for him. The two forces formed a sort of stalemate. But Lin En knew. If he didn't recover quickly, he would still die when the 20 seconds were up. Lin En bit down hard, his eyes bloodshot. Hurry. Mutate. Mutate. Now. His only hope lay in the mutation caused by the flesh growth potion. The damage to his spine had almost severed his control over his limbs, and he desperately needed new ones. And then, in the next moment, the system's notification finally sounded. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 3 mutation. Sizzle. Almost simultaneously, Lin En's left eye bulged, and a crimson long snake squeezed out of his eye socket. Ding! Analyzing mutation. Ding! Warning! Your current constitution and willpower cannot fully control this mutation, target control efficiency, 31%. Level 3 mutation, brain snake, a blood-flesh snake spawned from the brain, possessing an intense bloodthirsty impulse. In an instant, Lin En felt the intense bloodthirsty impulse from the mutated entity. And along with it, even his brain generated a bloodthirsty desire. 31% efficiency. I have to take a gamble. Lin En gritted his teeth. He focused all his mental energy, struggling to control the long snake that had emerged from his eye socket. With the snake's vigorous writhing, Lin En finally managed to make its large mouth bite onto the second bottle of flesh growth potion on his belt. Crack. The bottle shattered instantly. The crimson potion spilled all over his body. And at the same time, Lin En completely lost control over the brain snake, which began to wriggle frantically. As if it had smelled the intense scent of blood. The brain snake suddenly opened its huge mouth and bit down on the heart of the faceless demon attached to Lin En's chest, drinking furiously. Scarlet blood splattered. A massive conflict seemed to erupt between the two in an instant. The brain snake began tearing at the heart, and the heart responded by sprouting tiny blood-flesh tissues on its surface, starting to envelop the brain snake, as if intending to devour it as well. Lin En lay there, watching the absurd scene, breathing heavily. A battle between the brain and the heart. Such a terrifying scene could only occur in this dark world. But because of the entanglement between the heart and the brain snake, Lin En's rapidly consumed blood was greatly alleviated. And the flesh growth potion began swiftly repairing his damaged spine. Time is enough. Downstairs. The previously frenziedly struggling limbs had calmed down. The enormous fixed pupil moved slightly, and the monster's entire body began to wriggle slowly. Core repair complete, commencing takeover of body tissues. Target threat index adjusted, extremely high, target devour value adjusted, highest priority. Initiate hunt. Buzz. The enormous pupil glowed red, suddenly lifting, its gaze falling on the ceiling. And at that moment, its massive body suddenly pierced through the ceiling, crashing into the attic on the second floor. Its gaze swept across the blood-stained walls and floor. But Lin En's figure was no longer there. Target locked, highest priority devour, activating Wraith vision. One of its eyes suddenly became ethereal. In the next moment, it abruptly turned, leaping out. Meanwhile, on the street shrouded in rolling black fog, Lin En, cloaked, twisted and staggered forward along the street. The brain snake emerging from his eye socket was still battling the faceless heart attached to his chest, but he finally regained control over his body after the flesh growth potion repaired his spine at the last moment. He gritted his teeth hard. That fierce determination erupted, and he sprinted madly toward number 44. Because he knew, that monster would never let him go, and if he wanted to survive, he could only seek help from the equally Level haunted house. Finally. When he broke through the fog, a graceful figure appeared in Lin N's vision. From the distant street, a humming sound faintly reached his ears. In the next moment, he saw a woman in a blood-red gown, her lips slightly curled, holding a baby in her arms, walking step by step from afar. She was covered in blood, smiling serenely, with a relaxed expression, and in her other hand, she held 3 heads. Straws were inserted into them. The blood-clad Wraith immediately spotted Lin En staggering toward her, her expression momentarily stunned. The brat from the apothecary? She was slightly surprised. And she instantly noticed the bloodstains all over Lin En, the broken tentacles on his back, and the long snake emerging from his eye socket. Utterly creepy. Your look today is quite unique, sweetheart. Are you doing some kind of bizarre performance art? She stopped beside Lin En, holding the baby, and looked him up and down with a mischievous glint. Lin En breathed heavily, wiped the blood from his face, and grinned. Ah. Sort of, hasn't your curse been lifted? Why didn't you come looking for me tonight? The blood-clad Wraith gracefully held the baby, touched her crimson lips, and said with sultry eyes, why? Can't wait so soon. Are you reminiscing about the tender moments from yesterday? She smiled seductively. It seemed Lin N's blood-soaked appearance suited her aesthetic even more. Were you not home? Lin N asked, wide-eyed. She lifted the 3 heads in her hand, sweetly touching her face, and tilted her head. Yes, it's really a headache. My daughter is at the age where she needs to grow, and without some good nutrition, she might not develop properly, so as a mother, I have to do it myself. Ola. The baby wiggled its ears, holding a straw and sucking from the head with a gurgle. Lin N's sanity value -10. She looked Lin N up and down, and the blood-clad Wraith smiled. Tell me, my little sweetheart, did you encounter something you couldn't handle? Otherwise, with your personality, you wouldn't be in such a rush to find your sister, would you? Lin N struggled to tear his gaze away from the 3 heads she was holding, his expression growing serious as he exhaled and said, I've indeed run into some trouble, and it's quite significant. I tried to handle it myself, but as you can see. He spread his arms, looking innocent. I've at least lost a pint of blood. The blood-clad Wraith chuckled, it seems our notorious apothecary owner has encountered something he can't solve. Lin En adjusted the snake within his glasses and replied earnestly, yes, so let's make a deal. I know you're incredibly powerful. If you can help me get rid of the monster hunting me, how about I waive your bill for 5 months? A bargain, just this once, don't miss out on this opportunity. The blood-clad Wraith continued to smile without moving. Since you said you're being hunted, yet you're calmly standing here chatting with me, aren't you worried at all? Lin En rubbed his temples and said seriously, does worrying solve anything? The blood-clad Wraith's smile grew even brighter. Behind them, a rolling crimson mist surged towards them. Boom. Boom. This novel is available on. The ground-shaking roars echoed like an earthquake. Warning. Warning. A crisis is rapidly approaching. Warning. Warning. A crisis is rapidly approaching. Yet Lin En remained still, looking into her smiling eyes, finally exhaling, then name your price, state your conditions, is that enough? I don't think you really want to see me die, do you? The blood-clad Wraith chuckled, seems like you've got me figured out. But since you asked me to name my terms, I won't hold back. She lightly licked the corner of her mouth, then leaned forward slightly, her alluring red lips brushing against his cheek. A heady scent of blood wafted from her, filling Lin N's nostrils. You haven't really submitted to me, have you? The voice whispered like a devil's murmur in his ear. Then beg me. Kneel before me, lick my toes, tell me you're willing to submit, and I'll help you. The corner of her mouth, pressed against Lin N's face, curled up playfully. A brief silence. The air seemed to freeze. Is this flirting? Lin En tilted his head, smiling at her. No. The blood-clad Wraith maintained her smile, I don't like flirting at times like this. Silence. Rumbling spread around them. The next moment. Lin N's lips curled. Let's go. He patted her shoulder and swiftly moved past her. Donning the hood of his blood-red cloak, he darted into the depths of the street's black mist like a night prowler. If the shop can still open normally tomorrow morning, I'll help lift your curse. Of course, I can give you a discount. See you next time. Lin En raised his chin, giving a thumbs up to the curious doll peeking from her arms, a bright smile on his lips. The next moment, his figure vanished into the distant black mist. No explanations. No responses. As if the question needed no answer. In place. The blood-clad Wraith stood there, staring into the distance where Lin En had disappeared. She seemed a bit taken aback, a bit amused, a bit impressed. This guy. She rubbed her forehead, a slight helplessness on her face. Really is. Whoosh. A tentacle shot into the black mist, instantly pulling the retreating Lin En back. Before he could react, he was enveloped in the blood-clad Wraith's affectionate embrace, her ample bosom smothering him. Too cute. Ding. Blood-clad Wraith's favorability towards you +10. Ding. Blood-clad Wraith's favorability towards you +10. Just kidding. Just kidding. No wonder you're the boy who can lift my curse. When you act manly, it's really quite charming. And that smile earlier was super handsome. I love boys who can stay strong in critical moments. It really brings out my maternal instincts. Greater than over equal to 4 all less than over equal to asterisk. Love it. Love it. Oda Oda. The doll waved its straw enthusiastically. The blood-clad Wraith held Lin En's head with a face full of happiness and affection, swaying like she was holding a doll. Lin En struggled like a small boat in a storm, unable to escape the wicked embrace. The ample bosom was like a raging sea, tossing Lin En up and down. Finally, he managed to catch his breath. What do you mean by this? It means crisis level 90%. Crisis level 100%. Lin En finally struggled to poke his head out from the suffocating embrace, and at that moment, he saw the face, split open with sharp barbs and tentacles, close at hand. The cheeks hanging on either side wore a split smile. Helped you, didn't I? Whoosh. In an instant. Countless sinister, black tentacles shot out from her body. They pierced the ground like vines, cracking the earth into massive stones, easily wrapped by the tentacles, occupying the entire street like vines. Boom. A violent sound of breaking air. Dozens of loud crashes. The flying stones instantly halted the monster's steps in the blood mist. As the blood mist dispersed, the twisted flesh puppet slowly came into view, its massive vertical pupil staring at Lin En and the blood-clad Wraith. Target confirmed. Initiating hunt. High-intensity secondary target interference detected. Analyzing information. Race. Wraith conglomerate. Devour priority. High. Intensity analysis. High. Lin En stared in shock at the scene. The blood-clad Wraith smiled, handing the doll to Lin En, elegantly stepping forward. She walked towards the flesh puppet, her long, white fingers growing nearly half a meter of black, blood-dripping nails. Her frenzied hair transformed into countless venomous snakes with human faces. Snap. When she raised her head again, she had become a demon with eyes filled with chaotic joy and madness. Lin En, you've really provoked a tough monster this time, hee hee hee. Her mouth split to her ears, long nails dangling in front, swaying as she walked, a disturbingly manic laughter echoing from her throat. Lin En, wide-eyed, holding the doll, quickly retreated, be careful, this guy isn't easy to deal with, don't underestimate it. Lin En quickly relayed all the information he knew to the blood-clad Wraith, detailing the traits and tactics he had tested. Not easy to deal with, hee hee hee, not easy to deal with. The blood-clad Wraith's smile grew more manic. She swayed her body slowly. The frenzied curse on her body rose almost tangibly, even Lin En standing behind her felt the immense chill and chaos. Lin En wasn't sure if she heard him. He dash. In an instant. Her body swayed and vanished from Lin En's sight. Lin N's eyes widened in urgency. Fast. So fast. Even faster than when I moved last night. Is this the bloodclad Wraith's combat form? So manly. In that split second, a face with a cracked, sickly grin appeared in front of the monster, amidst the flickering blood light. No one saw how she got in front of the monster. He. In an instant. Squelch, 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 squelch. Her sharp, black nails were like giant blades, leaving 10 terrifying scars on the monster's body. Countless frenzied tentacles waved behind her, launching a swift and terrifying assault on the monster that was hard to see clearly. Lin N could only catch a glimpse of a blood shadow flickering. Her grin grew more terrifying, her gaze more deranged and ecstatic. Like a hunter eyeing its prey. Her 10 fingers, with blade-like nails, danced wildly, and the monster's blood splattered around. Kill, 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 kill he ha ha dash. The sickly laughter, combined with the blade-like attacks, was like a meat grinder, instantly disfiguring the monster. Lin En was stunned. As expected of a level monster's combat style. If I don't shout 666 now, what am I waiting for? Lin En shouted with wide eyes. Too strong. Too awesome. Lady, you're really cool. Perfect. Absolutely perfect attack. Damn. So cool, this attack is so sharp. Nice shot. Aerial kick, right on target. Amazing. Amazing. Unbeatable. My God. Look at those enchanting tentacles, they really hit the heart, ah. Those nails. Perfect. Sharp. So cool. The little one in Lin N's arms also widened her eyes, clenched her tiny fists, and exclaimed, Aura aura aura. The excitement was palpable. Lin En didn't hold back, pouring out every impressive word he could think of, praising every aspect, whether it deserved it or not, over and over. Bloodclad Wraith's favorability +1. Bloodclad Wraith's favorability +1. Second target threat level increasing, deploying secondary countermeasures. Highest priority target. Target 1. Hunt. Buzz. The monster, disfigured by the bloodclad Wraith, suddenly had a halo appear in its massive pupil. Almost simultaneously. Layers upon layers of thick exoskeleton rapidly grew over its torn flesh, instantly resisting the bloodclad Wraith's frenzied slashes. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The shattered vertical pupil suddenly rotated and contracted. Its gaze instantly locked onto Lin En nearby. Buzz. Lin En immediately felt the same immense curse wave as before. It's that gaze curse. Lin En, who was shouting 666, widened his eyes. No way. Even after being chopped up like this, your target is still me. How much do you love me? Without a second thought, Lin En grabbed the little one and abruptly changed direction, sprinting away at full speed. Lady. I'll leave this to you. For your daughter's health. I'll retreat for now. But don't worry. I'll be back to see you soon. In an instant. The curse activated. But almost at the same moment. The bloodclad Wraith's frenzied expression suddenly blocked the space between Lin En and the monster, letting out a terrifying howl from the massive crack on her face. Whoosh. Countless faces flew out from the crack like moths, neutralizing the terrifying gaze curse. Target priority. Target 1, continue executing highest devour command. Priority hunt, command effective. In an instant. The monster's arms grew wildly like a dance of demons. Its massive body rapidly approached Lin En's direction. It completely ignored the bloodclad Wraith's obstruction, persistently locking onto Lin En like a maggot clinging to a bone. Whoosh. Whoosh. Giant hands whistled from all directions, encircling Lin En. Your opponent is me, he dash. Just as it diverted from the bloodclad Wraith to chase Lin En. A long neck snaked from behind it, coiling around like a serpent. The sickly, frenzied grin on the neck faced the monster's pupil directly. Whoosh. The ground beneath it cracked open, barbed tentacles surged up along its legs, coiling rapidly like snakes. In an instant, countless tentacles shot out, intercepting the arms mid-air, engaging in a frenzied struggle. She abandoned slashing, opting to use her tentacles to strangle it. He dash. The tentacles coiled around it bore countless grinning children's faces, as if enjoying a gluttonous feast. The faces, like phantoms, ignored its scales, devouring the monster's flesh from within. Yet even so, the monster, like a machine, kept its gaze fixed on Lin En's back, moving its feet with a determined clatter, as if it wouldn't stop until death. Threat level of Target 2 further increasing, highest priority. Target 1. Behavior restricted, deploying secondary countermeasures. Hunt. In an instant, the massive pupil shattered. The fragments fell to the ground like sticky pearls. Then the fragments quickly reassembled, transforming into countless normal-sized eyeballs. Its target remained Lin En. Lin En turned sharply, immediately seeing the eyeballs on the ground flip over, all staring at him, tiny tentacles writhing from their backs, rushing towards him. Lin En exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" The little one widened her eyes, clenched her tiny fists, and said, "Aura, aura, aura." Squelch, squelch, squelch. Many eyeballs hadn't yet escaped the bloodclad Wraith's tentacle range before being swiftly pierced. But a large number of eyeballs broke through the encirclement, rapidly spreading towards Lin En. Lin En abruptly stopped, turned around, and gritted his teeth. Looks like there's no escape. In that case. In an instant. He drew the demon hunter's revolver from his coat, aiming it at the oncoming wave of eyeballs. His expression turned razor-sharp, the two Wraith vertical eyes enhancing his ability to lock onto each incoming eyeball. He had no choice but to face it head-on. Click. The trigger was pulled instantly. Bang 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 bang. Ding. You have killed an eyeball entity X1, your firearm proficiency +1. Ding. You have killed an eyeball entity X1, your firearm proficiency +1. Ding. You have killed an eyeball entity X1, your firearm proficiency +1. Quickly reloading the revolver. Lin En, holding the giggling child, retreated swiftly. He could only fire 6 consecutive shots now, and it would take more than 10 seconds for the ammo to recover for another round of shooting. This was the most dangerous time. Need more limbs. Lin En quickly pulled out a bottle of flesh growth potion from his pocket and drank it in one gulp. Since he was already mutated. At this point, there was no need to worry about how many strange limbs might grow. Instantly. The blood absorbed by the faceless heart was rapidly replenished by the potion. Simultaneously, the 4 tentacles he had severed earlier began to grow rapidly under the nourishment of the flesh potion. And in Lin En's ears, the system's prompts sounded immediately. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 2 mutation. Whoosh. Tentacles wildly sprouted from Lin En's body once again, though compared to the bloodclad Wraith's tentacles that could stretch hundreds of meters, his were much more petite and cute. Lin En suddenly turned around, hanging the giggling child onto one of the tentacles, his expression turning serious. One hand held a gun. The other held a knife. Several sharp tentacles aimed at the surging tide of eyeballs. Lin En's gaze sharpened. With the sound of gunfire, Lin En quickly stepped towards the tide of eyeballs, his boning knife instantly slicing several eyeballs in half. The tentacles behind him precisely popped the eyeballs one by one. Ding. Your combat experience +1. Ding. Your combat experience +1. Ding. Your combat experience +1. Bang bang bang. Bullets hit the eyeballs with precision. The system's prompts echoed in Lin En's ears. With the help of the Wraith's vision, even though his firearm proficiency was still low, his targeting ability had been greatly enhanced. Moreover, facing these small creatures was definitely the best opportunity to farm experience. Swoosh. Another sweeping slash. Several eyeballs were instantly sliced in half by his blade. Ding. Your combat experience +1. Ding. Your combat experience +1. Ara ara. The giggling child, swinging wildly on the tentacle, spread its arms and legs wide, holding an eyeball it had somehow grabbed, and bit into it like an apple. Quickly. Under Lin N's onslaught. The wave of eyeballs was swiftly and precisely annihilated. Brave now, aren't you, young man? The blood-clad wraith, entwined and gnawing on the monster, turned its head. Revealing a half-crazed smile, offering praise. Lin En sliced through several eyeballs with a single stroke, giving a thumbs up in her direction, his smiling teeth gleaming with a flash. I'm not afraid of small fry. The situation was rapidly improving. Those low-level eyeball tides couldn't cause him any substantial harm under Lin En's assault. And the monster's main body was being suppressed by the blood-clad wraith, unable to move an inch. At least. That's how it appeared on the surface. Time passed quickly. Ma'am. How's it going on your side? Lin En shouted towards the blood-clad wraith after slicing through the last eyeball. The blood-clad wraith, transformed into countless tentacles and faces, had wrapped the monster like a mummy, with blood continuously flowing from the gaps between the tentacles. He. I'm penetrating its core, the weakest point of this flesh puppet is right there, once its core is destroyed, this thing is just a pile of scrap metal. The blood-clad wraith's manic laughter echoed from the tentacles. And inside that mass of flesh, a sharp barb was relentlessly advancing, inch by inch, towards the monster's core. Made contact. The blood-clad wraith licked its lips madly. Slowly. The barb penetrating its body began to transform, finally becoming a sharp hand. Bit by bit. She grasped the core within the monster's body. Swoosh. Her nails pierced into the flesh core instantly. But just as she was about to speak, a cold voice echoed from the monster's body once again. Second target analysis complete. Initiating countermeasures. Activating Wraith aggregate countermeasure. Activating Wraith curse countermeasure. Priority target adjustment. Target 2. Executing highest kill directive. Kill. Counter. Crack. Execute devour directive simultaneously. In an instant, the blood-clad wraith felt an indescribable crisis looming. And at that moment, Lin En saw the countless tentacles enveloping the monster suddenly tremble violently, as if something was frantically surging inside. Something's wrong. Lin En looked up sharply. And in the next moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh. One by one, human hands burst through the tentacles surrounding it from the inside. Those hands quickly grabbed the outer wall of the tentacles, forming a net made entirely of hands, reversing the encirclement on the blood-clad wraith's tentacles. Lin En was shocked. Could it be? The monster had been targeting him all along, just to analyze and counter the blood-clad wraith simultaneously. It was actually adapting and gathering data. This is bad. Lin En rushed forward, breathing heavily, quickly heading in that direction. And from within the countless hands, a gnawing sound soon emerged. Like the terrifying sound of flesh being chewed in a meat grinder. At the same time, the countless tentacles belonging to the blood-clad wraith, sprouting from the ground, began to struggle and twist violently. As if something was tearing and devouring her from within. Ah! A piercing scream of agony. And in the next moment, the thick tentacle closest to Lin En began to twist and transform, finally struggling wildly into the shape of the blood-clad wraith. And countless pore-sized arms began to grow visibly on her body. As if something was devouring her from the inside. Wrong. Wrong. He dash. It's not afraid of me. It truly believes I can't threaten it. He dash. While I'm eating it. It's also, analyzing me. He. Truly not an easy opponent to deal with, he. Whoosh. In that manic, sick laughter. Explore the extended edition on. The blood-clad wraith, twisted from tentacles, was instantly devoured from within by countless tiny arms, turning into countless worm-like tiny flesh pieces. Ma'am. Lin En rushed forward urgently. Kill. Devour. Generate. Deconstruct curse. Absorb. Assimilate. In an instant, under Lin En's shocked gaze, a massive, bloody tentacle suddenly sprouted from the ground in front of him, blocking his path. Crack. The tip of the giant tentacle split open, revealing countless barbs, and at the same time, numerous vertical eyes opened on the tentacle. Warning. Crisis level rising rapidly. Warning. Current crisis level 70%. Warning. Current crisis level 87%. This wasn't the blood-clad Wraith's tentacle. It was the monster's tissue that had been assimilated. Retrieving highest priority command. Analyzing target 1. Analyzing target 2. Target adjustment delayed. Highest priority to hunt. Target 1. At the very moment that voice echoed, the massive tentacle launched a fierce attack towards Lin En. But just as the tentacle was about to strike Lin En, two identical tentacles suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the attacking one with a loud snap. Go! A sinister voice suddenly emanated from within the creature. It was the voice of the blood-clad Wraith. She wasn't dead yet. She was still inside the creature, fighting against it. Ma'am! Lin En shouted. But in the next moment, the tentacle controlled by the blood-clad Wraith slammed heavily onto Lin En. His pupils dilated, and under the immense force, his body was sent flying into the distant darkness of the street. His vision was quickly obscured by layers of black mist. He reached out, retreating continuously. His vision kept pulling away. And soon, all he could hear was the howling wind. Bang! Lin En's body landed heavily on the ground. He quickly got up, his breathing rapid. How could this happen? How did it turn out like this? Everything was under control just a moment ago, how did it suddenly become like this? Without any hesitation, Lin En gritted his teeth and sprinted towards that direction. But he quickly stopped. No. He suddenly looked up. He knew that if even the blood-clad Wraith couldn't handle that creature, going there would only lead to his death. But should he turn and run away now? Flee like a coward? And then find a chance for revenge? What a joke. Lin En gritted his teeth. Without a second thought, he sprinted towards his apothecary, quickly rushing to the backyard. He rummaged through boxes and cabinets. In the next moment, he took all the remaining flesh growth potion he had hidden. If she can hold on, there must be a way to save her. And just as he was about to leave, gritting his teeth, he suddenly stopped. In an instant, he quickly turned around, breathing heavily as he reached the cellar entrance. Right. There's still the teacher's pet, that guy can definitely help. Bang! Lin En suddenly flung open the cellar door, and a foul stench immediately swept out. Hey! Lin En gritted his teeth and shouted inside. I know you're playing dead, and I know you always hated me for feeding you so many expired potions every day, but the situation is critical now, no matter what you are, I need your help. The teacher is in danger, that creature has come for us. Its target is our Bloodsaw apothecary, and if I die, as a member of our apothecary, you won't escape either. Hey! Did you hear me? Lin En roared. Then he threw a few stones down there. Ding! Little baby's favorability towards you -1. Ding! Little baby's favorability towards you -1. Hiss! A snake-like threatening sound came from the depths of the dark cellar. And in the next moment, whoosh! A massive, winding figure shot out from the cellar, its enormous shadow enveloping Lin En. Lin En's eyes widened in shock. This is little baby. Level. Alignment, lawful evil. Race. Combat ability. Description, a tongue hidden in the cellar of the Bloodsaw apothecary, it seems to be part of some entity's body, voluntarily kept by Bloodsaw for unknown reasons. It despises expired potions like excrement, and the human boy who fed it excrement for 2 years. Little baby. Lin En murmured. Hiss. The long, giant tongue looked down at Lin En, a split at its tip, with a tongue identical to itself flicking in and out, and within that tongue, another identical tongue flicked in and out. It appeared before Lin En in an extremely bizarre and grotesque manner. Hiss hiss hiss, CNM, dash. It stared at Lin En. For some reason, Lin En instantly understood the meaning behind its hissing. Lin En reached out and grabbed its tongue, saying. Say that again. Hiss hiss hiss, CNB, dash. Lin En gritted his teeth, pulling on its tongue, saying. Fine. Curse if you want. But it's a crisis now, my friend is out there fighting that creature, I'm telling you, that creature is coming for us. Even though you're ugly and cowardly, you're still part of our Bloodsaw apothecary. I raised you with my own hands. Think about it, if my friend gets blown up, and then I get blown up, who's next? That's right. It's you, you ugly, cowardly big tongue. Lin En shouted at it. Ding. Little baby's favorability towards you -10. Ding. Little baby's favorability towards you -10. Hiss 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 hiss, NWWS, dash. Lin En grabbed its tongue root, saying. That's not excrement. It's potion. Even if it's a bit expired, it's still legitimate potion. Hiss hiss, hiss 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 hiss, NTT, WWS, dash. Lin En, exasperated, grabbed its tongue root and said, fine. If you come with me now, I'll feed you top quality potions every day for the next 2 months, potions that will make you feel really high. How about that? A brief silence. Hiss hiss, CJ, dash. Ding. Little baby's favorability towards you increased by 0.001. And in the next moment, the tongue, like a snake, slithered out of the cellar, stretching wildly. Then it wrapped around Lin En. In an instant, it extended out of the shop. This was a very agile tongue. Street. In less than 5 seconds, Lin En and the big tongue returned to the battlefield. And seeing the scene on the street, Lin En was instantly shocked. The entire street was already unrecognizable, with traces of battle on the ground. And in the center of the street, the creature wrapped in countless arms was continuously contracting and expanding. Overall devouring progress. 54%. 55%. Detected target 1 approaching. Highest priority to hunt. Switching target. Whoosh. In an instant. For the full version, visit. Giant tentacles covered in vertical pupils grew crazily from the ground. Big tongue. In an instant. The tongue turned to flee. 3 months. Lin En grabbed the tip of the big tongue, saying. Save my friend. I'll feed you high-quality potions every day for the next 3 months. Ding. Little baby's favorability towards you increased by 0.01. Hiss hiss, CJ, dash. In the next moment, that tongue suddenly writhed. Lin En immediately set the little one aside, flicked her beast ears, and turned his head sharply, gritting his teeth, let's charge. Instantly. Lin En, with a fierce determination, brandished his knife and charged toward the central cocoon at an unimaginable speed alongside the tongue. Leave these tentacles to you. Just get me to that monster, and I have a way to save my friend. Lin En roared. Hearing this, the tongue immediately coiled around Lin En several times, raised its tip, and flicked at the encroaching tentacles like a fuse. And in the next moment, those tentacles with vertical eyes launched their attack. Attack! Lin En roared, pointing forward with his knife. Whoosh! In an instant, that long, agile tongue lashed out at one of the tentacles with unimaginable speed. Slurp! A loud slurping sound echoed. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at the Courier.com. Then, under Lin En's watchful gaze. The massive tentacle instantly dissolved into a pool of thick blood in the foul saliva. Ding! A taste like crap, little baby's favorability -1. Ding! Doesn't want to lick at all, little baby's favorability -1. Great job! Lin En exclaimed excitedly. He pressed down his hood and once again increased his speed. And the massive tentacles blocking his path were all reduced to mush and blood under little baby's disdainful licks. 100 meters. 80 meters. 30 meters. Closer. Even closer. Target number 3 analysis. Colossus missing tissue. Priority. Highest priority containment. Anti-corrosion mode activated. Anti-curse mode activated. Containment initiated. Buzz. At that moment, Lin En suddenly saw the tentacles regrowing from the ground, covered with dense capillary-like tissue barriers. Pop 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 pop. In an instant, those tentacles pierced through his surroundings at unimaginable speed, instantly entangling Big Tongue from all directions. Little baby. Lin En was shocked. The entangled tongue began to struggle, secreting a large amount of mucus. The mucus corroded the ground, creating grooves upon contact. Yet, the tentacles wrapping around it were unfazed by the corrosion. Screech dash. The big tongue let out a screech. But at this moment, Lin En could no longer care. With a fierce expression, he charged toward the monster wrapped in countless hands. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Crack crack crack. The monster's densely packed arms began to split, revealing a massive vertical eye slowly emerging from the opening. But just as the vertical eye focused on him, Lin En, using all his strength, propelled his body toward the massive cocoon with all the tentacles on his body. The scarlet cloak billowed on his back. Lin En gritted his teeth, reaching out from above. Reaching for the center of the massive pupil. I'm here. In an instant. Lin En's hand passed through the massive pupil without obstruction, and with the support of the blood demon cloak, his phantom form instantly merged into the massive cocoon. Endless writhing flesh surged before his eyes. Lin En's face was twisted with ferocity. And at that moment, locked in the evil spirit's vision, he grabbed the already shattered arm. The cork of the flesh growth potion was suddenly opened. He roared, pulling the nearly shattered body of the bloodclad Wraith toward him, pressing the entire bottle of flesh growth potion against her chest. Whoosh! Upon contact with the potion, her shattered half-body began to regenerate flesh, countless Wraith screams surged and gathered. As a Wraith conglomerate, how could she be easily devoured? Just one last step. Lin En gritted his teeth, suddenly reaching out. Vengeful spirit hair. In an instant, several strands of hair wrapped around the blood-clad Wraith's body, while the other ends were shot out with all Lin En's might, wrapping around the buildings on both sides of the street. Go! Lin En roared. In an instant, the vengeful spirit hair began to tighten, dragging the blood-clad Wraith's body, which was constantly being devoured and regenerated, forcibly outward. The flesh kept compressing, the cocoon continuously bulging. The cold voice from within the monster echoed instantly. Target number 2 devouring separation in progress. Switching highest priority target. Target number 1. Activate ghost countermeasure. Initiate devour process. And at the moment of this target switch, Lin En, in his ghost state, roared to the outside Big Tongue. Now's the time. Because in Lin En's several confrontations with this monster, he had clearly found its only weakness. Every time it switched targets, there would be an extreme gap. During this gap, actions against the previous target would stall, while commands for the next target hadn't been fully executed. And at this moment, it would be the best opportunity to rescue the blood-clad Wraith. A strand of vengeful spirit hair was instantly driven by Lin En toward little baby, entangled by tentacles in the distance, then wrapped around its tongue tip. In that final gap, little baby suddenly pulled back with force. Squelch. The constantly regenerating body of the blood-clad Wraith was immediately dragged out of the monster's cocoon by a tremendous force. And Lin En's ghostly body was also pulled outward with the blood-clad Wraith by the immense force. Hope seemed just within reach. Lin En's pupils dilated, the surrounding black mist rumbling as if it were right in front of him. He stretched his hand forward with all his might. Ghost countermeasure activated. Devour process initiated. Highest priority. Target number 1. Buzz. In an instant, Lin En's flying body was suddenly restrained. Lin En's pupils were instantly frozen in place. The vengeful spirit hair snapped at the moment of the ghost countermeasure. Just short of that last second. And this second seemed to be the distance between life and death. The blood fiend's cloak was instantly shattered. His skin was immediately covered by countless flesh buds, the massive flesh walls suddenly tightened, and his body was twisted into a ball with a crack. His consciousness seemed to be on the brink of collapse. At this moment, it seemed no one would mourn for him, no one would grieve for his death. No one could even witness his demise. Is this really the end? Is this fate? Is a life just beginning to be cut short halfway? If that's the case. Almost crushed into a ball, Lin En struggled and twisted to raise his middle finger. Fuck you. Crack. 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 All the flesh growth potions he had in his arms were crushed under the immense pressure at the same moment. A large amount of potion began to spread within Lin En's flesh, twisted into a ball. It won't end like this. If there's truly no escape from death. Then before dying, I'll give you a big one. Ding. Your body has undergone level 3 mutation. Warning. Host has overdosed on flesh growth potion, mutation will become completely uncontrollable. Warning. Warning. Ding. Your body has undergone level 4 mutation. Ding. Your body has undergone level 6 mutation. Ding. Your body has undergone level 9 mutation. The mutation had become uncontrollable. In the next moment, the creature's body suddenly swelled, and countless bulges appeared on its exposed flesh. It was as if something inside it was desperately struggling, frantically trying to burst out. The outlines of human faces and tentacles continuously emerged on its body. Warning. Unknown mutation disorder encountered. Initiating highest level analysis structure. Initiating emergency full suppression. Target analysis. Target analysis successful. Initiating countermeasures. Warning. Target undergoing abnormal mutation. Analysis data invalid. Initiating secondary analysis. Secondary analysis successful. Initiating counter. Warning. Target undergoing new mutation. Analysis data invalid. Third deconstruction. Data invalid. Fourth deconstruction. Data invalid. Countless chaotic voices echoed wildly within the creature's body. Outside. Little baby, who had broken free due to the sudden mutation, opened its mouth wide, staring in shock at the grotesquely bulging and twisting creature. It had no idea what was happening. But it could clearly sense that at this moment, inside the creature's body, countless indescribable things were frantically proliferating. And it clearly discovered. All those countless indescribable things carried the aura of that human boy. Beside it. The half-shattered blood-clad Wraith, dragged out, suddenly opened her eyes. Under the effect of the powerful flesh growth potion, her shattered body rapidly recovered. This is. She hadn't had time to figure out what was happening. Her gaze was drawn to the grotesque form of the constantly twisting creature in the distance. And at that moment, she sensed the familiar aura inside the creature. Could it be? Her face turned pale, and she struggled to get up. Lin En. Unable to analyze. Information disorder. Target mutation efficiency exceeds core analysis load. Initiating highest level devour command. Initiating highest response measures. Evil spirit countermeasure initiated. Furnace mode initiated. Biological extermination mode activated. Devour. Hunt. Warning. Destruction. The flesh monster began to shriek madly. Countless arms grew from its body, piercing straight into itself. Warning. Affected by the flesh puppet's flesh proliferation, mutation is completely out of control. Warning. Severe external flesh interference. Mutation is spreading comprehensively. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Whoosh. Almost in that instant. Under the horrified gaze of the blood-clad Wraith and Big Tongue, a giant tentacle covered with hollow human faces burst out from the creature's body. Terrifyingly, the tentacle extended hundreds of meters high. A roar echoed through the sky. The immense power even made the entire street tremble. What? What is that? At this moment, even the blood-clad Wraith couldn't help but retreat in fear. Because she clearly saw that all the faces on the terrifying tentacle were identical to Lin N's. Twisted, chaotic, calamity. And in the next moment, the mutation occurred again. The creature's giant vertical pupil was suddenly pierced, and countless viscous and crimson fluids gushed out. Wah-wah dash. Terrifying cries of infants. From the viscous and crimson fluids, one embryo after another struggled out. And similarly, each infant's face was identical to Lin N's. Little baby's sanity value -50. Blood-clad Wraith's sanity value -40. At this moment, even the blood-clad Wraith was terrified by the horrifying scene. The fear that seemed to pierce your soul continuously polluted your vision. And this was just two calamities bursting forth. She clearly saw that inside the creature, countless more monsters were struggling and shrieking. Biological extermination initiated. Biological extermination initiated. Initiating emergency extermination. Urgent commands continuously issued from within the creature's body. The flesh monster struggled. One of its arms suddenly transformed into a giant dragon's head covered in tumors, spewing scorching dragon breath at the shrieking embryo-like infants on the ground. Whoosh! Terrifying flames rolled across the ground. Meanwhile, the arms growing from its body began to frantically entangle the tentacle covered with countless faces, tearing and hunting relentlessly. It almost became a full-scale melee. Warning! Unknown mutation bodies number 3, 4, and 5 about to burst forth. Biological extermination. Extermination. Squelch squelch. Almost at the moment the voice sounded. Several constantly twisting flesh conglomerates burst from the creature's back. Their features were chaotically glued to their bodies, and as soon as they appeared, they shrieked and bit into the creature's body. The creature was overwhelmed. Countless arms urgently began to deal with the new mutation bodies. The terrifying scene left the blood-clad Wraith pale. She quickly activated her Wraith vision. And when she saw the internal situation, she was even more horrified. Lin N. In fact, she could no longer discern Lin N's outline inside. Twisted within the creature's body was almost a mass of flesh undergoing continuous lethal mutations. Countless terrifying mutations, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged from that mass of flesh. Calamity. It was an unimaginable polluting calamity. Warning. Uncontrollable. Biological extermination failed. Target threat level increased to 0. Initiating emergency flesh reorganization. Initiating emergency contingency plan. The voice from within the creature grew increasingly urgent. And in the next moment, its entire body began to compress inward, emitting an uncontrollable, sustained high temperature, continuously compressing internally. It seemed to want to completely purge the internal mutations this way. Ding! Host's flesh is undergoing comprehensive invasion and devouring. Host's life is severely depleted. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Ding! Mutation failed, flesh severely disrupted by cellular interference, life form abnormal. Material composition abnormal. Warning! Host's body is undergoing unknown special mutation. Ding! Unknown level mutation appeared. Unknown level mutation generated will. Uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. And at that moment, The blood-clad Wraith's Wraith vision was suddenly cut off. But in that last moment before it was cut, she saw, as if something terrifying suddenly grew from the twisted flesh. And almost simultaneously, the creature's body suddenly swelled, continuously exuding viscous blood from every part. Warning. Special unknown mutation body appeared. Unable to analyze. Urgently accelerating reorganization process. Support us at. Target exhibiting strong hostility. Target exhibiting strong devouring desire. Flesh reorganization limited. Warning. Target beginning to consume the body. Evil spirit countermeasure failed. Flesh reorganization failed. Biological extermination failed. Target rapidly growing. Body loss rate 12%. 21%. 26%. Uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. In the outside world. Under the pale gaze of the blood-clad Wraith. The outer skin of the monster, which had been bulging, began to smooth out at a speed visible to the naked eye. But it didn't seem like suppression, it was more like something was devouring it from within. He ha 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 dash. A series of eerie children's giggles suddenly echoed from inside. This made the blood-clad Wraith's scalp tingle instantly. Her pupils trembled. Because this laughter was exactly the same as the one she emitted when her mind became chaotic during her transformation into battle form. For a moment, she had an incredibly terrifying suspicion. Something unimaginable was being born inside that monster. And among them were parts of the curse and body fragments she had previously been devoured. What is this? Crash. Crash. In the next moment, she suddenly saw the arms growing on that monster being pulled into its body as if something was dragging them from the inside. One after another. In just a blink of an eye, all its arms were forcibly pulled into its body. He ha 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 dash. And then the tentacle, covered with Lin N's faces, that had burst out from its body, was also abruptly pulled back into the monster by a tremendous force. Following that, countless terrifying embryos leaked out. Crunch crunch. The monster's insides continuously emitted horrifying chewing sounds. Blood-clad Wraith sanity value -10. Blood-clad Wraith sanity value -10. Warning, warning, all systems failing, body damage at 88%. Warning, target beginning to devour core, target beginning to devour. ZZZ, warning. The blood-clad Wraith's entire body trembled violently. The abruptly interrupted voice filled the blood-clad Wraith with an overwhelming, uncontrollable unease. Then she saw the monster's pupils rapidly dim, and its massive body slump to the side as if it had lost all its strength. It was as if something had completely hollowed it out from the inside just now. Click. A crack appeared on one side of the body. A blood-stained hand dangled out from the crack, twitched slightly, and then fell silent. The blood-clad Wraith stood there in a daze. For a moment, her mind went blank, completely at a loss. Until she quickly snapped back to reality, her breathing suddenly became rapid. That flesh puppet is dead. Meanwhile, in the dark world, within a high tower inverted on the ground. Boom. A massive explosion suddenly erupted from a facility at the base of the tower. The intense energy fluctuations instantly annihilated all living beings in that area. Warning, warning. Flesh puppet type 3 lost connection, target search in progress, body damage at 98%, total link failure. In the inverted tower, piercing warning sounds echoed continuously. Raging flames spread from the control facility, and numerous personnel with pale faces fled down the corridors. What happened? In the deepest part of the inverted tower, a gloomy and hoarse voice emanated from a massive container bubbling with steam. Master. The Type 3 flesh puppet we sent to hunt Bloodsaw and others has lost its connection. The backlash wave destroyed the control base of the Type 3 puppet. A figure in a black robe rushed urgently into the hall. Around the massive container, dozens of demon figures seated at large tables all had their expressions changed drastically. Are you kidding me? A demon, several meters tall, stood up, snarling. The Type 3 flesh puppet is the Demon Society's most advanced hunter, aside from root-level and monarch-level beings. Who else in this dark world could be its match? All the surrounding demons had dark, brooding expressions. Because, during this period, the destructive power and hunting capability displayed by the Type 3 flesh puppet were almost universally acknowledged. In these 3 days, almost all the rebels of the Demon Society who refused to return were hunted down by the Type 3 puppet. And 5 days ago, a flesh puppet they dispatched even confronted a monarch-level powerhouse. Though it was defeated, the opponent also had no effective means against their puppet. Bloodsaw. In the center of the hall, a hoarse voice sounded from the massive container. I know him. The original puppet was led by him and 4 other members of the 5-person council, but the current flesh puppet far surpasses that era. This novel is available on. He doesn't have the ability to destroy my perfect creation. Everyone's eyes flickered, all frowning deeply. Order. The hoarse voice sounded once more. Locate the coordinates where the Type 3 puppet lost connection, and dispatch the Predator Squadron and the number 4 Type 3 puppet to the target location for urgent reconnaissance. Obtain the most accurate intelligence at all costs. Yes. Everyone bowed their heads. Wandering Soul Alley. The street shrouded in black mist. The bloodclad Wraith quickly rushed to the monster, tearing it open at the crack with force. And upon seeing the scene inside, even she couldn't help but gasp. Her face turned pale. Because the monster's insides were almost completely hollowed out, leaving only a thin outer shell, with the inner walls covered in dense bite marks. Clearly. Not long ago, an indescribable terrifying mutation had occurred inside this monster. And now, all the mutated flesh had disappeared, making one wonder if it had all been devoured by something. Lin En, are you okay? She gritted her teeth, quickly shaking her head to cast aside the fear. She swiftly tore open the monster's shell, grabbed the hand, and forcefully pulled it out from the shell. Splash! A large amount of foul-smelling blood gushed out. Lin En's body, like a newborn baby, had long lost its clothing, yet strangely, his body was unscathed, with no parts missing. It was as if all the terrifying scenes that had just occurred had nothing to do with him. And the more normal it seemed, the more indescribably eerie and horrifying it felt to her. Never mind. Let's get out of here first. The blood-clad Wraith quickly hoisted him onto her back, gritting her teeth. Lin En leaned against her shoulder, eyes closed, his left hand dangling, swinging with inertia. But what no one noticed was that a long tongue suddenly slipped out from his palm, licking the bloodstains on the back of his hand, then quickly retracting. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, Blood Knight beyond expectations. You have received 20,000 skull coins, 5,000 base experience, and a unique special reward, function, Flesh Catastrophe. Ding! Your level has reached 10. Initiating the job change task. Additional experience will be temporarily stored and returned after the job change. After a long time, Lin En awoke groggily. He instinctively reached out to rub his eyes, yawned, and murmured. The day has broken, time to open the shop. But in that instant, memories of the previous night surged back like a tidal wave. His eyes snapped open, and he sat up straight in bed. Where is this? He looked around in astonishment. It was an elegant bedroom, the bed neatly made, a small white flower on the windowsill, and a large full-length mirror not far away. His memories quickly aligned with the surroundings. He recognized this as the blood-clad Wraith's room. Something's not right. He forcefully rubbed his aching head and frowned. Because he clearly remembered being devoured by that monster yesterday, his entire body twisted into a mass of flesh. But what happened afterward was a blur. Why am I here? Lin En quickly threw off the covers and stood up, examining the handsome young man in the large mirror with a frown. And my body is completely intact. Lin En hesitantly looked at his hands, feeling as if he were in a dream. Lin En, you're awake. In the downstairs living room. The blood-clad Wraith, busy in the kitchen, looked up in surprise as Lin En descended the stairs wrapped in a bedsheet. She rushed over in delight, grabbed Lin En by the neck, and pulled him close, asking urgently. "How are you? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Lin En hesitated. "What time is it now?" "It's already the second day." "And that monster?" Several minutes later. After listening to the bloodclad Wraith's account of waking up, Lin En frowned deeply. "You mean, after you regained consciousness yesterday, you saw a large number of malignant creatures growing inside that monster, and then it was dismembered from within?" The bloodclad Wraith stared at him and said. "Yes, after I dragged you out of that puppet, you were already in this state." Lin En's mind flashed back to the system prompt he heard before losing consciousness. Flesh growth potion. That's right. The system's final prompt informed him that the mutation had spiraled out of control. Apparently, during the time he was unconscious, a massive mutation had occurred within him. Could it be that the mutated parts of his body dismembered the monster from the inside? Lin En raised an eyebrow. For the full version, visit. But if that's the case, why is he perfectly fine now? Where's the monster's body? Lin En asked. In the backyard, the bloodclad Wraith said seriously, leaning on the table. After I dragged you out of it yesterday, I went back and brought it here. This powerful creation must be hiding some mystery. Lin En immediately stood up and said. Take me to see it. In the backyard. Lin En crouched down, frowning at the twisted, foul-smelling mass of flesh in the yard. It was almost impossible to discern the shape of the monster from yesterday. All that remained was a collapsed and twisted shell. Bite marks. Lin En reached out to touch the monster's inner wall, his expression thoughtful. The blood-clad Wraith nodded seriously and said, yes, this puppet was eaten from the inside by something, and from the situation at the time, there should have only been. She stared at Lin En. Lin En glanced at her and pondered, you don't think I ate it, do you? The blood-clad Wraith said seriously, I can't rule out that possibility, because you were mutating very severely at the time, and even some of the creatures that appeared made my heart race. Lin En's expression grew more contemplative. Because if that's true, then maybe he only appears normal now, but in reality, some latent mutation has already occurred. Without hesitation. He quickly opened his basic attribute interface. Lin En. Level, 10, pending job change. Race, human race, mutation. Strength, 22. Agility, 23. Intelligence, 26. Constitution, 51. Unassigned points, 4. Data added, sorry. Description, a crazed mutant apprentice at the Bloodsaw Apothecary, adept at navigating around powerful creatures and maintaining excellent interpersonal relationships. Although unable to change his nature as a shrewd merchant, his commendable qualities and fighting spirit in times of crisis are still worthy of praise. Mutation. Although the system unexpectedly provided a positive description, which was quite pleasing. But seeing the word mutation, Lin En's heart leaped into his throat. System. Explain. Where am I mutated? Lin En urgently asked in his mind. And at that moment. Ding. You have triggered the task, body's reaction. Task reward, 1000 skull coins, 500 base experience, 1 legendary reward. Task description, extensive use of flesh growth potion in a special environment has caused the host's body to merge with the flesh of the flesh puppet, resulting in a malignant special mutation. Task objective, find the body's mutation within half a day and discover a way to control it. Task failure, the mutation will completely replace the host, and the process is irreversible. Lin En. I asked you where I'm mutated, and you give me a task instead. System. Can't you just tell me where the mutation is? Ding. Please explore on your own, host. At this moment. Countless little girls riding grass mud horses galloped through Lin En's heart. He really wanted to grab this system, pin it down, and spank it 1,000 times. Ding. Please refrain from harboring malicious thoughts towards the system. The system has provided additional help. Please explore on your own. Here's an emoji for you, figure it out yourself. A section with high maternal content is omitted here. The next moment. Under the bewildered gaze of the bloodclad Wraith, Lin En suddenly stood up, turned around, and said calmly. "Sorry, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Let's meet again later." Lin En quickly dashed towards the door. The bewildered bloodclad Wraith said, "Huh." But just as Lin En rushed out, not 5 seconds later, Lin En came storming back, and right in front of the bloodclad Wraith, he picked up the empty shell of the flesh puppet and ran off with it. "I'm taking this useless flesh back to make potions. See you later." Huh. A few minutes later, carrying a large pile of flesh and wrapped only in a bedsheet, Lin En hurriedly returned to his apothecary. The hall was in ruins, a complete mess after yesterday's battle. Lin En wasted no time. He quickly retrieved the soul lantern, lit it, and hung it on the doorpost before rushing into the backyard. The attic and front hall were damaged. However, most of the backyard remained intact. The cellar was open. Clearly, little baby had returned. But Lin En had no time to deal with that guy now, his situation was extremely urgent. "Calm down, let me think." Lin En quickly composed himself, his mind racing. "If there's a mutation in the body, how should I handle it? I remember the teacher should have some books on this." Without further ado, Lin En swiftly rushed to the basement, kicked open the door, and hurried to his teacher's library. Normally, the teacher would never allow him in here. But now, the situation was critical. He had to quickly find out about the mutation in his body. Rustle, rustle. In the library, Lin En lit a candle, put on a monocle, his expression serious as he quickly flipped through a large number of books. Malignant cell mutations induced by radiation. 100 creepy curses leading to body distortion. Novel, The Unspoken Story of the Mutant Lolita and Her Tentacles. Guide, 35 Practical Ways to Tame Evil Spirits. Lin En dug out a large number of professional books from various hidden corners and quickly browsed through them. He read for over an hour. Snap. Lin En closed the book with a serious look. 100 methods, try each one first. If it doesn't work, take a risk. After thorough consideration, Lin En summarized the following points. First, the malignant mutation in his body should currently be in a dormant phase, or due to some special reason, it couldn't immediately revive and kill him. The logic was simple. If the mutation could revive now, the system wouldn't have given him a half-day time limit task. Second, it's uncontrollable and might have its own will. Third, the creature that was hollowed out should be the mutation currently in his body, possessing immense destructive power, which he certainly couldn't defeat. Fourth, the system had provided him with additional help. Lin En, with a calm expression, quickly opened the skill list. Infectious aura, curse diagnosis function, flesh catastrophe. Lin En's pupils instantly contracted. That's right. It was the skill he gained from completing the Blood Knight mission. Function, flesh catastrophe. Quality, special. Description, a power obtained through intense flesh restructuring and violent mutation, allowing the host to freely control their flesh for secondary restructuring and growth, with the ability limit depending on the host's constitution points. Flesh control. Lin En gazed deeply at his hands. It seemed that the life and death battle with that creature last night unexpectedly granted him a brand new special ability. No matter what. Let's test its effect first. Lin En immediately closed his eyes, focusing his will on a part of his body. Buzz. In an instant, Lin En's pupils dilated sharply. He felt it. He felt that wonderful change. Indeed. This ability truly allowed him to restructure his flesh as he wished. Holy crap, it's indeed bigger and more robust, this skill is awesome. Invincible. No. Lin En quickly calmed down. Now wasn't the time to think about these strange things or the peculiar uses of this skill. The top priority was determining the mutation inside his body. Moreover, not only determining it but also finding a way to suppress it. And if the creature from last night was devoured by the mutation, where would such a large amount of flesh be stored? His thin body certainly couldn't hold that much flesh. And he could clearly feel. His weight hadn't changed abnormally. Let's assume the flesh is still inside me and hasn't been metabolized out, just that the mutation's special existence makes me unable to perceive it. Lin N pondered. And since the mutation is still inside me, any anomaly in my body will surely affect it, as we're sharing the same body. If that's the case. Lin N squinted, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He silently turned his head, his gaze landing on a bottle in the corner. Barely visible, the words enemy, enemy, fear were written on it. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Oh. Let's do it. The next moment, Lin N, with a expression, grabbed the bottle of dichlorvos, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. This was the ultimate insecticide he had recreated based on memories from before his transmigration, after studying alchemy with his teacher for 2 years. Drinking it would surely cause severe diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, and various complications, making you wish for death. But a true man never fears dichlorvos. Warning. Post-life loss, abnormal buff acquired, dichlorvos poisoning. Taking advantage of his still active state, Lin En quickly dashed into the alchemy room, rummaging through drawers, and gathered all the expired potions he hadn't fed to little baby. Lin En squinted, popping open a potion bottle with a snap. Immediately, wisps of smoke shaped like skulls rose from the bottle. Even he didn't know what abnormalities these months' expired potions would cause. But let's do it. Gritting his teeth, Lin En tilted his head back, gulping down one bottle after another. Warning. Post-acquired abnormal buff, severe itching. Warning. Post-acquired abnormal buff, severe skin rash. Warning. Post-acquired abnormal buff, viral spread. The system alerts kept ringing in his ears. Lin En's idea was very simple. Since the mutation was part of him, and if it had its own will, he could surely force it out by pushing himself to the brink of death. And now, it was a test of whose willpower was stronger. Without further ado, Lin En quickly grabbed a bunch of materials from the warehouse, opened his teacher's alchemy book, and with a expression, flipped through the pages while throwing various materials into the pot. Gurgle, gurgle. With the fire blazing, the alchemy pot soon bubbled with colorful foam. Lin En bared his teeth, his eyes reflecting a slightly manic smile as he watched the bubbling potion, the multicolored light casting a terrifying glow on his face. Ding! You have concocted Toxic Plague Potion X1. Ding! You have concocted Severe Weakness Potion X1. Ding! You have concocted Malignant Virus Potion X1. Your alchemy experience +1. Your alchemy experience +1. The notifications echoed incessantly in Lin En's ears. In less than 2 hours, Lin En had concocted over a dozen terrifyingly strange potions according to the alchemy book. To improve the taste, he even dug up his teacher's decades-old treasured wine from the cellar. Everything was ready. Lin En brought out a rocking chair, placed it in the backyard, and lay down on it. A sip of virus potion, a sip of old wine, his expression, swaying up and down, feeling quite at ease. Ding! You are poisoned. Current health is rapidly declining, expected to depart this world in 20 minutes. Gulp. Ding! You took a recovery potion, health has been temporarily restored. Ding! The virus is wreaking havoc on your major organs, you are expected to die from various complications within 15 minutes. Gulp. Ding! You took 2 bottles of potion, health has been temporarily restored. Just a few minutes later. Lin En coldly smiled, spreading his arms, feeling the impact of countless indescribable complications within his body. There were over a dozen different types of pain alone, not to mention itching, burning, melting, cold, high fever, as if countless ants were crawling inside his body or someone was using a pump to pressurize his chest cavity. Every adverse reaction you could think of, he had them all. If this were a normal person, they'd have split open 10 times over. Lin En gritted his teeth with a cold smile. And now was the time to test his willpower. Lin En started the stopwatch. Set for 20 minutes. If nothing happens in 20 minutes, then another 20 minutes. Quickly. The first 20 minutes were about to end. Lin En still hadn't noticed anything unusual in his body besides these complications. Grinding his teeth, Lin En picked up bottle after bottle of recovery and antidote potions and poured them into his mouth. Bang! He slapped the table, grabbing the various potent poison potions beside him. Again. Time flew by. The second 20 minutes were nearing. His left hand twitched slightly, but Lin En didn't notice, because not only was his left hand shaking, his whole body was trembling. And it wasn't just shaking, his complexion was constantly shifting through red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Again. Lin En weakly reached out, shakily taking another antidote potion. The third 20 minutes. Lin En was already, winky face, lying stiffly on the rocking chair, all sorts of terrifying complications erupting simultaneously, comparable to the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. And his left hand had started twitching continuously. It seemed a yellowish liquid was seeping from his hand. But in his, winky face, state, Lin En was completely unaware of the anomaly in his left hand, as there was no part of his body that wasn't abnormal. He had nearly torn himself apart with the potions. Again. Lin En could no longer speak. But he still stubbornly picked up a bottle of pesticide, ready to pour it into his mouth. Finally, as the fourth 20 minutes approached, a noticeably trembling system notification finally sounded in Lin En's ear. Ding! Your fear level plus 10. His left hand had already turned palm up, with a cut in the palm bubbling with white foam, twitching occasionally. But in his, winky face, state, Lin En could no longer hear it. He had almost, probably, overdosed himself. Again. I can still, do. Lin En, winky face, shakily reached out, trying to grab the pesticide bottle placed far away. And the system notifications in his ear suddenly became urgent. Ding! Your fear level plus 10. Ding! Your fear level plus 11. Ding! Your fear level plus 12. Almost uncontrollably, his left hand trembled, grabbing the rocking chair's arm, wrapping around it twice, and a cut opened in the palm. Gag! Countless bubbles spewed from the hand's embarrassed face, mouth. Clearly, it was no longer viable. Overdosed. But in his, winky face, state, Lin En was completely short-circuited, dragging the chair, crawling forward to grab that bottle of pesticide. This showed just how immense his obsession was. I can still. System. Left hand, omega. Ding. Your fear level plus 15. Ding. Your fear level plus 20. As Lin En was about to reach for the pesticide, his left hand finally panicked, crawling in the opposite direction in terror, constantly bubbling white foam from its palm, leaving a long, sticky white trail on the ground. Overdosed. Is this host a pervert? It had never seen a source trying to off itself so hard before. Antidote. Can't take it anymore. 0q no. Finally, the trembling left hand stretched forward, extending the wrist to reach the antidote bottle, opening it forcefully, pouring it into the mouth in the palm. Halfway through. It instinctively turned, looking at Lin En on the other side. Left hand, no. Omega. It instantly freaked out. While it was taking half the antidote, Lin En on the other side was already gulping down the pesticide. Gulp. And at a much faster rate than it was taking the antidote. This was a disaster. The whole hand was about to split open. Ding! Your fear level plus 10. Ding! Your fear level plus 10. At this moment, time was life. The left hand quickly grabbed the antidote bottle, trembling as it poured it into its mouth. It wasn't too afraid of these poisons, but no matter how fearless, it couldn't withstand the host forcefully pouring them into the body. Pouring large doses to the point of death, even without illness, would create one. Finally. After finishing a bottle of antidote. The left hand embarrassed face, drooped its tongue, hanging limply in place, wanting to recover. But the next moment, it suddenly felt the wicked body behind it start moving again. Huh! It instinctively trembled, turning the hand. Then it saw, the winky face, Lin En, who had overdosed himself, was struggling to crawl on the ground, reaching for an unopened bottle of poison among a pile of bottles and jars. Such determination to overdose himself would make anyone tear up. Left hand, no. Omega. Ding. Your fear level plus 20. Ding. Your fear level plus 20. At this moment, the left hand finally grabbed a nearby post with all its might. Desperately shouting. No. 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 Because. I really can't take it anymore. Even though I ate so many strange things at night, I just wanted to digest them properly. But then you suddenly poured in so many weird pesticides. If it was just a little, I could have endured it. But. He poured a massive dose, enough to kill. If I really died, it would be one thing, but this guy keeps me teetering on the edge of life and death. It's bullying. Too much bullying. With his left hand gripping the pillar tightly, no matter how much the body behind him tried to crawl forward, he held on for dear life. Meanwhile, the drugged Lin En, winky face, continued to shuffle forward. That immense willpower, even after blacking out, still steadfastly carried out the will he had before losing consciousness. Let go, drug. Lin En muttered unconsciously, foaming at the mouth. No letting go. No drugs. The left hand shouted. For a moment. Both sides entered a long, heated stalemate. At this point, letting go would be the end. After tens of minutes of this deadlock, Lin En finally saw small whirlpools spinning in his eyes, reaching out a trembling hand towards the bottle of pesticide, but just a few centimeters away, he collapsed to the ground. Foaming at the mouth, a wisp of smoke drifted from his head. Unable to achieve his goal, his heart was filled with regret. Just 2 centimeters short. A desolate death. Lin En finally overdosed himself into spasms. Embarrassed face. Gag dash. And the left hand, unable to hold on any longer, trembled and slid down from the pillar, leaving a long trail of foam. But it didn't fall. It remained strong. It embarrassed face, dragged the foaming, convulsing, smoking body behind it, extending its 5 fingers, foaming and trembling as it crawled arduously towards the alchemy room. 1 finger at a time, stumbling. A long trail of foam was left behind its hand. The thirst for life and struggle was vividly displayed at this moment. Drug 0Q, antidote, sob. Finally. The trembling left hand dragged the smoking body into the alchemy room, then arduously climbed onto the shelf, trembling as it unscrewed the cap of a restorative potion. Gulp. Gulp. Finally, having exhausted all its strength, after consuming all the potions it could find. That left hand flipped over, foaming like Lin En, completely embarrassed face. Who knows how much time passed. Ding. Your poison resistance +1. Ding. Your poison resistance +1. Ding. You've achieved a milestone, poison jar, gaining 300 base experience. Ding. You've achieved a milestone, drugs won't kill me, gaining 300 base experience. Poison jar, a special achievement, obtained by surviving over 500 poisonings in a short time, granting a permanent attribute boost, all attributes +1, poison resistance +10. Drugs won't kill me, a special achievement, obtained by surviving over 200 types of lethal poisons in a short time, granting a permanent boost, all attributes +2, constitution +5, poison resistance +5. Under the bombardment of numerous system notifications, Lin En finally groggily opened his eyes. Rubbing his temples, which felt like they were about to explode, Lin En grimaced as he got up from the ground, feeling as if his entire body didn't belong to him. Did I manage to drug out that mutant? He struggled to get up but immediately fell back to the ground. His body was too weak. As weak as if he'd just gone through dozens of intense exercises. Lin En shook his head, trying hard to recall what happened before he passed out, his consciousness still somewhat muddled, his head heavy. But he vaguely remembered. At the end of his blackout, he seemed to have seen something unusual with his body, like a part of him moved on its own. What was it? Lin En rubbed his eyes, trying hard to remember. But he didn't notice that the left hand resting on his leg suddenly twitched. Then, with a twist, it turned palm up, the mouth on its palm gasping and murmuring. Saved, saved. In an instant. Lin En's body stiffened. His rigid gaze fell on his left hand, which was gasping on his leg. A screen instantly appeared before his eyes. Race, anomalous mutation. Attribute, lawful evil. Level, none. Combat ability, strong devouring desire, currently in a weakened state. Description, a special mutation born from a series of coincidences on a young human, incorporating parts of flesh puppet type 3, the heart of the faceless demon, fragments of a wraith aggregate, etc., coexisting with the host, powerful, but particularly hates pesticides. The left hand also instantly noticed Lin En's gaze, focusing its attention there. Though it had no eyes, there was an inexplicable feeling of eye contact. For a moment, the surroundings fell into a brief silence. Lin En's sanity value -10. Left hand sanity value -9. And in the next moment, Lin En's left hand suddenly opened its massive maw, revealing sharp teeth, and like a beast, viciously lunged at Lin En's head. I'll eat you. Lin En almost simultaneously reacted, gritting his teeth, grabbing his left wrist with his right hand, and pushing back with all his might. I remember now. It was the left hand that mutated. No wonder I couldn't get the drugs when I wanted them, ***. With a crash. Lin En was knocked to the ground by the immense force. The left hand's maw grew larger and more ferocious, its sharp teeth snapping at the air in front of it. In this moment of crisis, Lin En's fierce spirit surged. He rolled, gripping the left wrist tightly, gritting his teeth, and fought back relentlessly. No. This mutant strength is too great. If this continues, I'll probably have my head bitten off by this guy. I must think of something. Right. There's that. In an instant, the ability he just acquired flashed in his mind. Ability, Flesh Catastrophe. Buzz. Lin En immediately focused his consciousness on his left hand, gritting his teeth, and boldly activated the skill. In an instant, blood surged in his arm, flesh frantically writhing. But he immediately felt a massive repulsion from the left hand, resisting his control. Clearly. This was the will of the mutant. You actually have such a vile ability, you want to control this lady, I'll eat you. Ah duh. Snap 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 snap. The teeth snapped forward more frantically. Even though Lin En didn't fully control the left hand, he managed to curb its attack, significantly reducing the pressure on his right hand. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google. UXXUXX. You can even talk. I'll fight you to the end. Let's see who takes out whom today. Damn. Lin En was furious, about to explode. Lin En clutched his left hand, rolling around incessantly. For a moment, the entire room was in chaos and disorder. Stop bragging. You vile creature. Just because you're attached to me doesn't mean I won't dare to act against you. You brat. Lin En forcefully pressed his left hand to the side, gritting his teeth, come on. Do you think I'm afraid of a hand? This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. A little mutation dares to be so arrogant. No matter what, today it must be destroyed, even if it means losing this left hand. Without a second thought, Lin En used all his strength, charging towards a wall, slamming his left hand against it. Lin En's health -1. S health -1. You dare hit me, take this. Swish. In an instant. The tongue from the left hand's mouth extended several times its length, shooting straight towards Lin En's face. Clearly, if that terrifying tongue hit him, even if he didn't die, it would leave a huge hole. As the tongue was about to pierce through Lin En, he seized the moment and viciously opened his mouth. Crunch. Left hand, omega omega, wah dash. Lin En bit down on the tongue. S health -10. Lin En's health -10. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin En gritted his teeth and dashed into the neighboring operating room. He grabbed a machete, raised it fiercely, and aimed to slice his left hand in two. Dewa, you, dash. But at this critical moment, the left hand forcefully flicked its tongue, sending Lin En tumbling backward to the ground. The machete fell heavily to the floor with a crisp sound. But Lin En's determination was already ignited. Today, one of them must die. Without hesitation, Lin En grabbed the machete from the ground. The left hand was not to be outdone. Biting its teeth, it grabbed a scalpel from the operating table. Come on. Let's hurt each other. Clang. Clang. The two blades clashed instantly, sparks flying, the sound of drums and bells ringing. Lin En pressed forward relentlessly, saying, "You're done for. Today, I'll chop you off and preserve you in a jar as a specimen." The left hand, pressed back with equal force, saying, "Try it." Flower Q. Clang. Clang. For a moment, Lin En and his left hand swung their blades fiercely, neither showing mercy as they hacked at each other. The blades clashed repeatedly, sparks exploding in all directions. They fought from the operating room to the alchemy room, from the alchemy room to the front hall, and finally from the front hall to the backyard, locked in a fierce and indecisive battle. Ding! Your combat ability +1. Ding! Your combat ability +1. Ding! Your combat ability +1. After battling his left hand for over 10 minutes. Clang! Their blades clashed once more, entering another tense standoff. I'll give you one chance. If you voluntarily leave my body now, I'll spare your life. I should be the one saying that. If you obediently let me eat your head, I'll let you go. Looks like there's no negotiating. Who wants to negotiate with you? I'll kill you. Clang. Clang. In the heat of the battle, the two blades collided heavily, the massive recoil sending both weapons flying. The more agile left hand seized the opportunity, opening its massive mouth, attempting to engulf Lin En's head. Eat you. In this moment of crisis, Lin En couldn't care less. He thrust his right arm into the gaping maw, using all his strength to hold its jaws apart, preventing it from biting off his neck. Once again, the battle reached a stalemate. You're done for. The left hand swung forcefully, viciously pushing Lin En to the ground, but Lin En finally managed to pull his head out of its mouth. Watching that ferocious maw flail wildly in front of him, Lin En gritted his teeth. Who's done for is still uncertain. In this critical moment, lying on the ground, Lin En suddenly spotted a bottle of pesticide among a pile of jars, perfectly preserved. In an instant, Lin En felt like he saw the light. Yes. This seems to be the bottle left before he blacked out. At this moment, Lin En gritted his teeth, rolled over, and precisely bit onto the bottle of pesticide, then flipped over, pinning the swollen giant left hand beneath him. In that instant, the left hand saw the vicious cold smile on Lin En's face. It also saw the bottle of pesticide clamped in his mouth. Left hand, wah, omega omega. S fear level +10. S fear level +10. You can't open the bottle cap. Don't delude yourself. The left hand, omega omega, twisted forcefully. Is it so? Lin En sneered. Under the left hand's watchful gaze, Lin En activated the flesh catastrophe. A tiny hand slowly grew on his cheek, and right before its eyes. Pop. He pulled out the stopper of the pesticide bottle. Left hand, wah, omega omega. In an instant. Amidst the left hand's high-pitched screams of terror, the entire bottle of pesticide gurgled into its mouth. Choke on it. I'll choke you. No way. No way. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. After a dozen seconds. Hic. The left hand lay hollow, hiccuping incessantly. Its mouth was filled with a sticky, strange liquid, fishy and hard to swallow. It was filled. Ding. Host, you've acquired an abnormal status, pesticide poisoning, mild. Warning. Warning. The pesticide you've ingested has triggered a reaction with residual toxins in your body, the toxicity is rebounding. Ding. Your abnormal status, pesticide poisoning, mild, has escalated to pesticide poisoning, severe. Lin En was stunned. Buzz. Lin En's expression turned hollow. No, no. He forgot. If poisoning himself affects the mutation, then poisoning the mutation means he also. In an instant. Gurgle. His stomach churned. A massive wave of nausea surged from every capillary in his body. His complexion turned from pale to red, red to purple, purple to green. Lin En. The left hand muttered hollowly, "You foolish host, poisoning me, you also have to. Left hand." In an instant, Lin En turned sharply, forcefully pushing open the cellar door, and vomited violently inside. Ugh. Ugh. Ding. Little baby's favorability -10. Ding. Little baby's favorability -10. In an embarrassed face, state, the left hand struggled to climb up, grabbing the nearby knife, trembling as it aimed to strike Lin En. Kill you. Kill you, you vile creature. Daring to poison me with such terrifying pesticide, I must kill. Left hand. At that moment, the left hand could no longer hold back, collapsing beside Lin En, embarrassed face, and also vomiting into the cellar. After I finish vomiting, I'll kill you. Ugh. Ding. Little baby's anger +10. Ding. Little baby's anger +10. After vomiting for over 10 minutes. Lin En lay exhausted by the cellar, trembling all over, gasping for breath, his face deathly pale. His left hand was also embarrassed face, sprawled on the cellar edge, its long tongue hanging down, completely numb from vomiting. Truce. Lin En panted. Let me catch my breath, then I'll chop you. Agreed. The left hand embarrassed face, replied, drooping. I have no appetite for you now, I'll eat you later. After half an hour of peace and quiet, Lin En leaned against the edge of the cellar with his eyes closed and sighed, how about, we try to coexist peacefully for now. What do you think? The left hand, replied, seems like a good suggestion. There's no point in fighting like this. I agree. Having two consciousnesses in one body isn't that hard to accept when you think about it. Yes. A brief silence. Clang. Two knives clashed instantly. Sparks flew as Lin En angrily exclaimed, I knew you were going to ambush me. Good thing I reacted quickly. I can't believe you're so despicable. The left hand pressed the knife forward forcefully, saying, You're the one trying to chop me off when I'm not paying attention. You're the despicable one. I'll kill you. You're finished. Clang clang clang. The man and his hand resumed their fierce knife fight. And at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sound of knocking on the doorframe outside. Is anyone in the shop? I need treatment. Ding. You have triggered a mission, diagnose the illness. Mission reward, 200 skull coins, 100 base experience, special reward X1. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Lin En immediately snapped back to reality. While fiercely clashing knives with his left hand, he shouted. Coming. Please come in, customer. Without another word. Lin En quickly dashed to the operating room, hurriedly put on his pants, and threw on a white coat. If it weren't for the customer, I'd chop you up right now. You despicable guy, I'd chop you up first. Clang. Clang. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. Lin En rushed to the front hall and immediately saw a figure with a goat's head and a human body entering through the door. Goat-headed monster. Race, aberrant creature. Attribute, chaotic neutral. Level, 69. Combat ability, strong melee capabilities. Description, aberrant creatures wandering in the dark world. They consider themselves the offspring of the indescribable black goat of the woods, Shub-Niggurath, but most people think this is far-fetched, as they are undoubtedly not much different from other creatures like the pork demon or dog-headed monster in this world. As Lin En saw him, the goat-headed monster also spotted the human youth running over from the corridor. He was momentarily stunned. He didn't quite understand what this human with 2 knives meant. Was it a robbery? He instinctively looked at the tattered shop entrance with the large words, Bloodsaw Apothecary. This should be an apothecary, right? And in the next moment. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing blades instantly startled him. He widened his eyes, watching the human with 2 knives hacking left and right, instinctively swallowing and saying, welcome. Lin En instantly turned his head, seamlessly switching to a friendly professional smile, and said, I'm the clerk here. Since the boss is out, I'm the boss. What can I do for you, customer? Then he turned his head again, clashing knives with his left hand. Goat-headed monster sanity value -1. The goat-headed monster was shocked, swallowed, and instinctively leaned against the doorpost, wide-eyed, saying, I'm an outsider, and, I think I'm a bit sick. I heard people here are simple and honest, and I happened to pass by, so, I thought I'd see if I could find a doctor. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Lin En instantly turned his head, seamlessly switching to a kind smile, and said, Then you've come to the right place. To be honest, there's no other shop for miles around, just our apothecary. Rest assured. No matter what illness you have, I guarantee you'll be cured. Clang, clang, clang. Lin En instantly turned back, fiercely suppressing his left hand. The sparks from the blades made the goat-headed monster's heart tremble. Something's not right. Something's definitely off. This apothecary feels different from a normal one. He trembled, sticking to the wall, wide-eyed, retreating, and said, well. I think maybe you, the boss, have other matters to attend to. Perhaps I should come back another day. Saying this, he immediately turned around. Swoosh. A knife instantly grazed the goat-headed monster's forehead and embedded itself in the wall in front of him. Goat-headed monster, Omega Omega. Just 2 centimeters away. Goat-headed monster sanity value -5. Goat-headed monster sanity value -5. Sorry. Lin En apologized profusely. He quickly dodged the knives slashing from his left hand, swiftly ran to the goat-headed monster's side, pulled out the embedded knife, and clashed knives fiercely with his left hand again. Lin En took a moment to turn his head, showing an apologetic expression, and said, Sorry, I slipped a bit. I hope I didn't scare you. The goat-headed monster's legs trembled, stammering, no. No. I mean, did you really just slip? It didn't seem like it. Because it felt like the knife was thrown because he showed signs of wanting to leave. It was indeed a slip. To be precise, I got a bit distracted when I heard you wanted to leave, which affected my judgment, causing the knife to accidentally fly out. Lin En explained apologetically. Goat-headed monster, Omega Omega. Really? Why does this reason sound so far-fetched? Don't be afraid, please come in. To be honest, you're our first customer today, which makes me a bit excited. Lin En kindly made way, using his foot to pull out a chair from the broken counter, and said gently. Although our shop has just been renovated, I assure you, apart from being a bit simple, we have everything a medical shop should have. Rest assured, you'll have a pleasant shopping experience. Clang, clang, clang. Lin En instantly turned his head, clashing knives with his left hand again. Goat-headed monster, stunned. Can it really be pleasant? Why do I feel uncertain? The goat-headed monster swallowed, trembling, can I go out for a walk first? I feel like stepping in with my left foot first was a bit rude. Lin N showed a regretful expression and said. Is that so? Are you not planning to get treated here? The goat-headed monster stammered, if I say yes, what will happen? Lin N showed a friendly smile and said, of course, nothing will happen, because the customer is always right, and God has the right to choose. Saying this, Lin N instantly turned his head, wielding his knife, slashing at his left hand with even more ferocity than before. Chop you to pieces. I'll X your X, chop you to pieces. Goat-headed monster, winky face. Goat-headed monster sanity value -5. Goat-headed monster sanity value -5. Why does he have two faces? Something's not right. Why is he talking to himself about chopping me to death with such harsh words? Logically, it seems like I'm the only other person here. Is he hinting at something by beating around the bush? Is this wandering soul alley? The people here are so simple and honest, damn. The goat-headed monster glanced nervously at the door. Then looked again at the two sparking knives in his hands, which he was using to fight himself. After weighing the pros and cons, it decided to wait and see. With its legs tightly together, it sat on the stool, its trembling hands resting on its knees. The goat-headed monster stammered, Boss, may I ask, why are you fighting with two knives? Are you practicing some powerful combat technique? For the full version, visit. Lin N was taken aback. No, I just purely want to chop off my left hand, hee hee. The goat-headed monster shuddered, stammering, "Why?" Lin N turned his head and started hacking at his left hand, saying, I can't tell you much, but you just need to know that this hand is no good, it eats people. It just tried to eat me, and if I don't restrain it, it might even want to eat you, the customer. He instantly turned his head, seamlessly switching to a friendly smile, saying. Of course, you can rest assured, with me here, it won't harm you. Ding. Goat-headed monster shiver level +10. Ding. Goat-headed monster shiver level +10. The goat-headed monster, Omega, sat on the small stool, legs clamped together, trembling. Really? Really? Why does it always feel like you're hinting at wanting to kill me? You can't bully an outsider like me. Even if my IQ is low, you can't insult me like this. This is a black market. If I don't leave quickly, I'm really afraid I'll end up here. And how could there still be humans running shops in the dark world? Just a little thought and you'd know it's not normal. Because normal humans couldn't possibly be so at ease. Leave. It finally had this thought again. Boss. It said, winky face, when do you plan to treat me, or should you go prepare? Lin N was taken aback, then immediately beamed with joy, kindly saying. You finally chose to be treated at our store. That's great, customer, you've made a very wise choice. You won't have to wait long, I'll diagnose you right away. Saying this, Lin N turned to face his left hand with the knife, quickly rummaging through the counter for his stethoscope. Clang. Clang. Winky face. Diagnose my ass. You clearly want to kill me. It's written all over your face. If I stay any longer, I really have a mental problem. Black market. I'm out of here. Taking advantage of the time when Lin N turned his back. It immediately stood up quickly, trying not to make any noise, and tiptoed towards the door. But just then, a loud clang came from behind. Followed by a loud shout. Trying to run? Go ahead, run. You think you can escape? Whoosh. Whoosh. The sound of something slicing through the air. This wandering soul alley is full of my good neighbors, if I can't chop you, I'll have my neighbor's sister do it later. The goat-headed monster instantly, winky face, stopped in its tracks, not daring to move. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -10. That. You think holding a knife makes you my match? Let me tell you, the hands I've chopped off could circle wandering soul alley dozens of times. The goat-headed monster instantly, quickly withdrew its hand from the knife hilt at its waist. No. I was just habitually touching it. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -10. You better watch out, ominous, there's a long way to go. If you behave, I might not chop you for now, but if you don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin En held the knife across his chest, gritting his teeth, dangerously confronting his left hand, which was also holding a knife. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -30. Taking advantage of this gap, he immediately turned his head, smiling, pointing the knife at the stethoscope, kindly saying, "Customer, we can start now." And the goat-headed monster, who had somehow returned, sat tightly with its legs together on the small stool, quickly nodding, trembling. "Okay. I'll listen to you, boo-hoo." A few minutes later, the goat-headed monster trembled as it sat in front of the counter, one hand shakily pressing one end of the stethoscope to its chest as Lin En instructed. Opposite the counter, the human boy had his eyes closed. His left and right hands still pressed against the knives, clearly in a phase of struggle. But it was obviously much better than the intense knife fight earlier. After listening for a while, Lin En's brow furrowed slightly. Instantly, the goat-headed monster's heart jumped. It said, "Winky face, doctor, did you find something bad?" Right now, it wasn't worried about anything. It was just worried about when this doctor would stand up and take its kidney. It really wanted to say, "Goat kidneys aren't tasty at all." "Really?" Lin En said seriously, "Your heartbeat is a bit irregular, it seems you were recently frightened, causing your adrenaline to spike. If that's all, it's not a big deal." Goat-headed monster, winky face. "Do you have no clue what scared me? You're bringing it up now." It looked up, its gaze steady as it looked at his face, saying, "But I see your forehead is dark, your eyes are dull, and your lips are a bit purple, which is likely a sign of poisoning. If you're poisoned and then frightened, causing rapid blood circulation, it could be life-threatening." Goat-headed monster, Omega. Are you kidding me? Is this doctor kidding me? Have you been to any places with heavy miasma before? The goat-headed monster stammered, "I went to a swamp." "Were you attacked by anything?" The goat-headed monster stammered as it rolled up its sleeve, revealing scratches on its arm, saying, "I wasn't attacked, just scratched by the vines inside, I bandaged it and didn't think much of it." Ding! Assisting diagnosis, special toxin, human-faced vine, has been added to the database. Clang clang clang. Lin En quickly, faced off against his left hand, which was trying to sneak attack. Then immediately turned his head, quickly browsing the information provided by the system. His expression switched to calm, saying, "Human-faced vine, a highly toxic plant that grows in damp, cold places, usually lurking underground, then ambushing passing creatures. But the toxin of the human-faced vine has a long incubation period, generally not life-threatening." The goat-headed monster stammered, "What about in unusual cases?" Lin En, faced off against his left hand, quickly browsing the information, saying, "First, avoid being frightened, avoid letting your heart race, keep a calm and peaceful mind to prevent high blood pressure." And just as Lin En was distracted for a moment, crash! Under the goat-headed monster's gaze, his left hand suddenly swelled several times, revealing sharp teeth, and instantly engulfed Lin En's head. Goat-headed monster, Omega, mommy. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -10. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -10. Second. Lin En used flesh catastrophe to quickly harden his neck, preventing it from being bitten off. Then he extended his foot, forcefully propping open the lower jaw of the left hand's giant mouth, pushing outward. Lin En said, "If the toxin has already spread, the body will gradually emit a strange fragrance, and at this time, it's particularly likely to trigger the devouring desire of evil creatures. But fortunately, our apothecary is very safe, with no evil creatures." Slurp. Slurp. The goat-headed monster, emitting a strange fragrance, winky face, sat there. The several-meter-long sticky tongue hanging from the giant mouth of the left hand unconsciously licked its cheek. Goat-headed monster's fear level +50. Goat-headed monster's fear level +50. Third. Lin En struggled to raise 3 fingers on his right hand, quickly browsing the information provided by the system. If the strange fragrance has fully appeared and attracted evil creatures, then immediate bloodletting treatment is necessary, delaying even a minute could be life-threatening. In a winky face state, the goat-headed monster immediately pulled out a small knife. Stabbed it into the major artery in its leg. Blood immediately spurted out. Wait a minute. Lin En extended his hand, saying, I misread it. You should drink a lot of water and recovery potions to suppress the toxin accumulation. Bloodletting is a quick way to end it, not advisable. Goat-headed monster. It, Omega, looked at Lin En. Then, Omega, looked at the knife stuck in its leg and the spurting major artery. Why didn't you say so earlier? Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already stabbed it. Finally. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Lin En forcefully pulled his head out of the large mouth on his left hand. Using his right hand, he firmly restrained the giant mouth on his left hand and saw the goat-headed monster's bleeding thigh, exclaiming urgently. Dear customer, although I mentioned that bloodletting is a quick way to relieve yourself, there's really no need to be so hasty and cut yourself. Aren't you here seeking treatment? Why are you in such a rush to find relief? The goat-headed monster was already at a loss for words. Damn it. Damn it. I never intended to find relief. If you had finished your sentence in one go, I wouldn't have stabbed myself. He pointed at his bleeding thigh. The goat-headed monster kept gesturing frantically. Stop it. Stop the bleeding. It's gushing out. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -10. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -10. Have you changed your mind? Do you also think living is better? I'm really relieved to see you change your opinion. Lin En, with a serious expression, quickly extended his foot. With precise footwork. He pressed down on the gushing artery with one swift move. SSSSS. The gushing blood was instantly halted. The goat-headed monster immediately slumped down, sweat pouring down its dazed face. Can I not get treated here? How about sparing me this time? I swear, if I ever see you again, I'll definitely go the other way, really. Tears of grievance fell from its wide eyes. Goat-headed monster's breakdown value +10. Goat-headed monster's breakdown value +10. Lin En said despondently, I'm sorry, I'm still a novice, and I've given you some unpleasant experiences. But once you leave this place, there isn't another apothecary for hundreds of miles. The goat-headed monster trembled, tears streaming down, there must be. Lin En hesitated, there really isn't. There used to be, but now they're all soaking in the specimen room in the backyard. He pointed to the specimens soaking in the back. At this moment, the goat-headed monster finally broke down completely, and a once tough guy finally burst into tears. He thought of his parents. Thought of his 3 years of wandering. Thought of the child in the letter who was already 2 years old and waiting to be fed. And now he was about to meet his end in this black market. He cried even more desperately. Don't cry, leave it to me. I'm a doctor, and I promise you'll walk out of here healthy. Lin En tried to comfort him. Besides, the poison from the human-faced vine isn't particularly strong. In a sense, it's a slow-acting poison, and as long as you find the right potion to neutralize it, it's quite easy to eliminate. He used his ability to create tentacles, retrieving a large number of potions from the counter. Then, in front of him, he quickly mixed several potions in the right proportions. After the initial configuration was complete, Lin En squinted, slowly splitting the tentacles, holding a syringe, watching the liquid ooze from the sharp needle. Let me give you an injection first. A few injections in, and while it might not be an instant cure, it'll definitely make you feel full of energy. I'm going in. The goat-headed monster instantly extended its hand, trembling, wait a minute. Splat. Bah. Ding. Goat-headed monster's fear level +10. Ding. Goat-headed monster's fear level +10. A few minutes later. The goat-headed monster leaned dazedly against the chair, its body filled with a dozen or so syringes of various sizes, and the wound on its thigh had been bandaged. Lin En used his tentacles to tie a bow on its thigh, saying, "How is it? Isn't the effect excellent? The potion I prepared for you is a special antidote developed by my teacher specifically for the human-faced vine's poison. Coming to our Bloodsaw Apothecary was definitely the right choice. I'm telling you, other places might not have the same efficacy as we do here." The goat-headed monster leaned there dazedly, feeling the weakness in its body slowly receding. It was indeed strange. After a dozen injections. Although mentally it had taken a huge hit, the abnormal weakness and drowsiness in its body had been greatly suppressed. Even the strange fragrance emanating from its body had gradually faded. Could it be? This isn't actually a murderous black market, but a legitimate apothecary? Was I mistaken? The goat-headed monster asked dazedly, "You're not planning to heal me first and then dissect me, are you?" Lin En restrained his left hand, which wanted to eat him, and said, "How could that be? Our Bloodsaw Apothecary always adheres to the principle that the customer is king. As long as you have money, not to mention dissecting you, you could dissect me." Ding. Your soothing experience +1. Ding. Your soothing experience +1. Ding. The goat-headed monster's spirit has been greatly comforted, and you are successfully progressing towards becoming a competent doctor who can reassure people. The goat-headed monster let out a small sigh of relief, saying dazedly, What if I don't have money?" Buzz. The entire apothecary fell silent instantly. Even the left hand that was gnashing its teeth, wanting to eat Lin En, stopped. Lin En paused, picked up a knife, and said, "No money?" The goat-headed monster instantly bristled in fear. Ding. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -1. Ding. Goat-headed monster's sanity value -1. Yes. Yes. I definitely have. Lots of it. With the fastest speed of his life, he pulled out bag after bag of skull coins from his pocket. The speed was so fast it almost left afterimages. Seeing the clinking coins, Lin En's face immediately showed a friendly expression, saying, "You really scared me, don't joke around like that. I thought you were here to get free treatment. I was already thinking about which part of you to cut, my heart almost jumped out, ahaha." The goat-headed monster said nervously, Is that so? Ha, ha. Goat-headed monster's blood pressure +1. Goat-headed monster's blood pressure +1. He quickly changed the subject, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, "By the way, I have to say, the effect of your potion is really good. In just a few minutes, I feel much better than before." Lin En counted the money, his face showing a satisfied smile, saying, "Of course, my teacher used to cultivate this kind of poison on a large scale, so he naturally has some insights on how to treat it. You could say, in the entire Dark Realm, only our store has the special antidote for the human-faced vine." Is that so? The goat-headed monster wiped his sweat, saying, "Then if other creatures elsewhere get poisoned by this, it would really be a troublesome thing." Lin En said, "Don't worry about that, besides this place, there won't be any of this poison elsewhere." The goat-headed monster froze there. For some reason. He felt there was some special logical relationship hidden within. "Dear guest. We've tallied up your bill. You received 21 injections, each costing 100 coins, totaling 2,100 coins. We'll throw in the arterial bandage for free. I counted, and you have 1 black skull coin and 700 skull coins on your table. You're still short by 400 coins." Lin En maintained a gentle smile. The goat-headed monster instinctively patted its pouch and then placed a small bag of coins on the table. Lin En nodded and smiled, "You're still 100 coins short." The goat-headed monster immediately searched itself thoroughly. Buzz. In an instant. The goat-headed monster went blank. No more. A brief silence. Lin En pushed a catalog in front of it and said seriously, "Take a look. We accept more than just money for payment. The goat-headed monster glanced at the catalog Lin En had pushed over. It read. Kidney, 1,000 coins, average. Eyeball, 200 coins each, average. Arm, 250 coins, average. Genitals, 500 coins. And so on. The goat-headed monster. Lin En picked up a knife and smiled kindly. I suggest you leave an eyeball. You can redeem it anytime once you've earned enough money. We'll keep it safe for you. Wait a minute. The goat-headed monster immediately stretched out its hand in panic. I have some other things that might cover the bill. Take a look. Saying this, it quickly pulled out an item from its pouch and placed it on the table. I picked this up while wandering a few days ago. It seems like a part of something. I thought it might be valuable, so I kept it. Lin En was taken aback. His gaze fell on the object the goat-headed monster placed on the table. It was silver, like a fragment of some container, with burn marks around it. And instantly, an introduction of the item appeared before Lin En's eyes. Mithril skull fragment. Quality, rare material. Description: a high-strength skull fragment forged from special mithril. This precious material is often used by the Demon Society to create powerful biological weapons. Demon Society? Lin En's pupils contracted instantly. His expression turned serious as he scrutinized the fragment and asked, "Where did you find this?" The goat-headed monster looked puzzled and said, "In a hill to the west, about 100 kilometers away. There seemed to have been a battle there when I arrived, so I didn't stay long and just picked up some parts before quickly leaving." Saying this, it pulled out a few more severely burnt fragments from its pouch. Without exception, all the introductions were related to the Demon Society. Lin En pondered. A few minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a reward, 200 skull coins, 100 basic experience, and a special reward, Radiated Severed Finger X2. Radiated Severed Finger. Type, consumable. Description: an extra limb grown by an unknown creature after radiation exposure. Consuming it temporarily generates a massive amount of radiation in the body. Lin En cheerfully saw the goat-headed monster out the door. Then he quickly grabbed his left hand and rushed back into the shop. Truce. Lin En's expression turned serious. It's impossible for you to eat me right now. I suggest we postpone dealing with our issue. I have more pressing matters. Only a fool would listen to you. In an instant, the left hand swelled and opened its massive maw towards Lin En. Sharp teeth were inches away, and a long tongue made a terrifying slurping sound. Swish. Almost instantly. Lin En's entire head was engulfed in its mouth. But then the left hand paused and mumbled, "Why aren't you dodging?" Lin En, with his arms crossed and his head in its mouth, calmly said. "I know you don't dare to eat me. I drank too much pesticide earlier, and my mind was a bit fuzzy. Now that I've calmed down, I realize you don't actually dare to eat me." The left hand sneered, "Is that so?" Lin En replied calmly, "Because we're probably in a mutually dependent relationship. If I drink pesticide, you react, if you drink pesticide, I react. So if you eat my head, you probably can't survive alone either, right?" The left hand hesitated. Lin En closed his eyes and said calmly, "Am I right?" A brief silence. The left hand slowly opened its mouth, revealing his head, and returned to its original size, showing a fang to Lin En. Lin En wiped the saliva off his head and squinted, "Looks like I was right." The left hand opened its mouth, snapping its teeth, and said, "No, I'm just not sure what bad reaction I'd have if I bit off your head, but that doesn't mean I won't eat you." Clearly, the pesticide incident had left a significant psychological shadow. Ding! Your task, body's reaction, current completion 50%. Description: by consuming a large amount of pesticide, you've made the mutant doubt whether it can survive after killing you, but it still harbors strong hostility towards you. Ding! You've triggered the second phase of the task time limit erased, task goal, survive while coexisting with the mutant, without letting it realize that killing you won't actually harm it. Lin En. Wait a minute. Does that mean it can actually survive without me? What a joke. If it had really bitten down just now, wouldn't I have died for nothing? Lin N's sanity value -10. The left hand, showing its fang, moved and looked fiercely at the suddenly sweating Lin N. But Lin N, after years of cultivating a calm demeanor, quickly regained his previous calm expression. Lin N said calmly, "Since you're not sure, I advise you not to try. Otherwise, it would be a double loss, a family tragedy. I don't think you want to end up killing yourself, right? If word got out, it would be a laughingstock." Eek dash. Though Lin N appeared calm on the surface, inside he was panicking. But Lin N knew. He had to stay calm. If he showed any fear, this mutated left hand would undoubtedly bite his head off. Let's talk business first. Lin N forced himself to stay calm and put on the monocle, the lens reflecting a chilling white light. He toyed with the mithril fragment on the counter and said quietly, "The monster that came last night was a creation of the Demon Society, and I've seen this organization mentioned in my teacher's journal. According to the journal, my teacher was once a member of this organization. Although I don't know what happened." Lin N pondered. "But based on yesterday's events, my teacher most likely had a deep conflict with this society. The flesh puppet that came yesterday was actually here to wipe us out, but it didn't find my teacher and found me instead." The left hand, said, dash. Lin N stood up, pacing back and forth, and said, "Moreover, looking at these fragments, the Demon Society's influence has already infiltrated nearby. After taking down that puppet last night, the Demon Society must have learned about what happened here through special means." The left hand, said, "I took it down, not you." Lin N ignored its words and continued pacing, thinking. "And if I were them, I would definitely send people here to investigate further, either to probe or to clean up. If they find out I'm just an ordinary human, they wouldn't hesitate to crush me." Lin N suddenly looked up, his expression calm. "Either tonight or tomorrow, we will definitely face a second wave of crisis." Lin N made a deep analysis and conclusion. The left hand angrily said, "What does it have to do with me?" Lin N glanced at it, adjusted his monocle, and said, "Don't think you can stay out of this. We're in a mutually dependent relationship now. If I'm killed, you'll be gone too." The left hand, said, "Humph." Lin N then showed a satisfied expression, patted its dog head, back of the hand, and said, "It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Calm down first. Although I don't know how you mutated, you are still a part of me, and you're my most used left hand. Logically speaking, you should feel very close to me. Soothing experience +1. Soothing experience +1. The left hand, said, "Then let's make it clear, any intruders are mine to eat, not yours. Also, no more pesticide. The cooperation lasts only for these 2 days." Lin N adjusted his monocle, the lens gleaming, and said, "Deal." Time, evening. Lin N changed into a new combat suit in the attic, squinting as he found a suitable knife in the operating room. The left hand was snoring loudly, with a bubble inflating and deflating from the mouth in its palm. "No, there's still too little handy equipment." Lin N carefully searched the empty shell of the flesh puppet but still couldn't find the revolver and boning knife he lost yesterday. And judging by the description of this left hand, his greatest trump card, the heart of the faceless demon, had likely become a part of this creature. Which meant his revolver and knife were probably swallowed by it too. Lin N frowned. He glanced at his left hand, which was snoring and constantly producing zzz sounds. Should I search for it? Lin N pondered. Then he made a bold decision. Putting on a mask and gloves, Lin N's glasses reflected light as he quietly extended his right hand and gently pried open the mouth of the left hand. He thought for a moment. Whoosh! A slender tentacle sprouted from his shoulder. Then, under Lin N's careful control, he guided the tentacle into the mouth of the left hand. So deep. Strange. It seems this mutant isn't that simple. Although it appears to be growing on his body, it likely has its own unique internal structure. Lin En explored with his eyes closed, sensing carefully. Finally, he reached the deepest part without obstruction. Lin En's tentacle immediately touched numerous indescribable undigested chunks of flesh and mechanical structures. It seems the monster's tissues it swallowed are here. Lin En mused. Then he began to extract them. Ding! You have obtained a shattered core X1. Ding! You have obtained decayed flesh tissue X1. Ding! You have obtained Demon Hunter's Revolver X1. Ding! You have obtained Bloodsaw's Boning Knife X1. Lin En's eyes lit up. Found them. As expected. His guess was right, both of his pieces of equipment were swallowed by this mutant. Whoosh! Lin En retracted his tentacle, smirking at the sticky revolver and knife. Click. He opened the safety. Not a single crack. After all, they are legendary items, how could they wear out so easily? He was finally whole again. Then his gaze shifted to his left hand, which was still snoring with its mouth propped open. Maybe I should take this chance to fish out more stuff. Perhaps there are more intact items from that monster. After all, opportunities like this don't come often. Lin En thought, then cautiously inserted the tentacle back into the left hand's mouth. Ding! You have obtained the Eye of Focus X1. Ding! You have obtained Dragon's Breath Hand, damaged, X1. Ding! You have obtained Vengeful Spirit Hair X1. As he dug deeper, Lin En's eyes grew brighter. Indeed. There's a lot of stock. If all these good things were digested, it would be a huge loss. With that, Lin En's excitement grew, extracting items one by one, speeding up the tentacles in and out movements. Ha! Groggily. The left hand felt something long and thick constantly entering and exiting its mouth. And every time it hit the inside, it was extremely unpleasant. Pop! The bubble at its mouth burst. It woke up. Then instantly, it saw Lin En controlling a tentacle in its mouth with a greater than over equal to less than over equal to expression. Left hand, omega, wow. Damn. Damn it. This host actually took advantage of its sleep to violate its mouth. Shameless. Pervert. Degenerate. This is intolerable. Snap. The left hand's sharp teeth instantly snapped shut. Splat. Lin En's controlled tentacle was instantly cut in two. Winky face. Ding. Host's life value lost. Ding. Host's life value lost. Gulp dash. The left hand swallowed the tentacle in one gulp, saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Inserting such a strange thing into my mouth. Do you want to fight?" Then it instantly saw the pile of sticky limbs and flesh tissues beside Lin En. In an instant, the left hand was dumbfounded. Lin En reached out, coughed, and said, "Let me explain, I just wanted to retrieve a few items you swallowed yesterday, I had no intention of fighting you, really." A brief silence. The next moment. Clang 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 clang. The left hand picked up a knife and started slashing wildly at Lin En, who was forced to raise his knife to block. "Let me explain. Give me a chance to explain. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Asterisk. Ada. Ada. How dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth? How dare you secretly take out what I swallowed? And dare to use such a strange tentacle on me? You're dead. I'll kill you." Clang 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 clang. As evening approached, after a brief peace, they once again engaged in a life-and-death struggle. But just then, a system prompt sounded in Lin En's ear. Ding! You have triggered the mission, Restless Night. Mission objective, survive the search of 3 hunters, reward, skull coins X 1000, basic experience X 1000, special item X1. Extra special mission objective, kill all hunters, reward, legendary special item X1, legendary skill blueprint X1. Mission introduction, the night in Wandering Soul Alley is turbulent. After last night's deadly battle, a new crisis is brewing. Mysterious hunters are coming like hounds, please hide. Click. Lin N pressed hard against the knife, his expression instantly serious, saying. Quiet. As I thought, they're here. Whoosh. The soul lantern outside flickered, then quietly dimmed. This meant night had fallen. Wandering Soul Alley, black mist surged. Target search, discovered flesh puppet type 3 bloodstains, collecting samples. Sample matching complete, commencing scenario reconstruction. In the black mist, a monster with a human head and spider body raised its head, its eye sockets instantly filled with blood, projecting a bloody scene on the ground. In the scene, the bloody events of last night before the flesh puppet's death appeared. Clearly. It used special means to recreate yesterday's scene. Scenario analysis. Flesh puppet died from internal devouring and disintegration, information transmission complete. Danger level assessment. A level, further investigation possible. Creak creak creak. The giant spider body slowly moved its massive spider sack, emerging from the black mist. And behind that monster, two identical creatures followed. Their sharp spider legs were like blades. Each step left a chilling trail on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin N held the revolver in his right hand, a tentacle holding a knife sprouting from his shoulder, his expression serious, crouching on the beam like a cat. With the previous experience, this time he didn't stick to the wall, to prevent being ambushed through the wall. Lefty. Lin N seriously opened the safety, saying. You're agile, go guard above the doorframe, we'll work together, as soon as someone comes in, we'll attack together, I'll use the tentacle to bind it, you eat it in one bite, don't worry, all the prey this time is yours. Left Hand said, don't call me Lefty. Do you think we're close or something? But it still silently extended, spreading its fingers, hovering above the doorframe. And in all directions. The 4 tentacles Lin N sprouted were ready to strike at any moment. 4 tentacles were his limit. But he was confident, after all, compared to yesterday, he now had a voracious helper. And judging by the prompt, it wasn't a flesh puppet this time. In that case, there's a chance to fight. Lin N squinted. Like a leopard in the night, ready to pounce. Time slowly passed. It was unclear how long it had been. And at the next moment, Lin N's pupils contracted, instantly seeing a figure slowly appearing at the apothecary's entrance. Now! Lin N shouted instantly. Without a word, the tentacles shot out, wrapping the figure in place in an instant. And the left hand hidden above the doorframe also instantly expanded, opening its massive mouth, fiercely swallowing it whole. Ah woo 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 dash. Yada 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 dash. Instantly, 2 terrified voices came from the giant mouth. Lin N was stunned. Why did those voices sound familiar? Without a word, Lin N swiftly swung down from the beam. In an instant, he saw a giant mouth on his left hand, with 4 legs too big, 2 small flailing wildly. Bloodclad Wraith sanity value -10. Blood Wraith infant sanity value -10. Lin N. Stop. Stop. We're on the same side. Lin N exclaimed, reaching out in shock. A few minutes later. The sticky blood-clad Wraith and the little one sat back-to-back on the doorstep, with strands of viscous saliva dripping down their bodies. It feels like I just had a nightmare. The blood-clad Wraith murmured dazedly. Yada dash. The little one stuck out her tongue, licking the slime off her mother's face with a expression. Lin N pulled back his left hand, bewildered, and said. Ma'am, why are you here? The blood-clad Wraith shook off the saliva from her head and looked at him seriously. Of course, I'm worried about you. You rushed out so hastily during the day, and now it's night, and you haven't come to find me. What if you encounter the same kind of monster as last night? Lin N was moved. Indeed. After last night's battle together. Their relationship had clearly deepened. And, this is. The blood-clad Wraith looked warily at Lin N's left hand, and upon seeing the crack in the palm, she became even more cautious. "Let me introduce you." Lin N snapped back to reality, smiling as he pointed to his left hand. "This is the guy that mutated last night. It's the one that devoured the monster. Since it's my left hand, I've temporarily named it Lefty." Chomp. The left hand immediately bit down on Lin N's pointing right hand with a expression. Left hand favorability -1. Left hand favorability -1. The blood-clad Wraith was utterly shocked, exclaiming, a hand. In her mind, the terrifying scene from last night flashed back, the image of the monster being eaten from the inside out. It was beyond her imagination. And it seemed to have its own consciousness. It appeared that this mutation was a monster that defied logic. Moreover, it seemed somewhat uncontrollable. The blood-clad Wraith stared blankly at Lin N, who was trying to shake off his left hand that was biting his right hand, feeling an absurd sense of strangeness. "Let's skip the pleasantries." Lin N forcefully restrained his left hand, calmly saying. "Tonight won't be peaceful. After that puppet died yesterday, the organization it belonged to will surely send people to investigate. Tonight will definitely be another sleepless night." The blood-clad Wraith hesitantly glanced outside the door and asked. "Are you sure it's tonight?" Lin N replied cautiously, "I have special information channels." And just as they finished speaking. Clang. Clang. From the mist outside the door came the sound of blades striking the ground. The two exchanged a glance. Understanding each other without words. Lin N quickly swung up to the beam. The blood-clad Wraith also revealed her true form, sticking to the broken ceiling like an octopus, her nails slowly growing, a hint of madness and excitement in her eyes. The little one was also suspended by her mother's tentacle on the doorframe, blinking at the left hand that was also poised to strike. Slurp. She stuck out her tongue and licked the left hand. Ding. Blood Wraith infant favorability with your left hand +1. Huh. The left hand was puzzled, looking at the blinking little one. Slurp. It also tried sticking out its tongue to lick the little one's cheek. Ding. Your left hand favorability with Blood Wraith infant +1. Slurp. Ding. Blood Wraith infant favorability with your left hand +1. Slurp. Ding. Your left hand favorability with Blood Wraith infant +1. The two creatures were delighted. For a moment it was as if they had found kindred spirits with the same hobby, happily slurping each other. The joy between monsters is that simple. Watching the absurd scene on the doorframe, Lin N, exasperated, lowered his voice and said, "Stop licking. Stop licking. They're here." Meanwhile, in the black mist outside the door, 3 massive humanoid spider hybrids slowly appeared before the door. Target location confirmed. Initiating scan. The leading monster's eyeball focused with a hint of red light. Its gaze immediately fell on the empty shop. Almost instantly, Lin N flipped down, single-handedly aiming his gun at the monster's eye. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The demon-hunting bullet sliced through the air, landing directly on the monster's eye socket. Zzzzzzzzz. In an instant, the holy power spread throughout the monster's body, countless currents surging through it. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. No need to hide. This time, it's another bio-puppet. Prepare for battle. Lin N shouted. Upon hearing the mechanical synthesized voice from outside, Lin N knew the opponent had scanning capabilities. But since they were already at the doorstep, it was time to face them head-on. Target locked. Target identity confirmed. Target killed flesh puppet type 3. Highest danger level. Hunt. Almost instantly, the 3 monsters moved. In a flash, the bodies of the 3 monsters turned into one after another afterimages, with mantis-like scythe blades growing from their arms. So fast. And in front of Lin N, the interface of the 3 monsters appeared instantly. Hunter type 120. Level. Attributes, none. Race, biomechanical aggregate. Combat abilities, extremely fast speed and powerful healing ability. Description, a top-tier hunting tool of the Demon Society, known for speed and agility, possessing strong slashing and tracking abilities, often used by the Demon Society for hunting missions. Due to the lack of a soul, it is immune to mental attacks and curses. As expected, creations of the Demon Society. Almost in that instant, the three hunters locked onto Lin En, launching a swift hunt towards him. And almost at the moment when the hunter's mantis blade slashed across Lin En's face, a pair of scarlet claws swept in. "Leave it to me." In an instant, a red shadow flashed before Lin En's eyes. In her ghostly form, the blood-clad Wraith appeared beside him, her half-meter-long sharp nails clashing with the blades of the two hunters with a clang. Her scarlet eyes gleamed with excitement and madness. A terrifying crack slowly opened from the center of her forehead, revealing the horrifying barbs and tentacles within. He leave it to me. Yesterday I was really very angry. He dash. The pathological excitement in her eyes grew more intense, her entire body trembling with excitement. Seeing this scene, Lin En instantly understood that the blood-clad Wraith had entered that frenzied battle state. "Then I'll leave it to you," Lin En shouted. Without hesitation, he quickly distanced himself, his left arm rapidly retracting with a snap back to his side. "This hunter is ours. Left hand. Bite it," Lin En shouted. The left hand instantly grew with a rustling sound, opening its massive bloody maw, saying, "I don't need you to tell me." The left hand, like a long snake, suddenly launched an attack on the hunter. Boom! A loud crash. The terrifying strength of the left hand instantly created a large pit where the hunter stood. But the hunter's speed was incredibly fast. Almost at the moment the left hand attacked, it swiftly reacted, leaping up like a gecko, its 8 sharp, blade-like spider legs stabbing into the wall. The red light in its eyes flickered rapidly. Target analysis, unknown biological entity, commence hunting. Buzz. The two mantis blades in its hands instantly sparked with sharp electric sparks. In the next moment, its entire body spun like a blade whirlwind, rushing towards Lin En at an incredible speed. Zzzzz. The stone bricks on the street were swept up and flew into the air by the terrifying blades. Without a word, Lin En gritted his teeth, controlling his body to grow 4 tentacles, propelling him to retreat rapidly. At the same time, he suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. One after another, the demon hunter's bullets landed on the terrifying blade whirlwind. Under the holy damage attached to the bullets, the hunter's speed was significantly reduced. Ding! Your firearm proficiency +1. Ding! Your firearm proficiency +1. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepourri.com. Left hand. Lin En shouted. "Leave it to me." The left hand instantly retracted, opening its massive bloody maw. The long tongue instantly split into 2, then 4, and in a flash, transformed into hundreds of long tongues, like sharp swords, heading towards the blade storm. Clang! 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 The sound of massive metal collisions rang out, countless sparks bursting forth. The seemingly soft tongue, upon contact with the blades, exhibited a hardness comparable to steel. Inverted tower. In a hall where machinery and flesh were combined, a man with a gray-white body, wearing a pitch-black robe, and intricate mechanical structures spiraling on his face, strode in with guards. His gaze was gloomy, his voice chillingly cold. "Have we contacted the 3 hunters sent to Wandering Soul Alley?" Several servants in the hall turned, pounding their chests with one hand towards the strange man, solemnly saying, "The signal is established. Vice President Cimo, we can take control of the 3 hunters at any time." Cimo walked indifferently to the center screen of the hall, deeply saying, "Bring up the visual feed, I want first-hand information on Wandering Soul Alley." "Yes." The servants quickly operated. The screen in front of him gradually lit up with a red glow, and with a series of flickers, 3 images appeared on the screen. Reflected in the images were Lin En and the blood-clad Wraith currently battling the hunters. Cimo's eyes narrowed instantly. At first glance, he captured the image of the terrifying red-clad ghost with pathological excitement. The frenzied dancing figure completely suppressed the two hunters. Kill 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 he dash. The deranged laughter, combined with the frenzied dance steps, resembled a feast of slaughter. Bloodclad Wraith? It's her. Cimo's brow furrowed instantly, his expression slightly grave. He recognized this Wraith aggregate. Especially in Sin City, this lone madwoman was very famous. Because she was a ghost who could kill according to her whims, and especially when she entered a battle state, her pathological and excited determination to kill her opponent made many high-ranking powerhouses unwilling to provoke her. Impossible. Even she couldn't possibly kill a Type 3 flesh puppet. His gaze narrowed. He was the direct orchestrator of this internal purge, second only to the president of their demon society. In recent days, he had used various methods, coercion and bribery, to kill or absorb the dozens of elders who once served as the main force of the demon society. And the flesh organization of the giant, which was once kept separately by them, had mostly been retrieved by him during these days of hunting. According to the induction between the giant's organizations, one fragment was in Wandering Soul Alley, guarded by Bloodsaw. And yesterday's flesh puppet was personally dispatched by him. His gaze grew darker, then he turned his head, looking at the visual feed of the third hunter. Then, he saw the young man with the extremely peculiar left hand holding a gun. Could it be him? A human? His gaze grew darker. Unlikely. He could tell at a glance. This human, aside from the peculiar left hand, was actually quite weak. But then his gaze fell on the demon hunter's revolver in the human's hand, and finally, upon seeing that gun, his expression changed slightly. The demon hunter's revolver. It was only at this moment that he began to take the human youth seriously. Because he could clearly see that the usually solitary blood-clad Wraith seemed to be standing on his side. And this seemingly frail boy held the demon hunter's revolver, which the flamboyant man never parted with. And this explained a lot. Synchronize my nerves with hunter number 3. Cimo closed his eyes, forcefully pulling out a viscous mechanical interface from the back of his head, inserting it into the flesh interface of the hull. Yes, Vice President. Nerve information synchronizing. Identity verification. Cimo has the highest permission. Hunter number 3 nerve source synchronization successful. Link initiated dash. Buzz. In an instant, when Cimo opened his eyes again, he had already controlled the body of hunter number 3, his gaze instantly falling on Lin N, dozens of meters away. And almost at the same moment, Lin N's ears were filled with system notifications. Ding! Warning! Warning! Crisis escalating rapidly. Ding! You have triggered an emergency special mission, survive. Mission rewards, Basic Experience X1000, Skull Coins X1000, Special Item X1. The moment Lin En heard the prompt, he immediately sensed the difference in the hunter before him. Compared to before, the hunter's eyes were now cold and intelligent, no longer mechanical, but more human-like. Not good. A violent crisis swept over him. Left hand. Watch out! Lin En shouted. He was about to retreat when the hunter suddenly raised its head, its body shooting towards him with lightning speed. Left hand opened its giant mouth, repeating its old trick, and its sharp tongue surged towards the hunter. Transform. High temperature. Intense heat attribute. The hunter's pupils were instantly covered with a layer of fiery glow, and the mantis blade on its arm began to emit an extreme heat, sparking wildly. Boom. A loud noise erupted. In the chaotic storm, the high-temperature blade slashed through, severing left hand's long tongue cleanly under the extreme heat. A painful scream echoed. Left hand quickly retracted, leaving only a smoking half of its tongue. The tongue is gone. It complained to Lin En. Lin En gritted his teeth and retreated, asking, can it recover? Left hand flicked its tongue, and the severed half began to regrow instantly. It's growing back. Almost instantly, the hunter appeared before Lin En like an afterimage, its blade with fiery attributes slashing towards him. I'll handle it. Left hand quickly grabbed a boning knife wrapped around one of Lin N's tentacles. Crack. Intense sparks burst forth. Its arm extended like a snake, and left hand engaged the hunter in a direct knife fight. Clearly, the grudge from having its tongue severed erupted at this moment. Clang. Clang. Blades clashed, sending countless sparks flying. But Lin En could see at a glance that the hunter seemed like a different person, with extremely rich combat experience, each attack executed with ease. Though left hand's attacks were fierce, they lacked finesse, resembling a chaotic whirlwind of brute force. Lefty. Lin En quickly raised his gun, gritting his teeth as he fired at the hunter from the flank. Show the strength you used to take down that flesh puppet yesterday. Weren't you super brave then? Left hand continued to slash, saying, that was from the inside. Now it's from the outside. Even if I want to eat it, it can still cut me. Lin En shouted, I'm a doctor. If it cuts you, I'll sew you back up. Left hand replied, but there's no chance. Lin En retreated rapidly, his eyes flickering. Indeed, this other world is a place where death lurks at every moment. Opportunity. All right. I'll create that opportunity for you. Lin En reached into his pocket, suddenly pulling out a dark, swollen eyeball. Eye of focus. Type, cursed object. Ability, when used by a flesh puppet, it can unleash a gaze curse. Restriction, must be fully integrated with the body to activate. Description, the cursed eye of a flesh puppet type 3. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Its eye is filled with curses and resentment, dissolving everything within its sight. He had extracted this eyeball from left hand's stomach and had studied it carefully during his previous ambush. For other creatures, this eyeball would be useless. But he was different. With the ability of the flesh catastrophe, he could integrate this eyeball into his body. Since that's the case. Sizzle. Lin En extended his fingers, gritting his teeth as he plunged them into his right eye socket. Ding. Your vitality is depleting. Ding. Your vitality is depleting. In the next moment. Squelch. He gouged out his own blood-soaked eyeball from his right socket. He blew on it, gritting his teeth as he carefully placed it in a small bottle, then took the monster's eyeball and forcefully inserted it into his eye socket. Ah! Damn it, it hurts. Blood streamed from Lin En's right eye as he quickly activated the flesh catastrophe ability. Whoosh! A mass of nerve tissue rapidly enveloped the eye of focus. Ding! You have linked a new organ, eye of focus. Ding! Warning! Warning! The energy level of the eye of focus is too high, significantly reducing your control over additional limbs. Whoosh! 2 tentacles behind him shriveled and disintegrated. But it was enough. Because. Left hand. Move aside. Lin En shouted, clutching his bleeding right eye, his body hunched over from the immense burden it brought. Upon hearing the shout, left hand quickly retracted. Seeing Lin En's right eye, it was visibly shocked. You used that puppet's eye? Almost as soon as it spoke, Lin En raised his head, focusing his gaze on the hunter. Gaze curse. Activate. Buzz. A sound like a snapped string reverberated. Lin En's right pupil contracted, countless black lines converging at the center. The hunter shuddered, sensing a massive crisis approaching. In an instant it instinctively accelerated to its maximum speed, moving so fast it left afterimages. But the curse had already been unleashed. Screech. A sound like a burning wraith's scream echoed. Wherever his gaze landed, walls and floor tiles dissolved into a viscous liquid at an unimaginable speed. In this open space, there was nowhere to hide. Even with its speed, the hunter's body was affected, its surface rapidly corroding. Eye of focus. The Cimo controlling the hunter's face changed drastically. How is this possible? At this moment, he finally realized that even if this boy hadn't killed his flesh puppet, he was definitely involved. This person must be eliminated. In an instant, he gritted his teeth, enduring the biting corrosion and dissolution, and charged straight towards Lin N. Left hand. Now. Lin N forcefully restrained his right eye, shouting madly. In that moment, the left hand suddenly floated forward, revealing a bloodthirsty and sharp grin. Got it. Leave it to me. Call. A sound resembling a raven's long cry. The sharp giant mouth on the left hand suddenly opened wide, and a terrifying force of suction swept across the entire street. The cobblestones on the ground were uprooted and flung into the air, the surrounding buildings cracked continuously, and even the dark mist lingering over the street was sucked into the left hand's mouth like a swirling tornado. It was like the eye of a storm. That pitch-black mouth was like an abyss. The terrifying scene caused the trajectory of the hunter to veer dramatically. Cimo's expression changed instantly. At this moment, even he had to stop immediately, forcefully plunging his twin blades into the ground to prevent himself from being swallowed by the enormous suction into that black hole-like mouth. But in that instant, he sensed something was wrong. Not good, he roared. Locked onto you. A mysterious smile suddenly tore across Lin En's face. In an instant, his right eye focused on the hunter who was forced to stop moving at high speed. The surging curse spread across the hunter's body like the whispers of a wraith. Its body rapidly showed signs of severe corrosion. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless blisters and boils, as if scalded, erupted on the giant's spider legs. His face became unrecognizable in an instant. Warning, extensive dissolution damage to the body, activating emergency healing, activating curse countermeasures. The hunter's body instantly triggered its built-in countermeasures. But at that moment, it suddenly saw the human boy abruptly reach out, pulling out an arm wrapped in black cloth from behind. It's not over yet. Lin En's mouth stretched into a wide grin, revealing a slightly manic and deranged smile. A surge of immense unease swept through Cimo's heart. Dragon's Breath Arm. Type, Heavy Armor Biological Composite. Ability, Exhale Searing Dragon's Breath. Description, a forbidden biological extermination unit of the flesh puppet, it is a powerful weapon of destruction formed from the head of a dragon. The searing dragon flame has a strong purifying effect on dark creatures. The dragon's head, filled with resentment, will unleash its endless hatred upon all enemies before it. Cataclysm. Lin En shouted. His right hand suddenly tossed the severed arm into the air. Two tentacles behind him swiftly wrapped around the severed arm, and the flesh surged, with countless nerve tissues climbing and spreading over the severed end at an unimaginable speed. Ding! Warning! Warning! Body overload! Body overload! Roar dash! In that moment, a tremendous dragon's roar echoed through the night sky. The black cloth-wrapped severed arm exploded instantly, and a massive black dragon's head was linked to the sinister arm by flesh, spreading with a roar, its eyes filled with endless fury and pain. Dragon's Breath. Lin En fiercely controlled the dragon's breath arm, aiming the black dragon's head towards the hunter. In that instant, a blaze that illuminated the entire street gathered in the mouth of the black dragon's head. The enormous dragon mouth suddenly opened wide, as if to eradicate all impurities in the world. The searing dragon's breath, filled with endless rage, poured down the street like overturned lava. Roar! The searing flames instantly engulfed everything in sight. Crack, crack, crack. Inside the inverted tower, the massive screen was completely occupied by the scene of the scorching dragon flame. All the researchers in the hunter's hall displayed expressions of fear and shock, unable to help but step back from the overwhelming power. And in the next moment, the screen of Hunter number 3 cracked instantly. Warning, Hunter number 3 core melted neural sync automatically disconnected dash. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by the acrid scent of high temperatures, the plug that Cimo had pulled from the back of his head snapped instantly, the intense backlash forcibly severing his neural sync with Hunter number 3. Lord Cimo. Are you alright? The surrounding servants immediately gathered in shock. Cimo panted, his face twisted, the mechanical structures on his face sparking and exploding. That guy used the slaughter weapon I meticulously designed for the flesh puppet. How dare he? Boom! He smashed the machine in front of him into pieces with a single punch. He had every reason to be furious. Because in his eyes, that human was clearly just a weak boy in terms of combat power. Aside from his unusually strange left hand, the only thing that could effectively harm him was the demon hunter's revolver in his hand. But he never expected that human could actually integrate the biological weapon of the flesh puppet into his own body. No. That guy absolutely couldn't be human. Because humans could never possess such terrifying abilities. Could it be, he's a biological weapon developed by Bloodsaw? He gritted his teeth. Yes. That was the only possibility. Bloodsaw was once an elder of their demon society, one of the top few biochemical freaks who studied the Colossus back in the day. It's possible he developed new biochemical creations while hiding in that remote place over the past decade. He clenched his fists tightly. The mocking smile of that human flashed before his eyes, the mechanical structures on his face sparking and exploding. He was filled with rage. If it weren't for the limitations of remote control functions. If his true form were there, even if he had the eye of focus and the dragon's breath arm, so what? Meanwhile, on the other side. Crack, crack. With the sound of 2 signal interruptions. 2 other screens went dark instantly. Lord Cimo. Hunters number 1 and number 2 have been destroyed by that bloodclad wraith. We've lost the signal link there. 2 servants approached with solemn expressions. Cimo snarled, "Ignore it, tomorrow I'll personally bring my flesh puppet to meet them. Have you found Bloodsaw?" One of the servants replied gravely, "Other hunters are tracking him. Based on the information we have, Bloodsaw is most likely headed to the doll's courtyard, as he has a close relationship with the doll lady there." Cimo squinted his eyes, his fingers clenching with a crackling sound. Wandering Soul Alley. The blood-clad wraith, having torn 2 hunters to pieces, quickly recovered from her frenzied cursed state. She immediately turned her head, looking at the thick smoke emanating from the extinguished flames on the other side of the street. Even she felt a wave of anxiety and shock when the dragon's breath surged towards her. She swiftly moved through the smoke. "Lin N. Are you alright?" And when she saw Lin N's condition, she instantly displayed a look of astonishment. The entire street was scorched. At the end of the smoke, Lin N coughed forcefully, the dragon's breath arm on his shoulder detaching from his neural link and falling to the ground. But the most terrifying was his right eye. The pitch-black eye of focus, just by meeting its gaze, could make one feel a sense of mystery and chill. "I'm fine." Lin N forcefully extracted the eye of focus from his right eye. Then, in front of the blood-clad wraith, he carefully took out his own eye from a bottle in his arms. Pop. He shoved it into his right eye socket. Blood-clad wraith sanity value -5. The sight made the blood-clad wraith shudder. Lin N took out a bottle of restorative potion and poured some into his eye, closing his right eye, and smiled. "It's all taken care of." Burp dash. The left hand let out a satisfied burp, revealing a fong, then spat out a screw. Ding. You have completed the mission, Restless Night. You have received rewards, Skull Coins X 1000, Basic Experience X 1000. Ding. You have completed the additional mission objective, Kill 3 hunters. You have received a legendary special item, Night Doctor Job Change Map. You have received a legendary skill map, Random Diagnosis. Ding. You have completed the mission, Survive. You have received Basic Experience X 1000, Skull Coins X 1000, you have received a special item, Nightmare Blade. Lin N's eyes lit up instantly. This haul was incredibly rewarding. He quickly opened the system rewards he had just received. Night Doctor Job Change Map. Type, Quest Item. Description, they are doctors who walk in the night, a group of very compassionate surgical experts. Their goal is to make all patients smile happily, and they are dedicated to helping all creatures rid themselves of diseases. So, it's best to bring some ailment when you meet them, or they'll be unhappy. Random Diagnosis. Quality, Special Legendary Skill. Effect, randomly diagnose up to 20 diseases in the target. Description: he must be sick, he can't possibly be healthy, there must be something to diagnose. Nightmare blade. Type: scalpel. Quality: legendary. Special effect: never wears out. Description: a sturdy scalpel, although its half-meter length makes it more suited for hacking, it is absolutely capable of performing surgeries. The exquisite knife skills are often showcased in delicate surgeries, and legend has it that at night, it becomes even sharper. 3 high-quality special items. Plus a large amount of skull coins and basic experience. You could say that tonight's mission wave has instantly compensated for yesterday's losses, greatly replenishing his resources. Moreover, he has reached level 10. Once this incident is resolved, he can try to transition to a new profession. No matter how you look at it, it's delightful. Lin En didn't claim them immediately but stored them temporarily in the system's built-in storage space. It's all settled. The bloodclad Wraith frowned and said, but judging by the situation, this time it's just a scouting party responsible for investigation. You've probably provoked a massive organization. If you don't come up with a plan, you'll likely face a greater calamity in the coming days. After experiencing the events of yesterday and today, the bloodclad Wraith realized the gravity of the situation. In this dark world, if there's any organization focused on researching the top biological weapons, it can only be the Demon Society. They are adept at combining machinery and flesh, making them unique in the entire dark world. How did you offend such an organization? The bloodclad Wraith frowned at Lin En and asked, I see you rarely leave Wandering Soul Alley. How did you offend such an organization? Did you somehow mess up while treating someone, making them hold a grudge against you? Lin En shook his head and calmly replied, the specific situation is probably related to my teacher's encounter, but I haven't been able to contact my teacher yet, so I'm not entirely sure. But no matter what, tonight's sleepless night has finally passed safely. Let's clean up the battlefield. It's not safe to stay here for long. If we attract other monsters' attention now, it would be a loss. All right. More than half an hour later. Bloodsaw Apothecary. It's getting late, and there probably won't be any more trouble today. You should head back and rest early, ma'am. The bloodclad Wraith nodded, picked up the little one, and said, if you encounter anything you can't handle, contact me immediately. I'll keep the curse on me for the next few days. Once this crisis is resolved, you can help me with the treatment. After saying this, the bloodclad Wraith reached out, smiling as she ruffled Lin En's hair, then turned and left the Bloodsaw Apothecary with her little one. You could say that although this lady is a bit crazy, after the events of the past 2 days, it's clear she's actually a very reliable Wraith. Lin En didn't linger. He quickly closed the door, returned to the guest room in the backyard, and lay down on the bed with his eyes closed. Today was exceptionally perilous. Although not as terrifying as yesterday, the changes in that hunter still caught his attention. He could confirm that the one controlling that hunter was definitely a member of the Demon Society. Which means that now is still the calm before the storm. If he doesn't find a way to deal with it, he will undoubtedly face even more terrifying attacks in the coming days. I must find a way to contact my teacher or Xiao Xiao. Lin En made up his mind. He was no longer sleepy, closed his eyes, and said, System, enter field of vision. Ding! Skull coins minus 500. In an instant, accompanied by a huge sense of disorientation and detachment, Lin En's consciousness abruptly left his body. The next moment, he found himself in that familiar illusory plaza. The enormous pupil above his head remained eternally unchanged, shining down. And as soon as he stepped in, a barrage of information bombarded his ears. Area information sharing. Following yesterday, Wandering Soul Alley has once again experienced a high-intensity monster invasion. The invaders are suspected to be advanced biological weapons from the Demon Society. Residents of Wandering Soul Alley are advised to stay indoors to avoid unforeseen dangers. Area information sharing. Real-time intelligence updates. The battle in Wandering Soul Alley has ended. One of the participants is suspected to be the renowned evil spirit queen, Bloodclad Lady, while the other participant is suspected to be an apprentice from the recently famous Bloodsaw Apothecary. Click to play, Skull Coins 30. Lin N's eyes widened. No way. Information leaked into the field of vision so quickly. And there's even a damn video. Could it be that there were other people on the street at that time? Lin N quickly clicked to enter. Skull coins -30. Instantly, a scene filled with rolling black mist unfolded before Lin N. And appearing in the scene were the three human-faced spider-bodied hunters they had just dealt with not long ago. And the next moment, Lin N saw his own incredibly handsome face in the frame. The scene cut in during the middle of the battle, at the moment when he had just installed the eye of focus to counterattack the hunter. The screen showed that the current number of viewers had skyrocketed to 2,000. And on the screen, lines of comments rapidly scrolled by. It's that doctor. I recognize him. It's terrifying, is that guy really that strong? He's so handsome. I want to bang. No wonder when I passed by that apothecary today, the storefront was all battered. I thought it had finally been trashed, but seeing this, could it be that yesterday's battle involved that doctor too? I want to bang X2. This is too strong. I always thought he was just a harmless apprentice, but it turns out there's such a badass hidden in Wandering Soul Alley. No wonder. I used to think that humans survived here because of the protection of the Bloodsaw old pervert, but now it seems he has his own strength. I want to bang X3. Lines of comments continued to scroll across the screen. There were residents from Wandering Soul Alley, as well as living beings from other areas in the same region, many of whom were curiously inquiring about the people in the video. The number of viewers soon skyrocketed to 3,000. Which means that just from this piece of information, the intelligence sharer earned at least 90,000 skull coins. This is simply a lucrative industry. But it also made Lin N extremely surprised. Because during the battle, he hadn't noticed any other living beings around. His inability to notice could be attributed to his weak strength, but neither the left hand nor the bloodclad Wraith detected anything unusual, which indicated a problem. Lin N fell into contemplation. Clearly, this intelligence sharer should be deeply rooted in the field of vision, belonging to a highly capable type of being. Information sharing should be one of its main businesses. If that's the case, perhaps he could start with it to seek some methods for quickly contacting specific targets. Lin N quickly pulled up the information it shared earlier and found the name of the being in the field of vision who posted the information. Click. Intelligence Agent 024. Identity, Intelligence Merchant. Message, specializes in sharing and selling information intelligence from various regions of the dark world, focus your gaze to can be teleported. Sure, here's the translated text. As expected, a businessman. Without a second thought. Lin N's gaze quickly focused on its information interface. In an instant, his vision blurred, and the scene before him rapidly distorted and peeled away. And in the next moment, he found himself sitting on a chair in a small room, with only a lamp on the table in front of him and a mysterious figure in a black robe across the counter. Customer, may I ask what you need? To access the premium content, go to. The black-robed figure calmly addressed the suddenly appearing Lin N. Lin N glanced around, his eyes landing on the black-robed figure, and calmly said. Are you the informant who shares information? The black-robed figure seemed accustomed to such inquiries and responded calmly. I am informant number 24, responsible for Area 900. I can provide you with all valuable information within this area, though it comes at a high price. Lin N glanced at it and said. But it seems quite deserted here. 24 replied slowly, this is an independent grid I applied for from the field of vision. Every customer who enters my shop is transported to an independent grid space. I am currently attending to 754 other customers in different grids. Lin N nodded. Impressive. Handling so many customers simultaneously. This is certainly not something a normal constitution could achieve. Lin N didn't waste any more words. He thought for a moment and seriously inquired. I want to purchase some information. Let's see if you have the relevant sources. Please. 24 said slowly, its voice concise. Lin N adjusted an imaginary monocle and said seriously, first question, I want to know the exact location of Bloodsaw. A brief silence. The candle flickered. Then 24, with an unchanged tone, slowly said, 50 black skull coins. Lin N, what? 50 black skull coins, that's a damn 500,000 skull coins. Crazy. I couldn't even get that much if I sold my entire shop. 24 slowly said, the target information was upgraded to level A day ago, and real-time tracking of the information is ongoing. The price has surged 50 times, and you are not the only customer seeking the target's coordinates. Lin N's heart stirred. As expected. His teacher's situation isn't good right now. Besides him, the Demon Society is definitely using various means to find his teacher. Lin N calmed down and said steadily, second question, how can I quickly contact a specific creature over a long distance? 24 still didn't pause, slowly saying, the charge varies depending on the method, with a minimum fee of 100 skull coins and a maximum of 100,000 black skull coins. You can choose a specific standard. Lin N closed his eyes and said, the cheapest one. Direct transfer. Skull coins minus 100. 24 nodded, slowly saying, currency received. To answer your question, the fastest way to contact a specific creature over a long distance is through the field of vision. The field of vision is a mirror world overlapping the dark world. With its teleportation function, you can communicate with any creature logged into the field of vision in any area. A brief silence. Lin N hesitated and said, and then? 24 slowly said, answer complete, thank you for your patronage. Lin N felt frustrated and said, is this worth $100? If I could contact them in the field of vision, would I still need to ask you? 24 succinctly said, this is the lowest level of information. In other words, you get what you pay for. Lin N tried to calm himself, closed his eyes, and said deeply. Still the same question, this time I need information worth 1 black skull coin. Transfer successful. Skull coins minus 1,000. 24 paused for a moment, slowly saying, currency received. To answer your question, you can hire a contract courier to deliver messages over long distances. The speed of message delivery varies slightly depending on the courier's price. After speaking, 24, who had been motionless like a statue, extended a pale and slender hand from the black robe and placed a roster on the counter. We also offer courier hiring services here. You can choose any courier from us. Lin N glanced at it. This information seemed worth the value. Lin N's gaze then fell on the roster on the counter, and he opened it to take a look. Doombat, a beast-type courier that can quickly transmit information through the target's body tissue and true name, while also bringing misfortune to the target. Tamed Hellhound, possesses keen sense of smell and tracking ability, capable of delivering messages over long distances with just a trace of scent, but has a high chance of not returning. Void Warp Beast, a highly efficient courier with the fastest speed in the dark world, quick in delivery and teleportation, but also quick to die, fast in all aspects. Corrupted Land Turtle King, possesses top-tier defense and armor in the dark world, guaranteeing 100% integrity of the message, extremely stable, with a 0% accident rate, consistently ranking first in information security, unchallenged. Lin N looked around and felt that the Turtle King seemed somewhat reliable. Corrupted Land Turtle King, I'll use it. 24 paused, seemingly checking, and then slowly said. Booking for you, currently there are 5 idle Turtle King couriers, accident rate, 0%, speed, 1m/h. Wait a minute. Lin N instantly interrupted, hesitating, 1m/h. 24 nodded and said, yes, because the breed has been specially improved, the speed has increased more than tenfold compared to previous years. The Turtle King you booked has long held the record for the Turtle King walking race in our shop, with no turtle able to break it. Lin N. For a long time. Do you have anything more reliable here? Lin N took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and clenched his fists. 24 slowly said, only the current 4 types of couriers are idle, but we are accelerating the taming of more types of couriers. If you are not satisfied, you can come back later. Lin N frowned. His mind raced. For a long time. He hesitated and said, the Turtle King is highly secure, but slow. 24 nodded and said, yes. He thought for a moment and said, the void beast is fast, but quick to die. 24 paused, nodded, and said, yes. Lin En slapped the table and calmly said, book 2 of each type of courier for me, I need them urgently. 24 nodded, paused briefly, and slowly said. Booking successful, you can fill in your address in the dark world, and we will ship it to you as soon as possible. Since it is a biological contract, it cannot be traded in the field of vision. Rest assured, we will not disclose your information, you can fill it in with confidence. It placed a form in front of Lin En. Lin En hesitated for a moment. Then glanced at it and casually filled in the address next door. 24 retrieved the form, slowly saying, 2 void warp beasts and 2 corrupted land turtle kings, calculating your total hiring fee, 2,600 skull coins. After payment, we will ship immediately. Lin En. Didn't I just give you 1,000 coins? Lin En was furious. 24 slowly said, that was the information consultation fee, now it's the courier hiring fee, which needs to be settled separately. Ding. Skull coins minus 2,600. 24 slowly said, currency received, arranging shipment for you, you can go back and wait. The biological contract scroll is expected to be delivered to you within 2 hours, along with an instruction manual for proper use. Thank you for your patronage. Lin En slowly opened his eyes, leaving the field of vision. He immediately sat up from the guest room, glanced at his left hand still snoring away, quickly grabbed the nightmare blade, and swiftly dashed out of the apothecary, cautiously sneaking into the abandoned house next door. He found a hidden spot with a good view and waited for the delivery. Though it was a bit of a hassle. But at this point, he had to quickly contact his teacher in Xiao Xiao, otherwise, if the Demon Society really sent heavy troops, it would be too late to turn things around. During this time, Lin En quickly opened the system space and took out the 2 special items he had obtained. Night Doctor Courier Change Task. Random Diagnosis. Lin En carefully read the descriptions. He understood the uses of these 2 items. Using the Courier scroll would trigger a task and transport you to a special location. Once the task was completed, you could officially change careers to become a Night Doctor. And the random diagnosis seemed quite impressive. So, as long as I have this skill, I can quickly diagnose the target. Lin En pondered. Use. In an instant. The scroll in his hand turned into beams of light and merged into his body. Ding. You have learned the special skill, Random Diagnosis. Ding. Random Diagnosis has both active and passive trigger effects. Passive trigger can quickly perform multiple random diagnoses on the target, quickly determining the diseases on the target, and can be triggered through any part of the target's body. Active use, focus your gaze on the target, and you can randomly assign the target at least 1, up to 20 diseases, consuming a large amount of mental power. Note, the diseases the target suffers from depend on the target's constitution and the host's mental power. Hiss. After hearing the prompt, Lin En took a sharp breath. As expected of a legendary special skill, it can actually assign diseases to the target. This is incredible. In an instant, a sinister chain appeared in Lin En's mind. Assign diseases plus cure diseases equals profit. Yikes. Too evil. No. I am a moral and conscientious young man, I can't do something so against my conscience. People shouldn't, at least shouldn't. Thinking this, Lin En glanced at his left hand. Ding. Passive diagnosis triggered. Discovered target disease 1, indigestion. Discovered target disease 2, pesticide phobia. Discovered target disease 3, hypersomnia. Discovered target disease 4, genetic mutation, recessive. A series of system prompts rang in Lin En's ears, and with just a glance, Lin En had a thorough understanding of the diseases on his left hand. Lin En secretly took a breath, shocked. Because it's too powerful. Really too powerful. This skill is truly a divine skill for a doctor like him. Immediately, Lin En's gaze hesitated. Should I try the active skill a little? No. That's too unethical. And using my own left hand as a test subject, my conscience wouldn't be able to handle it. Trying it a little shouldn't be a big problem. Lin En thought for a moment. Try it? He then made up his mind, focusing his gaze on his snoring left hand, his pupils shrinking instantly. Activate. Ding. You randomly diagnose the target with the disease, morning sickness. Morning sickness, a symptom that usually appears after pregnancy, but for some unknown reason, the left-hand mutant also shows similar reactions, feeling dizzy and nauseous, with a loss of appetite and a bloated stomach. Lin En. And at that moment, the left hand, which was snoring away, suddenly turned green in the palm and woke up. Ah, so dizzy, feeling a bit nauseous. What's going on? Did I eat something bad? No, shouldn't be. Then a wave of nausea suddenly surged up. Ugh. Can't hold it in. Ugh dash. With a loud retch. The left hand instantly vomited out a large amount of mangled limbs. Ugh. Ugh. Soon, after vomiting, the left hand slumped down, saying, "Why did I suddenly throw up? Something's not right." Lin En immediately seriously took out a bottle of recovery potion from his pocket, saying, "I told you not to eat so much, see, now you're sick. You ate so much bad meat yesterday, and today you ate 3 machines, it's strange not to throw up. Here. Drink this potion and rest well." The left hand opened its mouth, unable to refute, saying, "Ugh." Gulp gulp. It drank the recovery potion in one go. Ding. Left hand's favorability towards you +1. Ding. Left hand's favorability towards you +1. Ding. Left hand's attitude towards you has slightly changed, thinking that although you're annoying, you're not bad occasionally. Lin En. The left hand yawned arrogantly, saying, "Don't think I'll say thank you, and don't think you can buy me off with a potion, I'll still eat you when I get the chance, huh?" Lin En. Indeed, a very powerful skill. Meditating. 2 hours flew by quickly. And at that moment, Lin En suddenly felt a movement from the outside. He quickly opened his eyes and hid cautiously. Whoosh whoosh. A gust of eerie wind rushed in from outside, making the door creak. And under Lin En's watchful eyes, a 2-meter-tall slender ghostly figure appeared at the door. "Your delivery." A hoarse voice, like a throat burned by fire, came from outside the door. It seemed to be the informant's delivery, no doubt. Lin En's expression shifted slightly, then he leaped down from the beam, calmly walked to the door, looked up at the tall, slender ghostly figure. "Mr. Shuangmu, is it you?" Lin En nodded, "It's me." Lin En showed the identification given by the informant. The slender ghostly figure sniffed slightly, confirmed the identity, then stiffly extended a pale hand, removed its own skull cap, and took out a beautifully packaged wooden box from inside. "Please, inspect. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at the pourread.com. Lin En glanced at him. Then took the wooden box, opened it, and saw 4 neatly arranged scrolls inside, along with a card. The card had lines of common Dark World text written on it. "Thank you for your patronage. Informant. Instructions: open the scroll, drop your blood, sign your name, the employment contract has been prepared for you. Once the steps are completed, the messenger will respond to your call. Postscript: please write your name on the back of the card and hand it to my messenger to confirm you have successfully received the goods." The slender ghostly figure handed Lin En a feather pen. Lin En thought for a moment. Then reached out to take the pen. Accidentally touching the ghostly figure's fingertip, Lin En instantly felt an indescribable coldness spreading throughout his body, making him shiver. But at the same time, a series of prompts sounded in his ear. Ding. Discovered target disease, chronic rheumatism. Ding. Discovered target disease, ugly. Ding. Discovered target disease, cold poison erosion. Ding. Discovered target disease, abdominal cyst. Lin En was momentarily stunned. Then he slowly lifted his head, staring intently into the eyes of the messenger before him, not moving an inch. The slender ghostly figure hesitated, unsure why this human was staring at him so directly, and with such an unnerving gaze that it made him feel uneasy. "Could you sign here? I need to return, and report back," he rasped. Lin En extended his hand, speaking seriously, "Hold on a moment." The slender ghostly figure paused, asking, "What's wrong?" Lin En put on a monocle and said deeply, "Have you recently felt abdominal bloating, a chill throughout your body, a cold twitch in your knees when walking, and a sudden urge to cry when looking in the mirror?" Instantly, the slender ghostly figure froze in place. What was going on? How did he know? Indeed. For the past few months, he had been feeling extremely uncomfortable all over, especially after delivering a message to the deep cold bone land a few months ago. His body had been subtly off. But how did he know about these symptoms? Seeing the astonished expression on the slender ghostly figure, Lin En calmly adjusted his glasses and said, "My friend, your days are numbered." Slender ghostly figure. Lin En said deeply, "As you can see, I am a professional doctor. When I touched your fingertip just now, I noticed something wrong with your body. May I ask if you have experienced the symptoms I mentioned?" The slender ghostly figure replied in shock, "Yes, a little." Lin En nodded, speaking seriously, "Have you been to the extreme cold places recently and been injured by some twisted creature? Do you feel a dull pain in your knees every time it gets cloudy?" The slender ghostly figure was shocked. How do you know?" Lin En squinted and said, "Don't worry about how I know, just know that your problem is serious. If you don't treat it, at best you'll be paralyzed, at worst you'll die, or at the very least lose your job and wander aimlessly for life." The slender ghostly figure panicked, This. Lin En adjusted his glasses, beckoned seriously, and strode towards the door next door. "Fortunately, you met me, a professional doctor who saves lives. If it weren't for our fateful encounter, I wouldn't be telling you these things. My shop is right next door, come in and let me take a good look at you. Don't worry, the cost isn't high." A few minutes later. Inside the dimly lit Bloodsaw Apothecary. The slender ghostly figure sat dazedly on a small stool, staring at the human youth in a white coat across from him. He didn't know why, but he had followed him in a daze. Logically speaking, shouldn't he hurry back to report? But the symptoms he mentioned had indeed troubled him for several months, and this doctor had identified all his symptoms with just a touch. Could it be that even as a messenger, he had delivered himself a stroke of luck? Lin En, wearing a mask, looked at him seriously and said, "Customer, your illness is a bit complex and numerous. I'll check them one by one. First, lift your leg." The slender ghostly figure, bewildered, looked at his leg, then at Lin En's trustworthy eyes. He obediently placed his leg on the counter. Bang! Lin En took out a small hammer and tapped his knee. Slender ghostly figure, Omega. Slender ghostly figure sanity value -10. Lin En said seriously, "Does it hurt?" The slender ghostly figure trembled, "It hurts. It hurts dozens of times more than before." Lin En said deeply, "If it hurts, that's right. The root of the problem is here. This is clearly old rheumatism caused by cold poison. If it continues like this, it will eventually lead to bone spurs, and you'll be bedridden." The slender ghostly figure trembled, "But, it didn't hurt this much before, it only hurt after you tapped it." "Did I hit it hard?" Lin En asked deeply. The slender ghostly figure dazedly replied, "No, not hard." Lin En adjusted his monocle, speaking seriously, "If it hurts this much without hitting hard, it means the illness has penetrated to the bone. Do you really want to end up bedridden?" The slender ghostly figure stammered, unable to say a word. After a long while, he hesitantly stammered, It's not that serious, right?" Bang! Lin En slapped the table, startling the slender ghostly figure into a shiver. Lin En said deeply, "Utterly absurd. Do you know how many patients have stubbornly endured until they died because of wishful thinking? Do you know the torment you'll suffer when the pain truly invades your entire body? It hurts." Lin En leaned forward slowly, saying deeply. It hurts like losing your mother. Especially on cloudy days. At first, it feels like ants crawling, then like a hammer pounding, and finally like knives slicing. One cut after another, swelling like a meatball, a touch feels like losing your mother. The slender ghostly figure leaned back continuously, eyes wide, gripping the stool legs, trembling uncontrollably. Treat it. Treat it. I'll treat it now. Doctor, please stop talking. Several minutes later. This is our shop special Bloodsaw muscle and bone patch, use it 3 times a day, 1 patch each time. After using, you'll feel warm and itchy, and the pain will be greatly relieved. This is an internal medicine prescription for treating rheumatic pain. Boil these 2 pounds of herbs and drink them once a day for 7 days. If there's no effect, come back to me. You're tall and thin, clearly malnourished. I'll prescribe you some supplements to ensure you're healthy and can run like Lu Xiang. Lin En calmly stuffed various medicines into the slender ghostly figure's arms. The slender ghostly figure held the increasingly absurd pile of medicines in a daze, saying, Doctor, isn't it a bit much to drink all these medicines? Lin En calmly replied, Is it? This is just for treating your old rheumatism. There are other illnesses I haven't mentioned yet. The slender ghostly figure trembled. What else? Lin En sat down, pushing the medicines aside. He looked at the slender ghostly figure seriously and said, Have you been feeling cold all over these days? No matter how much you exercise or keep warm, you can't suppress the chill. The slender ghostly figure widened his ghostly eyes, looking at his pale hands, and said, Yes, yes. Lin En squinted and said, And do you often feel that the chill comes from within, surging from your abdomen to your entire body? The slender ghostly figure exclaimed, Exactly. Lin En said deeply, Based on my preliminary diagnosis, you seem to be afflicted with cold poison, and it's malignant. The lesion has even caused a malignant cyst in your abdomen. The slender ghostly figure was shocked, That can't be true. Clang. Lin En drew his nightmare blade, calmly saying, Whether it's true or not, we'll know after a surgery. 10 minutes later. Operating room. The slender ghostly figure lay trembling on the table, watching Lin En, who was continuously sharpening his knife, and said, Are you really going to operate? Lin En nodded, blew on the reflective blade, closed his eyes, and said, There's no other way. The root of the problem is there. If we don't perform surgery, relying on potions for treatment is impossible. The slender ghostly figure shivered and stammered, Can you use anesthesia? Lin En was taken aback. He then smiled apologetically, scratched the back of his head, and said, Almost forgot again. Look at my memory. Don't worry, I'll administer it right away, hee dash. With that, Lin En quickly put down the knife and started rummaging through the bottles and jars in the cabinet behind him. The slender ghostly figure instantly went, Omega. Why did you say, again? Something's not right. Isn't administering anesthesia to a patient before surgery standard procedure? Why do you seem like you don't even know where your anesthesia is? Slender ghostly figure sanity value -10. Slender ghostly figure sanity value -10. He trembled as he watched Lin En's back, increasingly feeling that this doctor was unreliable. And finally, at the next moment. Found it. He heard Lin En's joyful voice. The slender ghostly figure breathed a sigh of relief. Expired? Lin En frowned at the bottle in his hand. Crack. The slender ghostly figure instantly went, winky face. Lin En turned his head, looking at the slender ghostly figure who was chattering his teeth, glaring at him, and trembling. How about? Lin En frowned and said, You bear with it. No. The slender ghostly figure instinctively reached out his hand, terrified. He absolutely didn't want to endure it. Just tapping his leg earlier hurt so much. If they operated without anesthesia, who knows how much it would hurt. If they happened to remove his kidney too, that would be terrifying. Seeing the patient so resistant, Lin En thought for a moment, then slightly frowned and said, But there is another method of anesthesia, I wonder if you're willing to try. What method? The slender ghostly figure seemed to see hope. Lin En said seriously, physical anesthesia. The slender ghostly figure said, physical anesthesia. Bang. Ding. You knocked out the slender ghostly figure, you gained 10 basic experience points. Ding. You successfully removed the slender ghostly figure's cyst, your surgical ability plus 10. Ding. You realigned the slender ghostly figure's displaced kidney, your internal medicine ability plus 1. Ding. You successfully completed an outstanding suture, your sewing ability plus 10. Half an hour later. Lin En helped the trembling, hollow-eyed slender ghostly figure, who was leaning on a crutch and hooked up to N4, stumble out of the operating room. His head was wrapped in bandages, physical anesthesia. His waist was wrapped in bandages, not kidney removal, but cyst removal. His leg was wrapped in bandages, old rheumatism. His face was wrapped in bandages, ugly. Everything went very smoothly, the cyst has been removed for you, and the residual cold poison in your body still needs further care. This is the new potion I've prepared for you, you must take it on time. Remember, don't stop the medicine, and I guarantee you'll be cured in a week. Lin En gave a serious thumbs up. The slender ghostly figure looked hollowly at the 4 bottle hanging above, then glanced at his tightly bandaged knee and entire leg. Leaning on a crutch. Holding a hand warmer in his arms. A heat patch on his forehead. Thank you. He said hollowly, I wish your family happiness and joy. Lin En, said, no need to thank me, it's what I should do. Your bill is ready, surgery plus potion, a total of 3,000 skull coins. Will you pay cash, or perhaps, part with something? Lin En's smile was particularly kind. The slender ghostly figure trembled as he pulled out 3 black skull coins from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Just one visit to the doctor, and half a year's savings were gone. No wonder people say never to go to the hospital. You and your wallet will surely be empty. Can I leave now? The slender ghostly figure said. He didn't want to stay here a moment longer. Came to deliver a package. Ended up with a body full of ailments. Of course you can. Lin En smiled, then quickly packed the large and small potion bottles for him, helping him carry them on his back. The remaining scattered potions with no place to put were hung on the 4 bottle. Also, check the delivery and write the receipt. The slender ghostly figure held the card and said, I still need to report back. One moment. Lin En smiled, immediately took out the 4 scrolls from the box, carefully checked them, then closed his eyes and placed them back in the box with satisfaction. He didn't notice that a strand of hair accidentally brushed past his fingertip from the edge of the scroll. No problem, I'll immediately. But before he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! You discovered the target disease, congenital high paralysis. Ding! You discovered the target disease, permanent skin suppuration. Ding! You discovered the target disease, malignant toxin residue from parasitic moth. Ding! You discovered the target disease, intermittent limb dissolution. Lin En was suddenly stunned. Then his gaze instantly locked onto the box. He was sure he hadn't touched any living thing just now, but this prompt. The next moment. Lin En's gaze caught the long hair on the scroll. Is this? Lin En squinted. Could it be, the informant? He glanced at the slender ghostly figure and asked, Sir, has my delivery been handled by anyone else? Speaking of his work, the slender ghostly figure immediately became solemn and said, No, my master always sends items one-on-one, it's packed by the master personally, absolutely no other creature has touched it. Upon hearing this, Lin En understood. He smiled inwardly. It seems it is indeed the informant. And judging by the symptoms, they have all sorts of strange diseases, no wonder they stay in the field of vision gathering intelligence all year round. Instantly. Lin En remembered the thousands of skull coins he was scammed out of in the field of vision before. Lin En smiled slightly, quickly picked up a pen, and began writing on the back of the card. Mr. Shuangmu. Dear informant, I have successfully received your delivery, much appreciated. However, it seems you accidentally left a strand of your hair in the delivery, and as a professional physician, I inadvertently detected some unfavorable symptoms from your hair. Lin N wrote down the diseases he discovered. I deeply sympathize with your suffering. If you see my receipt, please remember to visit Mr. Xuanmu at the apothecary at XXXX in the field of vision. Remember to make an appointment and bring money, I can provide further diagnosis and treatment. Wishing you good health. Your loyal doctor, Mr. Xuanmu. Here's the receipt. Please make sure to give it to your master. I'm extremely satisfied with this shipment. Lin En handed the card to the slender ghostly figure with a smile. The slender ghostly figure glanced at the card's content, and his face instantly turned a sickly green. Damn it, this is beyond ridiculous. It's like ridiculousness itself opened the door to more ridiculousness. You diagnosed my master with a bunch of life-threatening diseases just from a single hair. Are you trying to rocket him to the afterlife? But that's none of his business. Without a word, the slender ghostly figure immediately turned around, leaning on his cane, dragging his foredrip, and hurriedly hobbled out the door. Just as he reached the door, he heard Lin En's loud voice from behind. Dear customer, we look forward to your next visit. Thank you for your patronage. The slender ghostly figure shuddered. He gripped his cane tighter and quickened his pace, almost fleeing into the dark mist. Watching the slender ghostly figure disappear into the distance, Lin En wasted no time. He quickly took out the 4 scrolls from the box. Slowly unrolling them. The intricate hexagram runes engraved on the scrolls immediately caught Lin En's attention. Spells. Or rather, the summoning and contract formations commonly used in the dark world. Through similar formations, one can form temporary contracts with creatures from the dark world or other realms. The 4 scrolls in his hand were clearly specific. Without hesitation, Lin En immediately took out a quill and ink, sat at the counter, and swiftly wrote the first letter. Dear Xiao Xiao. I am your dentist, Lin En. Do you remember me? Not long ago, you became the first lifetime member of our store, for which I feel extremely honored and delighted. You are a very kind and lovely girl. Ever since you left, I've been thinking about you day and night, longing for you, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and I've lost quite a bit of weight. This made me think again of that wonderful night. Because I can't suppress my longing for you, I decided to write you a letter today, because I feel that if I don't write to you, I won't be able to go on. You are like a ray of white moonlight in my heart, truly unforgettable. So, could you accept my invitation? I specially invite you to come to Wandering Soul Alley tomorrow for a gathering, and I've prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Please don't refuse. Your dentist, Mr. Lin En, who misses your visit. After finishing, Lin En immediately sealed it with wax. Then he bit his finger hard, letting the blood drip onto the formation on the scroll. And wrote his name on it. Lin En. Instantly, under Lin En's gaze, his blood slowly flowed along the formation. And in the next moment, the formation began to glow with a blood-red light. Buzz. The air suddenly rippled. In an instant, the formation burst out with a beam of light, within which 2 human-sized creatures slowly emerged. One had a streamlined body, resembling a cheetah, but its entire body was covered with intricate red runes, and it flickered constantly, as if it could disappear at any moment. The other was a giant turtle, its shell covered in brown moss, and its head was grotesquely hideous. Void Warp Beast. Level, 80. Alignment, Lawful Neutral. Combat Ability, Fast Runner. Description, a strange creature roaming the void and abyss. In open areas, if you look up at the void and see a large group of meteors quickly streaking across the sky, don't doubt it, they might not be meteors but a group of warp beasts traversing the void. Corrupted Land Turtle King. Level, 81. Alignment, None. Combat Ability, Tough. Description, the Turtle King dwelling in the corrupted land swamp, gentle and sluggish, spending most of its life in slumber. Thousands or tens of thousands of years mean almost nothing to them. Although most corrupted land turtles are reluctant to leave the swamp, there are always a few unique ones seeking a job outside, like delivering mail. Seeing these two prodigies arrive, Lin En's eyes lit up. "Are you my couriers?" Lin En greeted them with a smile. The void warp beast let out a howl in response. The corrupted land turtle king slowly turned its turtle head, opened its mouth, and said, "I." Lin En blinked. Time slowly passed. A.M. Lin En opened his mouth, holding his breath. "You're." A minute later. Lin En was stunned, holding his breath. "Messenger." After finishing, the turtle head slowly revealed a silly turtle smile. Lin En almost couldn't catch his breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then solemnly handed the letter to the Turtle King, saying seriously, "Then I'll trouble you. I heard from your master that you only need a trace of the recipient's body tissue or scent to quickly locate the target and deliver the letter." Lin En reached into his pocket and took out a small piece of tooth fragment he had scraped off the sacred spear not long ago. "It's called Xiao Xiao. Remember this scent, and make sure to deliver the letter as soon as possible." The Turtle King sniffed. Then, at an indescribably slow speed, it extended its turtle head, slowly opened its mouth, and took the letter. "Okay." Then, under Lin En's heart-stopping gaze, it took 10 minutes to slowly reach its back. Click. A small door slowly opened on its back. Lin En finally lost his patience. He grabbed the letter and quickly stuffed it into the hidden compartment on its shell, closing it with a snap. "I." The Turtle King slowly opened its mouth, speaking foolishly. It slowly moved its limbs, advancing towards the door at a microscopic speed. "Go." Lin En's temples throbbed wildly, and he ignored it, letting it run first, then turned his gaze to the eager void warp beast beside him. "You have a task too." Lin En said seriously. "I know your speed is the fastest among couriers." Before Lin En could finish. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The void warp beast in front of Lin En instantly disappeared, then reappeared in front of him, panting with its tongue out. A woo dash. It howled to the sky. Then placed a small stone in front of Lin En. Lin En was taken aback, saying, "Is this a meteorite fragment? Are you saying you just went to the outer void in that short time?" The void warp beast proudly wagged its tongue. To read the uncut version, go to. Lin En took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and patted its head, saying, "Fast. Indeed fast. But..." Lin En pointed at the blood gushing from its forehead, exasperated. "Your damn skull is cracked. Watch where you're going when you're speeding. Fast is fast, but if you get yourself killed just after leaving, I'll have to pay for your funeral before the letter even gets delivered." Lin En knew that neither of these two messengers was reliable. No way. They must be combined to work. Lin En immediately turned his head and looked at the Turtle King, who had already struggled 10 centimeters outward. A few minutes later. Lin En clapped his hands, satisfied as he looked at the void warp beast he had forcibly stuffed into the Turtle King's shell. Find us on Google. The principle was actually very simple. There were still large gaps inside the Turtle King's shell, and the warp beast was the kind that was soft-bodied and prone to sudden death. By squeezing it into the shell and pulling its limbs out through 4 openings, in a sense, they achieved a fusion evolution. Void Warp Turtle. It combined the speed of the Void Warp Beast with the defense of the Turtle King. Although the speed would definitely decrease due to the increased load, the defensive capability was greatly enhanced. No longer would he have to worry about the Warp Beast recklessly crashing and killing itself. But to be safe, Lin En added some extra security measures. He welded shut the excess space in the 4 openings. This way, there was no need to worry about the Void Warp Beast being too fast and throwing the Turtle King off. Set off. Lin En patted the 2 fellows squeezed out from the turtle shell side by side and said sternly. "Turtle, you are responsible for safely delivering the letter to the recipient. Puppy, you are responsible for quickly getting Turtle to the recipient's destination. I believe that after your fusion, you will become a refreshing presence in the world of messengers." Smack. Lin En slapped the turtle shell and shouted. Set off. Boom. Almost instantly, the wall was directly punched through by the void warp turtle, disappearing into the black mist at an unimaginable speed. Lin En didn't delay. He immediately sat down, picked up a quill pen seriously and solemnly, and began writing the second letter. Dear teacher. Teacher. I am your disciple Lin En. I can't make it, I'm dying. My body is bleeding, my brain is oozing out, I'm about to crack open. Although I received your warning before, but they are too strong, they are really too strong. Those wicked guys have already smashed our shop, burned our sign, beaten your favorite disciple. Teacher, your student is not long for this world, but I still remember your instructions before you left. I failed to take care of the shop, I let you down, but before I die, I still want to know. Are you still alive? This messenger was hired with the last of my strength and money. I don't know if the letter will be successfully delivered, but I still have to say. Once a teacher, always a father. On this day next year, please, make sure to burn those 3 sticks of incense for your student. Your dying disciple Lin En, sincerely. Plop plop. Lin En was moved to tears. He quickly sealed the letter and then used the same method to create a second void warp turtle. With a slap on the turtle shell, the messenger sped away. Lin En looked seriously outside the door and said, now let's see if it makes it in time. Several hours later. In a vast temple complex on the edge of the land. A grand event of unparalleled scale was taking place. This was the territory of the Unicorn Demon King, one of the 72 monarchs of the Dark World. The Unicorn Demon clan he led was renowned across the various worlds of the Abyss. For no other reason than that monarch-level beings were terrifying existences in the Dark World, second only to root-level creatures. And precisely because of this, the Unicorn Demon clan thrived in the Dark World. Although his power ranked at the bottom among the 72 monarchs, even the higher-ranking monarchs dared not provoke this clan casually, because all high-ranking creatures knew that the 3 root-level hunters who roamed the entire Dark World were once his close friends in life. And because of this, the Unicorn Demon clan leaped to become a top-tier force in the Dark World. Titan brother, your acceptance of my invitation this time is truly an honor and a surprise for me. The broken-winged Unicorn Demon King stood up boldly, raising a giant cup as large as 2 of his own bodies with one hand, laughing as he toasted the 3 gigantic heads on the main seat of the temple. 3,000 years. To have a moment of clarity from you, big brother, I must toast you no matter what. He tilted his head back, boldly pouring the barrel of blood wine into his mouth. And on either side, numerous unicorn demons respectfully and fervently carried large quantities of fresh corpses, pouring them into the containers before the 3 hunters. These were fresh blood sacrifices just slaughtered. And if Lin En were here, he would surely recognize at a glance that the slightly smaller head among the 3 gigantic ones on the main seat was Xiao Xiao, whom he had previously seen for dental work. Ding dash. Xiao Xiao grinned widely, revealing a row of gleaming teeth, dazzling the Unicorn Demon clan members below. So shiny. The Unicorn Demon King exclaimed, giving Xiao Xiao a thumbs up, saying, I didn't expect my niece to become even more dazzling and charming compared to before. Beside Xiao Xiao, a massive female head visibly spewed countless tentacles from her mouth, sweeping up the large number of fresh corpses in the container and chewing vigorously. She revealed a sinister smile, the light in her eyes flickering between chaos and clarity. It found a Dr. Dash. Made my daughter very happy dash. A torrent of blood gushed from her teeth, filling the entire temple with a heavy stench of blood. And the largest head in the center remained silent, the light in its eyes more chaotic compared to the other 2 hunters, occasionally flashing with intense malice. Only rarely did a trace of clarity appear in those chaotic eyes. And if not for that trace of clarity suppressing it, the evil and chaotic aura it emitted would have directly driven the surrounding unicorn demons to collapse. Sister-in-law, is Big Brother's condition any better? The Unicorn Demon King asked cautiously. The massive female head cackled sinisterly, saying, he is unwilling having his head severed back, then it was malice and curses that allowed him to exist in this dark world dash. He constantly thinks about killing his way up killing his way up dash. Whoosh. Countless terrifying tentacles instantly extended from the neck of the Titan's skull, wrapping around the female head's face, relentlessly tearing and attacking. I did not lose, it was you, vile woman, a curse you brought the curse dash. The large chunks of flesh on the face of the female head were torn off by it, but her smile only grew more vivid and malicious. Ha ha ha, you useless god, you can't beat them, only take it out on your own woman, he he ha ha dash. If not for the curse, he he, you would just be a pile of bones now, a madman, ha 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 he he dash. The chaotic and terrifying tearing and frenzied attack continued for over 10 minutes. All the unicorn demons in the temple watched in fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't until the clarity in its eyes slowly balanced with the chaos that it finally calmed down. The unicorn demon king let out a sigh of relief. Because if his elder brother really went berserk at this time, their entire tribe might face annihilation. But he knew the resentment in his brother's heart. Because back then, his elder brother was. He shook his head, no longer dwelling on the past, and said boldly and solemnly. Elder brother, sister-in-law, niece, you can stay here with me for the next few days. As your younger brother, I will provide you with plenty of fresh blood meals every day to welcome you. Xiao Xiao stretched out its tentacles with a rustle. It picked up a high-ranking unicorn demon from the ground and played with it like a plush toy. Mirror dash. Yes. The unicorn demon, pale-faced, quickly picked up a huge mirror, not daring to move. Ding dash. Xiao Xiao grinned, looking at the bright white teeth in the mirror, and began to admire itself again. This had been the daily routine of this headhunter for the past few days. As for the reason, it was still unclear. After a hearty meal, the unicorn demon king was also drunk, but just as he was about to get up to make a speech, suddenly, his eyes flashed, and his drunkenness instantly vanished. Who goes there? Sneaking around, daring to trespass on my territory. In an instant, he punched through the void, suddenly extending his hand, and then instantly pulled out a giant turtle from the void. Crack, crack. His claws and the turtle's shell sparked violently. This is a messenger. The unicorn demon king frowned. He had heard of these highly secure turtle king messengers, being a monarch-level existence himself. What's going on? The female head turned its fierce eyes, focusing on the unicorn demon king. The unicorn demon king immediately said, it's a void messenger, probably for me. I'll handle it right away. Without another word, he immediately linked his consciousness to the turtle king in his hand. Since someone used a turtle king to send a message, it must have been sent at least hundreds or 1,000 years ago. Is it an old acquaintance? He was puzzled. But the next moment, when he received the message from the turtle king, he was stunned and said, not for me. Then he frowned sharply, turned his head to look at the unicorn demons below the stage, and shouted. Who is called Xiao Xiao? Damn it, come out. But just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the high platform behind him. I'm called Xiao Xiao dash. The unicorn demon king shivered. He instinctively turned his head, staring in shock at the headhunter grinning at the mirror. Then he turned his gaze to the female head beside him, utterly bewildered, clearly not believing that his sister-in-law would give their daughter such a bizarre name. Moreover, it didn't even sound like a proper name, more like a pet name for a cat or dog. He was speechless. The female head turned with a crack, clarity occupying part of her gaze, and said. Daughter has a name? Xiao Xiao turned its head, grinning. Ding! Its shiny teeth flashed a light. The female head's gaze melted, as if, sticking out its tongue, it began to lick its daughter's face, clearly doting on her immensely. To access the premium content, go to. The unicorn demon king paused in astonishment, and seeing no response, it was as if they tacitly agreed. Click. A small door slowly opened behind the demon king, revealing a letter inside. The unicorn demon king thought for a moment, picked up the letter sealed with wax, feeling waves of strangeness. Because who would write a letter to a root-level creature? Most root-level beings were extremely chaotic, and having brief moments of clarity was already quite rare. Niece, your letter. Can't read. Xiao Xiao continued to admire its shiny teeth. Who is it from? The female head asked with closed eyes. The Unicorn Demon King thought for a moment, then checked the letter, quickly capturing a name. Lin En. He was stunned. Instantly. Xiao Xiao, who was admiring its teeth, turned its gaze, Omega, turned around, and said. Read. The Unicorn Demon King widened his eyes, the sense of strangeness growing more apparent. Because he had never seen his headhunter niece show such an expression besides being fierce. Something's off. Something's definitely off. Who exactly is this Lin En? Just from that look, he felt Lin En must be quite something. He bewilderedly opened the letter, quickly scanning through it. And when he finished, his expression instantly turned, winky face. This. Does he really have to read it? It feels like the tone and wording in this letter aren't suitable for reading aloud in public. Read. Xiao Xiao, Omega, said. The Unicorn Demon King, ... said, then I'll read it. Dear Xiao Xiao. Buzz. The female head licking her daughter's cheek paused. The chaos in Titan Skull's eyes also suddenly halted. For a moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Xiao, Omega, moved its tentacles and said, continue dash. The Unicorn Demon King, trembling, clutched the letter, sweating profusely, and read. I am your dentist Lin En, do you remember me? Not long ago, you became the first lifetime member of my clinic, and for that, I feel extremely honored and delighted. The two massive heads perked up their ears. Xiao Xiao, Omega, said, remember dash. The Unicorn Demon King glanced nervously at his silent elder brother and sister-in-law on the main seat, swallowed, and trembled as he continued. You are a very kind and adorable girl. And ever since you left, I haven't been able to sleep well day and night, my mind filled with you, unable to eat or drink, and I've lost a lot of weight. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Even the unicorn demons below the stage fell into a stupor. A few of them poured their drinks until they overflowed. Xiao Xiao nodded, saying, I also lost 2 pounds. No. The Demon King's heart trembled. The meanings are different. Niece, you're starving because you can't bear to lose your teeth, but this guy in the letter is flirting with you. He's teasing you. His hand shook as he held the letter, and he really didn't dare to continue reading. Because what's next is even more cringeworthy. Read it dash, Xiao Xiao eagerly said. Read it dash. 2 terrifyingly gloomy voices echoed. The Unicorn Demon King instinctively looked up, and instantly, his whole body bristled. A massive shadow loomed over him. At some point, the enormous heads of his brother and sister-in-law had appeared before him, staring intently at him. His brother's previously chaotic eyes had somehow become clear, but it was a clarity more terrifying than chaos. He was drenched in sweat, feeling as if death itself was watching him. He instinctively swallowed, trembling as he read. This reminds me of that wonderful night we spent together. Buzz. The hair on the 2 heads in front of him suddenly writhed like tentacles, scaring the Unicorn Demon King, Omega, so much that all his hair stood on end. Wonderful dash, the female head said venomously. Night? Titan's head snarled. The Unicorn Demon King gulped nervously, stammering, the letter says, just like that. It was indeed a wonderful night. Continue reading, Xiao Xiao, Omega, swayed her tentacles. The 2 heads trembled violently. That look of delight. Could it be? Could it be their daughter already? Read, the 2 heads demanded urgently. The Unicorn Demon King was about to crack. He was inwardly cursing, damn it, who the hell sent such a sappy love letter to his niece at this time? And right in front of her parents, no less. He wished he could slap himself. After reading the letter, he should have just handed it to a subordinate to read. Why did he get involved in this mess? He was risking his life for nothing. But now, there was no turning back. Bracing himself, he trembled as he continued, because I can't suppress my longing for you, I decided to write you a letter today, because I feel that if I don't write to you, I won't be able to live. Crack, crack, crack. He could already hear the terrifying sound of teeth grinding from the two heads in front of him. Can't live dash. Titan's head's eyes bulged with rage. You are like a ray of white moonlight in my heart, truly unforgettable. Crack, crack, crack. The Unicorn Demon King felt the ground beneath him split with countless cracks. White moonlight in my heart dash, the female head ground her teeth, her eyes flashing with light. The Unicorn Demon King, trembled as he held the letter. So I want to invite you to Wandering Soul Alley for a gathering. And I've prepared a grand feast for you. Yours sincerely, Lin N. He read the entire ridiculous love letter at lightning speed. Below the stage, all the unicorn demons were slack-jawed, unable to utter a word. A brief silence. Is that it? The two heads asked menacingly in unison. The Unicorn Demon King dumbfoundedly held the letter, saying, That's it. Xiao Xiao, Omega, wiggled her tentacles, saying, Oh. He misses me so much there's even a feast oh. Another brief silence. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, Xiao Xiao, clearly in a good mood, jumped off the stage, extended a tentacle to take the letter from the Unicorn Demon King's hand, and hopped away, singing a cheerful tune as she bounced out of the temple. A naive girl easily swayed by a single letter. In the next moment, the countless unicorn demons below the stage finally reacted, their jaws dropping in terror. What kind of dimension-breaking joke is this? It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. Who the hell is this Lin En? What kind of powerful existence is this? Too strong. Too strong. Beyond comprehension strong. Writing a letter to an even more terrifying root-level being is one thing, but to write such a love letter filled with courtship and ambiguity, this is invincible. God. God. You're blatantly flirting with someone's daughter right in front of her parents. Does he even know that this whole family is a bunch of root-level ancient gods? Finally, the Unicorn Demon King, looked up at the two silent heads. He could already sense the tense atmosphere around him. Brother, sister-in-law, I think. Boom. Before he could finish, Titan's head erupted in a furious roar, countless tentacles thrashing wildly throughout the temple, the entire dome cracking open. Damn it. Taking advantage of my illness to seduce my daughter. And writing such sappy stuff. This is too much. Calm down dash. It's rare to find someone who fancies our daughter old man, you need to calm down dash. My daughter is only 5 years old. Not even an adult and she's already being seduced. Beep. She was 5 before she died, now she's 3,000 years old long since an adult old man, don't ruin this. The entire temple was in chaos. The female head continuously restrained the rampaging Titan's head. Roar roar. Terrifying roars lifted the entire dome. The Unicorn Demon King exclaimed, Brother. Brother. You're clear-headed. Didn't you notice your consciousness has cleared up? Titan's head kept roaring, being dragged by the female head, struggling forward, saying. Of course, I need to be clear-headed. If I'm not, my daughter will be taken by a scoundrel. Let me go, let me kill that letter-writing bastard dash. The female head strained to hold her husband back, preventing him from going berserk. Old man, calm down, let them love freely, parents shouldn't interfere. I'll freely, beep, your, beep, dash, beep, this is abduction, abducting an underage innocent girl. Boom. Finally, the entire temple couldn't bear the strain and collapsed. P.S. Today marks 200,000 words, and I've been writing for over a month now. Thank you all for your support. The book is doing well, so I'll work even harder. The last book was a trial that didn't do well, but this one returns to my roots. I hope to bring you the perfect novel. Having said that, let's get back to the main topic. To showcase my charm, I'd like to humbly ask for a small gift. With your support, I'll work even harder on my writing. Aiming for 10 chapters a day. Crossed out. Doll's Courtyard. A blinding red moon hung high above the castle's tower. Surrounding the castle was a vast expanse of thorny roses blooming amidst the mist. Blood-red petals were scattered along the long, silent path, with an eerie and hollow melody faintly echoing in the air. Creak creak. The flower field. The sound of footsteps echoed one after another. Amidst the vague black mist, one hunter after another with human heads and spider bodies cautiously advanced toward the central castle. Prepare to launch the third assault. Hunter Squad 21 is in position. Requesting assault command. Command received. Confirmed. Attack. Red lights flickered in the eyes of the leading hunter. And in the next moment, dozens of hunters suddenly charged at high speed toward the flower field shrouded in black mist. Simultaneously, from all directions of the castle, several squads composed entirely of hunters launched an assault on the doll's courtyard almost at the same time. Moving forward. Along the way, many damaged hunter remnants lay scattered around. It was evident that they had launched multiple attacks on the doll's courtyard before, but none had succeeded. The wildly surging thorns along the path were frantically slashed by the blades in their hands. Data transmission. Penetrated to the third area. Distance to target. 500 meters. A hunter's eyes flickered with red light. But just then, they suddenly saw, at the end of the misty path ahead, a figure faintly emerging. Their perspective quickly zoomed in, revealing the figure's appearance. It was an exquisitely crafted life-sized doll. In her hand, she held a black parasol with golden edges, wearing a lavish doll-like hat on her head. Dressed in a black and gold Gothic gown, her long white hair draped over her chest, and her high heels made an unusual clatter against the ground. She appeared very strange, her movements stiff, with no sense of life emanating from her. Yet she could move. But it was this almost lifelike state that gave her an indescribable eeriness. Ding 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 ding. The red lights in the eyes of the dozen hunters flickered intensely. Target analysis. Confirming target identity. Database search. Target identity confirmed. Seventh puppeteer of the doll's courtyard, Black String Moon. Extremely strong combat capability. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google. Warning. Target threat level extremely high. Engage with full force. Almost in an instant. The dozen hunters charged at the Gothic doll with unimaginable speed. Countless petals scattered with their figures, spreading across the black sky. In the blink of an eye, the dozen hunters had already reached the side of the Gothic doll. Creak creak. A series of gear jamming sounds. A bizarre scene unfolded, as if time had suddenly frozen. The dozen hunters who had rushed to the doll's side were suddenly immobilized. Dimly, under the refracted light of the red moon, it could be seen that, at some point, fine and resilient threads had appeared on each of their joints. They were like puppets, frozen in place. Body restricted. Unable to break through. Warning. Body bound. Body bound. The hunters struggled forcefully, but apart from the mechanical hissing from within, they couldn't move an inch. In the flower field, the exquisite Gothic doll tilted her head. Her jointed fingers could be seen clearly, gently flicking. Squelch. One of the hunters suddenly turned, the sharp mantis blade on his arm instantly piercing through another hunter's skull. Squelch. Squelch. Several more piercing sounds followed. The hunters, like actors in a stage play, stabbed each other's skulls one by one. Until only the last hunter remained. The Gothic doll lifted her head, looking at him with eyes like a harmless little Lolita, watching his rapidly flickering eyes. Raindrops pattered on the black umbrella. The Gothic doll's head suddenly tilted. Crack. The neck of the hunter in front of her twisted in a distorted manner, instantly snapped by his own force. The shell sparked and then fell heavily to the ground. In less than a minute, all the hunters were inevitably destroyed here. Intruders at the northern gate, annihilated, record, 59 seconds. The Gothic doll turned mechanically, reporting. At the same time, several different voices came through her ears. Intruders in the southern area, annihilated, record, 3 minutes 51 seconds. Intruders in the northwest area, annihilated. Minor injuries, need parts replacement. Intruders in the eastern courtyard, being processed, estimated time remaining, 5 minutes. String Moon, why is your efficiency so fast? Did the ladies' engineer replace your parts? You've already pulled far ahead of us sisters. Sister String Moon is a cleaning type doll, of course, her speed is faster than ours. Stop dawdling, finish the battle quickly, we need to report back to the lady. Voices buzzed around her. The Gothic doll walked along the path, holding the black umbrella, step by step toward the castle. Each step was precisely measured, her Gothic gown fluttering slightly in the wind. But just then, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes shifted slightly toward the corner. As if she had discovered something. In an instant, countless glass-like threads pierced into the space not far away. Buzz. The space instantly cracked open, revealing a bizarrely shaped turtle king being controlled by the threads, dragged out of the void in an extremely eerie upside-down manner. Messenger. The turtle king, unusually wide-eyed, uttered these 3 words at a speed hundreds of times faster than usual. The Gothic doll tilted her head. A few minutes later, inside the castle. Bloodsaw, your letter. In a hall filled with gears, the doll lady, dressed in lavish attire, walked in with elegant steps. Her nearly 3-meter-tall figure was curvaceous and imposing. If not for her height, she would resemble a noblewoman from the Middle Ages. On the other side of the hall, the tall and burly Bloodsaw leaned against a mechanical table, his eyes flickering. Beside him, several doll-sized figures with button eyes were using various tools to tap and treat the massive wounds on his body. A letter? Bloodsaw rumbled, who sent it? The doll lady elegantly sat on a luxurious chair opposite, gently lifting a cup of rich coffee, nonchalantly saying. My daughters found it in the courtyard, delivered by a void messenger. The sender is someone named Lin N, do you know him? Upon hearing this, Bloodsaw was taken aback. Lin N. How is that possible? He struggled to stand, dragging his massive body to the table, reaching out to take the letter. Who is he? The doll lady asked, moving her lips. He's a child I adopted 2 years ago. Bloodsaw solemnly looked at the letter, saying. For the past 2 years, he's been my apprentice at the apothecary. A few days ago, when I realized the Demon Society might target Wandering Soul Alley, I urgently sent him a message. It seems he managed to escape the Demon Society's clutches. He steadied himself, then quickly opened the envelope. And as soon as he saw the crooked handwriting, he confirmed it was indeed from his apprentice. Because only this guy could make decent handwriting look so ugly. But when he saw the line written on the letter, his expression changed dramatically. Teacher. I'm your disciple, Lin N. I can't go on, I'm going to die. My body is bleeding, my brain is spilling out, I'm about to crack open. His attention immediately focused, his gaze heavy as he quickly read on. The more he read, the more obvious his anger became. When he reached the last line, even in your dying moments, you still think of your disciple, Lin N. Yours, even his hand holding the letter visibly trembled. This isn't just a letter. This is clearly a farewell note from his disciple. Damn you, Demon Society. Boom. He roared, punching the ground, sparks flying from his body, and the floor cracked instantly. He panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot. His sudden emotional outburst even startled the doll lady nearby. Bloodsaw, what are you doing? Without a word. Bloodsaw gritted his teeth, quickly got up, and was about to push the door open to leave. Madam, thank you for taking me in these past 2 days, but I must leave today. If there's a chance in the future, I'll repay your kindness. His heart was full of rage. But just as he was about to step out the door, countless threads suddenly bound his body in place. What madness are you up to? Your injuries aren't healed yet. If you go out now, you're courting death. The doll lady squinted her eyes, holding the threads in her hand, and said. There are hunters tracking you everywhere outside. I guarantee that the moment you step out of my courtyard, you'll be killed by the flesh puppets out there. Bloodsaw, furious, tore at the threads binding him, his face twisted with rage, saying, "Better to die fighting than to sit here waiting for death. Demon Society. I'll make them pay in blood." He roared. The threads binding him snapped one by one. It was clear how furious he was. The doll lady frowned. Bloodsaw, usually so calm, was now so out of control, clearly triggered by the letter's contents. She suddenly reached out, using a thread to pick up the letter from the ground, frowning as she read it. A few seconds later, she finished reading the letter, frowned, and said, "Your disciple is." Bloodsaw trembled all over, gritting his teeth, the veins on his body bulging, and murky liquid flowed from his bloodshot eyes. "It's my fault as a teacher. If I had known it was a trap, I should have sent him to a safe place earlier." His eyes were wide with rage, his emotions nearly out of control. In his mind, he instantly pictured his disciple writing this letter. Covered in wounds, missing limbs, bleeding continuously, with a cracked head, using great willpower to shakily write this final note to his incompetent teacher. He saw the 2 dried tear stains on the letter. Clearly. When he wrote this letter, he must have been crying helplessly, bleeding and weeping as he wrote. How pitiful. How helpless. In his mind, he instantly recalled the past 2 years of living together day and night. Although he was stern and only ordered him around, the bond between teacher and disciple was indelible. Ah! Bloodsaw howled hysterically at the sky. Demon Society. Today you killed my disciple. Tomorrow I will destroy you. I, Bloodsaw, will never share the same sky with you. Snap, snap, snap. The threads binding him snapped one by one. Seeing him about to lose control and rush out in fury, the doll lady gritted her teeth and instantly summoned more threads to firmly restrain him in place. Calm down. Even if you go out now, you can't solve anything. And I think there's something wrong with this letter. Bloodsaw gritted his teeth, large tears pattering on the ground, roaring. That's my disciple's handwriting. It can't be fake. Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own foolish son's writing? The doll lady was also anxious, exasperated. Don't let the letter's contents cloud your judgment. Have you ever seen a dying person write so dramatically, with so many dots between each line? A brief silence. The doll lady rubbed her forehead, took a deep breath, and said, "Someone about to crack open can still write such a dramatic letter. Use your brain." She angrily walked over, punching him on the head several times. Pointing at the letter, she said exasperatedly, "Look at the writing, so neat and round, every dot perfectly placed. Does this look like someone about to die? This was clearly written when he was quite comfortable. Let's not even mention that. Have you ever seen a dying person?" She flipped the letter over with a snap, pointing at the drawn face. She said exasperatedly, "Still had the strength to draw a pitiful face for you." Bloodsaw stood there, mouth agape, unable to say a word. The doll lady took a deep breath, released the threads controlling him, leaned back in her chair, and said, "Idiot, just as thick-headed as ever, all your brain cells must be dead, only muscles left." Bloodsaw slowly got up, clutching the letter, hesitantly said, "Are you saying my disciple was just playing a prank on me? That he's actually fine?" The doll lady rubbed her forehead, saying, "Not entirely fine, he probably did encounter some crisis, but definitely not as bad as he wrote in the letter. If you don't believe it, you can check the field of vision. If Wandering Soul Alley is really gone, someone would definitely be discussing it there." She casually tossed a vision stone to Bloodsaw. A few minutes later. Field of vision. Accompanied by 2 beams of teleportation light, 2 phantom figures slowly appeared in a 900 field of vision plaza. Bloodsaw still looked hesitant, while the doll lady beside him crossed her arms, remaining calm. This should be the field of vision plaza corresponding to Wandering Soul Alley. You can check the regional channel yourself. If something really happened to Wandering Soul Alley, someone would definitely post information here. Bloodsaw said heavily, "Even though you say that, I still feel something happened to my disciple." Smack. The doll lady punched him on the back of the head. She took a deep breath, rubbed her forehead, and said, "Hopeless idiot, just look for yourself." Bloodsaw, still doubtful, opened the regional channel of the 900 Plaza. And as soon as he saw the discussions, his expression changed instantly. Regional channel. Blood doll, oh no, screaming. Oh no. Something terrible has happened. Uncle and auntie of Wandering Soul Alley. Don't go out. A terrifying creature has appeared outside. Death Wizard, what's been happening these days? Why is there such a high-level presence here every day? No, I can't stay here any longer. I must move immediately. The bell ringer, residents of Wandering Soul Alley, lock your doors and windows, go to the basement if you can, hide your presence. Whether our Wandering Soul Alley will survive today is up to fate. And almost simultaneously, a piece of urgent regional information appeared before all beings in the 900 Plaza. Informant, warning. A root-level creature has appeared near Wandering Soul Alley in Sin City again. Those who can evacuate, please do so immediately. Warning again, the information is accurate, please evacuate immediately. Click to view, cost, 100 skull coins. Bloodsaw's breathing suddenly became rapid. Without a second thought, he quickly accepted the regional information. In an instant, a misty black fog appeared before his eyes. As the image gradually cleared, he immediately saw that the location in the image was right outside his apothecary. This is. His expression changed dramatically. In the image, the Bloodsaw apothecary was already severely damaged, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. And at this moment, a gigantic head looming in the black fog was parked at the entrance of the Bloodsaw apothecary, with crimson tentacles extending towards the shop. As if searching for food. "My disciple!" he roared out. This time he was truly torn apart. He didn't see the Demon Society's lackeys, but damn it, he saw something even more terrifying than the Demon Society. In his mind instantly appeared the scene of the dying Lin En being swallowed whole by that terrifying monster. He heard the crunching sound of brains being chewed in the monster's mouth. Even the doll lady was shocked by this scene, muttering. This isn't right. I told you my disciple was in trouble, and you kept babbling on." Bloodsaw's muscles bulged all over his body. Without another word, his figure instantly vanished from the field of vision. A faint roar could be heard. "Disciple, hold on. Teacher is coming to collect your body. Wait a minute." The doll lady panicked and immediately logged off. Meanwhile, in the attic of the Bloodsaw apothecary, Lin En, who was sound asleep, suddenly felt something soft and sticky poking his face. "Stop it." Lin En groggily reached out, grabbed the revolver on the counter, and fired in the direction of the poking. Bang! Then he turned over, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep soundly. The tentacle poking Lin En's cheek instantly stiffened. Ding! You shot the root hunter, Xiao Xiao, gaining 10 experience points. Ding! You achieved, Overly Brave Self, gaining 100 base experience points. Overly Brave Self, special achievement, obtained when arrogantly attacking an absolutely unbeatable opponent, granting a permanent bonus, agility +5, intelligence -1, happiness +10. Buzz. Lin En's eyes snapped open, hollow and empty. The drowsiness was immediately dispelled by the terrifying system notification. Xiao Xiao. Lin En sat up straight in bed, eyes wide open, and turned to look out the window. Outside the window, a gigantic baby head stood hollowly, with a flat bullet mark on its forehead, wisps of smoke rising from it. Lin En. Lin En's sanity value -10. Lin En's sanity value -10. A few minutes later. In front of the apothecary, Lin En climbed a ladder, eyes wide open, prying the flattened bullet casing off Xiao Xiao's head, blowing on it, then pulling out a large band-aid from his pocket and sticking it on. Is this some kind of welcome ceremony? Suddenly shot on Xiao Xiao's face dash. Xiao Xiao, Omega, used a tentacle to hold its eyeball, watching Lin En's actions. Lin En wiped his sweat and said, let's just say it is. He quickly jumped off the ladder, tossed it aside, and put on a welcoming expression. Xiao Xiao, I didn't expect you to come so soon after I wrote you a letter last night. I'm truly flattered. Xiao Xiao, Omega, said, because I saw you were missing me so I hurried over dash. Ding. Xiao Xiao's favorability towards you +1. Lin En was extremely moved. Really giving face. Having such a cute and understanding guest is truly wonderful. Looks like today is going to be smooth sailing. If those demon society lackeys come, I'll guarantee to kill one if one comes, kill a pair if a pair comes. Look at my teeth dash. Xiao Xiao grinned, showing off a row of gleaming white teeth. Ding. To read the uncut version, go to. The teeth flashed at Lin En. Bright? Lin En instantly gave a thumbs up, earnestly saying, really well maintained. Just as shiny as before. Looks like you've been taking good care of your teeth, Xiao Xiao. Yes, haven't eaten anything for 3 days dash. While that's good for dental care, not eating is not okay. Dash. How about this, come to my backyard, I'll make you some snacks to whet your appetite, then give you a full body treatment, ensuring that besides your teeth, other parts will be equally dazzling. How about it? Omega, okay. Meanwhile. Behind a small hill dozens of kilometers outside Wandering Soul Alley. A gigantic head could be seen half hidden behind the hill, tentacles wrapped around a huge telescope, spying on the direction of Wandering Soul Alley from afar. And behind the hill, the Unicorn Demon King stood with hundreds of elite guards, watching, not daring to move. That's right. After Xiao Xiao left, they followed from a distance, quietly sneaking over. It was his idea, because if they didn't, his big brother in a rage could easily destroy his base. Big brother? How's it going? Did you see that bastard? The Unicorn Demon King glared. The female head beside him, holding a large telescope, grinned wildly and said. A handsome boy, just a bit small dash. But just as she finished speaking. Smack. The Titan's skull smashed the telescope against the hill, eyes wildly roaring, slapping the surroundings with tentacles, destroying the landscape. Damn it, I am going to destroy him now. Such a tiny race. Trying to drive a big car. I'll beep, I'll let you drive a big car. I'll beep. Calm down. Don't rush over, ruin your daughter's good thing, and so what if he's small, you weren't big back then either dash. Finally, after much effort, they managed to hold back the raging Titan's skull. The Titan's skull furiously grabbed the telescope, breathing heavily, and continued spying with the telescope. Blocked. The broken house is blocking the view. Can't see. He took my daughter to his house. I beep, how dare he. He furiously slapped the nearby hill with his tentacles. Don't get excited, listen instead, we're not here to fight, understand, we're here to gather intel, no fighting. Finally. The calm Titan skull viciously ground its teeth, grabbed the special hearing aid made by the Unicorn Demon clan, quickly receiving the sounds coming from that direction. And soon, the sounds from the direction of the Bloodsaw Apothecary in Wandering Soul Alley were received. Really, do I have to? Xiao Xiao's voice was a bit doubtful and resistant. Don't worry, since it's a full-service package, all areas must be considered. I'm your doctor, no need to worry about anything bad happening. But there it's deep, if you poke in suddenly it'll be weird dash. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. I'm quite skilled. Remember last time? It wasn't too painful, was it? Behind the hill, Titan's skull, with its tentacles wrapped around a hearing aid, began to tremble. Similarly, the Unicorn Demon King and others, who were using special means to receive the sound signals from that side, widened their eyes and held their breath, unable to utter a single word. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Why is the situation developing in such a strange direction? Could it really be as they feared? That can't be possible. Just then, Xiao Xiao's voice came through the sound signal again. Then let's begin if we must dash. All right. I'm about to start, don't be nervous, take a deep breath, everyone has a first time. Dash. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at Ready. In the next moment, Xiao Zhao's scream suddenly echoed. Ah doctor, you liar, it hurts, it's gone too deep dash. Titan skull. Female head. Unicorn demon king, Omega Omega. Titan skull instantly used a tentacle to split the small hill beside it in two, flames of rage burning fiercely on top. Son of a dash. Titan skull was almost losing control in its fury. The small hill was directly flipped into the sky by him. Don't stop me. Let me kill him. That bastard tricked my daughter into doing such a vile thing. I'll beep him. I'll beep dash. Titan skull roared as it charged forward. Behind him, the female hunter was desperately pulling him back with her tentacles. Misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding, our daughter is just like us, she doesn't have a body dash. Titan skull slapped the ground with its tentacles, roaring, anywhere else is even more unacceptable. I'll beep dash. Meanwhile, the unicorn demon king and others were all, winky face, on the verge of breaking apart. So fierce. Truly a real warrior. At this moment, without exception, all the elite guards, including the unicorn demon king, felt an indescribable admiration for the human named Lin En. A true warrior dares to face the bleakness of life. An even braver warrior dares to face the root level and remain unyielding. How strong must one be to lure someone over with a letter and then take them to the backyard for some intense actions without a word? This person is simply invincible. They trembled, unable to resist wanting to hear more of what happened next. It's normal, by the way, did it hurt a lot? Am I not quite skilled? Omega, it didn't hurt though, strange not painful dash. That's good, let me take another look. Wait, something seems to be blocking inside, Xiao, don't move, let me take a closer look. Really? Will it trouble you? Don't worry, I'll get a light, take a closer look, it's too deep, can't see clearly. Okay dash. Listening to the sound signals coming from that side, the unicorn demon king and others maintained an Omega expression, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. Too strong. Too strong indeed. They seem to be having a lot of fun. Quite heavy taste. Can't listen anymore. Can't listen anymore. Otherwise, they feel they might become impure. This person is truly an all-around invincible existence. Now he finally understood why the boss insisted on getting rid of that guy, this person played with his niece too much. In the pharmacy's backyard, Lin En forcefully pried open the ear canal of the massive head, holding a lamp and curiously peering inside. He could vaguely see a large amount of sticky foam, mixed with earwax, flowing out. I can see the bottom. Lin En picked up the lamp, grinning as he gave Xiao a thumbs up. It is indeed blocked, but don't worry, with my special lubricant and foaming agent, a few pokes will clear it up. Xiao, Omega, said, thank you. Ding. Xiao Zhao's trust in you +1. Without a word, Lin En immediately picked up a brush and forcefully inserted it into Xiao Zhao's ear, clearing out the large chunks of dirt from the deepest part of the ear canal. It didn't take long before Lin En had completely cleared the blockage in the ear. Lin En smiled and asked, does it feel clearer now? Xiao listened to the distant sounds in surprise, seems like I can hear more than before. Doctor, you're amazing dash. Ding. Xiao Zhao's favorability towards you +10. Ding. Xiao Zhao's trust in you +10. Lin En gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing with a bright gleam, and grinned. This is just the beginning. Other areas need care too, to stay healthy. Dash. In the distance, on the hill. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to, so ticklish don't touch my upper and lower jaws randomly dash. Oral care and cleaning in progress. My cheeks are puffing out dash. Yachu, greater than over equal to for all less than over equal to, it's on my face now bubbles and such so slippery dash. Lin En diligently washing her face with soap water. Does it have a beautifying effect, please make it even dash. Applying homemade baby sunscreen in progress. Behind the hill, a group of unicorn demons, winky face, stood by the equipment, forced to listen to the increasingly strange and in-depth sounds coming from the other side. The enraged titan's skull was tightly wrapped in place by the female hunter's tentacles, its blocked mouth continuously emitting furious roars, its eyes burning with hysterical anger. Roar roar dash. Titan's skull roared in fury. The female hunter, dazed, covered half her face with a tentacle, saying, "My daughter has grown up dash." Beside her, the unicorn demon king nodded blankly, muttering, "To think, it took over 2 hours." At this moment, his admiration for the young man named Lin En was as endless as the Yangtze River. And like the Yellow River flooding, it was unstoppable. Truly. He couldn't think of any adjectives to describe his feelings anymore. Just a head, and he played with it in so many ways. If there were a body, that would be unimaginable. Ding. Unicorn Demon King's admiration for you plus 50. Ding. Unicorn Demon King's admiration for you plus 80. Ding. Unicorn Demon King's admiration for you plus 100. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the achievement, recognition from a big shot, you have gained basic experience plus 200. Recognition from a big shot, a special achievement, obtained when a monarch level being feels genuine admiration and appreciation for you, granting you a permanent boost, all attributes plus 10, charm plus 1. Lin En, who was helping Xiao Xiao wash her face with bubbles, suddenly paused, looking around in confusion. Completely puzzled. How did I get another strange achievement? I was just here doing nothing. Could it be because someone watched last night's video, or perhaps my critical hit potion received some big shot's approval? That seems likely. After all, my potions are unique, perfect products from the system. Thinking of this, Lin En felt even more at ease. His actions in helping Xiao Xiao with skin care became even more skilled. Ding. Xiao Xiao's favorability towards you plus 1. Ding. Xiao Xiao's favorability towards you plus 1. What he didn't know was that in another direction of Wandering Soul Alley, a tall figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the dark mist, appearing at the alley's entrance. He squinted his eyes, the mechanical structures on his cheeks flickering with a creepy glow. Behind him, 2 massive flesh puppets slowly appeared, their huge pupils staring emotionlessly at Wandering Soul Alley, stopping behind him. And appearing alongside them were numerous hunters with human heads and spider bodies. At a glance, they were densely packed. We have arrived. Cimo squinted and said. After yesterday's great battle ended, he immediately mobilized a large force from the Demon Society, heading here at the fastest speed. Once again, the image of that human boy appeared in his mind. The one who could integrate his advanced biological weapon into himself. I hope you haven't escaped. He squinted his eyes, his expression indifferent. Otherwise, it would really take away a lot of fun. He already had a follow-up plan. This time, he would try to capture him alive, then take him to his laboratory to slice and study that human's peculiarities. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit.ly/3ibfjkv. With this sample, he might achieve a significant breakthrough in the subsequent manufacturing of advanced biological weapons for the Demon Society. And to be on the safe side. This time, he even used his authority to mobilize 2 flesh puppet type 3s at once. Along with a large number of hunters. With this level of configuration, even a monarch-level existence would have to avoid them. This time, he was absolutely confident. A cold smile appeared on his face. You should feel honored, having me, the Vice President, personally come to deal with you. You won't die in vain. Let's go. With a sinister gaze, he led a large number of hunters and flesh puppets into Wandering Soul Alley. Meanwhile, Lin En, who was happily using a towel to wipe Xiao Xiao's face in the backyard, suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! You have triggered a special mission, leave a complete corpse. Mission description, try your best to stay alive. If you can't, at least keep your body intact. Mission rewards, 5 black skull coins, base experience, 3000, special reward X1. Complete corpse reward, 50 black skull coin paper money, titanium alloy coffin X1, wreath X5, decent suit X1. Buzz. Lin En's movements instantly froze. But he quickly recovered, his expression swiftly returning to calm. A mission triggered? It seems just as I suspected. After 2 failed hunts, the Demon Society has finally decided to send stronger beings to deal with me. And since the system has already issued a mission, it indicates that this crisis is imminent. And this mission? It's a bit ridiculous. Has the standard for completing missions dropped to this level? In his mind, he instantly pictured himself in a decent suit, holding flowers, lying peacefully in a titanium alloy coffin, with paper money flying outside and wreaths floating around. The whole process has already been arranged. Lin En gritted his teeth, his expression serious. But fortunately, thanks to his cleverness last night, he invited Xiao Xiao over. Although the teacher hasn't returned, which is a bit disappointing, it's close enough. Xiao Xiao, are you hungry? Lin En turned around, seriously looking at Xiao Xiao, who was washing up beside him. Xiao Xiao, Omega, said, is it a feast? Haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Lin En earnestly gave a thumbs up, smiling. Don't worry, the takeout I ordered has arrived, it's definitely a feast among feasts, this time I guarantee you'll be full. Wandering Soul Alley, on the street outside the apothecary. Thick black fog continuously rolled to the sides, and Cimo, with a sinister gaze, walked out step by step from the fog. Behind him were 2 massive flesh puppets and countless hunters. Stop! He suddenly stretched out his hand, halting the large force behind him. His gaze instantly fell on the boy slowly emerging on the street ahead. Dressed in linen, arms crossed, with a slight curve on his lips and a mysterious smile in his eyes, Lin En stood there quietly watching them. Cimo squinted his eyes. He recognized the boy almost immediately, the one who had destroyed one of his hunters last night. He really didn't escape. And he's just standing there so brazenly. What the hell is going on? Welcome, everyone. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin En smiled, bowing gracefully toward Cimo's large force, adjusting his monocle. That wicked style came up all at once. Meanwhile, in the field of vision. Informant, latest information from Wandering Soul Alley. Warning. The current danger level of Wandering Soul Alley has been elevated to the highest level. Besides root-level creatures, a large number of top-level biological puppets have appeared in Wandering Soul Alley again, suspected to belong to the Demon Society's advanced creations. Click to view, cost, 100 skull coins. A large number of residents, who dared not go out and were waiting in the surrounding area of the field of vision, were immediately attracted by this new message. In almost an instant, the number of people clicking in exceeded 2,000. And in the footage, as the black fog slowly faded away, the confrontation scene in front of the Bloodsaw Apothecary's door immediately appeared before all the viewers. Upon seeing that scene, all the viewers were shocked. Demon Society. That's right. I recognize the insignia on them. Those are all flesh weapons belonging to the Demon Society. So what the hell is going on? Why would the Demon Society send so many biological weapons to our Wandering Soul Alley? Did you forget? The battles from yesterday and the day before, one of the parties involved was those biological puppets from the Demon Society. The viewers were horrified by the dense number of hunters in the footage. And then, their gaze fell on Lin En, who was standing there with a smile facing those hunters. It's that kid. That's right. It's that unscrupulous apprentice from the Bloodsaw Apothecary. What is he doing? Trying to stop a chariot with his arms? Isn't this a bit too overconfident? Did you forget? The battle last night involved the apprentice from the apothecary. Clearly, the Demon Society is here for him this time. No way. Is he planning to take on this entire biological army by himself? What a joke. But for some reason, he looks so handsome standing there. Handsome +1. The viewers in the field of vision were shocked and fervently discussing. And outside Wandering Soul Alley, behind the broken hill, the massive Titan's skull used its tentacles to hold a telescope, watching from afar the confrontation happening on the street of Wandering Soul Alley. The Unicorn Demon King looked into the distance, saying, "It seems like the Demon Society's biological weapons, and it looks like they're here to cause trouble for that human kid." He was about to ponder. But at that moment, he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Could it be that the human kid tricked Xiao Xiao over to deal with these Demon Society weapons? Could it be that the so-called feast in his letter is actually... Without a word, he hurriedly took out the telescope, searching all over Wandering Soul Alley for Xiao Xiao's figure. And in the next moment, he immediately saw Xiao Xiao, who was currently lying in the backyard of the apothecary, curiously peeking at the hunters on the street with her big eyes. Seeing the drool at the corner of her mouth and her eager to eat, omega, sparkling eyes. Slurp slurp dash. The sound of swallowing and licking lips. Unicorn Demon King. Indeed, indeed. Wandering Soul Alley. Cimo squinted, his gaze flickering uncertainly at the young man. Something's off. Why does this guy seem so fearless, not afraid of him at all? Does he really think he can survive after seeing so many bioweapons from the Demon Society? After all, from yesterday's encounter, he had roughly gauged this human boy's combat strength. Even with 2 top-tier bioweapons, he could at most take down 1 or 2 hunters. To think he could fight 100 alone was nothing short of a fool's dream. It seems you've anticipated our arrival. Cimo squinted, deciding to probe. Lin En calmly crossed his arms and said lightly, "Of course, after all, you lost a flesh puppet and 3 hunters to me. Unless your Demon Society chickens out, you wouldn't let this slide." Cimo sneered, "You seem quite brave, huh? Why? Knowing we'd come, you didn't run for your life. Do you think you can defeat us?" Lin En adjusted his monocle and said lightly, "I have no assurance." Cimo sneered, "Oh. Then I'm curious, without any assurance, why are you here? Warning. Crisis level 100%. Warning. Crisis level 100%. A breeze blew through the black mist, ruffling Lin En's hair. He slowly raised his head, adjusted his monocle, and said profoundly. "Nothing much, just putting on a show." The wind blew the dust on the ground. Cimo was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but found himself speechless. Because he really didn't know how to respond to that. This seemed to hit a blind spot in his thinking. This person. When you're just trying to make great content at. He doesn't seem normal. And in the field of vision, the spectators who were initially shocked and eagerly discussing fell into an eerie silence. Lin En's monocle reflected a white light, and he said lightly. "Because my teacher once told me, if you hesitate in a sure-win situation, it's really disgraceful. When you have 3 aces and 2 kings in hand, how can you not taunt your opponent card by card and do justice to your good hand? How can you do justice to?" His monocle flashed with a bright light, and he said deeply. "Your parents who gave birth to and raised you. Ding. Your fame in the dark world +1. Ding. Your fame in the dark world +1. Ding. Your fame in the dark world +1. All the viewers in the field of vision were stunned. For some reason. They found themselves speechless. This person must be a bit insane, omega. No one would believe he's not sick. This is too arrogant. How can he say such arrogant words so seriously in front of a bunch of fierce tigers? This person is not right. Ding. Cimo's anger +10. Ding. Cimo's anger +10. Ding. Cimo has been successfully provoked by your pretense. Such a taunt, card by card. You shameless guy, daring to put on such airs in front of me, show me what you've got. Cimo gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with anger. Who is he? He is the vice president of the Demon Society. A top demon who has researched countless advanced bioweapons. And this shameless guy actually dared to put on airs in front of him. It made them look like complete fools without any intelligence. He hates those who like to show off in front of him the most. He's damn out of patience. Forget about the Colossus parts. This guy must die. Kill him. Cimo roared in fury, instantly giving the order. Behind him, countless hunters raised their heads and rushed towards Lin En at unimaginable speed. The vertical pupils of the two massive flesh puppets beside him focused in an instant. Aren't you quite capable? Aren't you enjoying your act? Flesh puppets. Activate highest level bioannihilation. Enter war mode. I want you to crush him into single-celled blood mud. Cimo roared ferociously. Almost the moment his order was issued. The forms of the two flesh puppets immediately changed, countless arms shrieking as they climbed out of their flesh. War mode activated, highest response directive effective, bioannihilation mode activated dash. Target locked. Dragon's breath arm activated. Eye of focus activated. Wraith corridor activated. Commence the hunt. Buzz. In an instant, the speed of the two terrifying flesh puppets soared to the extreme, surpassing the encircling hunters, countless surging arms shrieking as they extended from their bodies, launching the highest level of assault towards Lin En. Do you think your pretense can save your life? My flesh puppet type 3 is the best war weapon in this world. Even if the bloodclad Wraith comes, so what? Even if a monarch level comes, so what? He roared, his body exploding with rolling currents, saying. Even if a root level comes, so what? His thunderous voice rumbled throughout Wandering Soul Alley. Boom. A loud noise. Almost the moment he finished shouting, a massive head descended from the sky, landing with a thud on a flesh puppet that had almost reached Lin En. Splat. A large amount of rotten flesh and blood mud splattered from beneath the head. An eyeball of the flesh puppet, still flashing red, rolled to Cimo's feet. Ding! Xiao Xiao crushed a flesh puppet type 3, you received a friendship reward, 200 base experience. The entire scene fell silent. Cimo remained in his previous posture, mouth agape, as if time had stopped. The eyeball that rolled to his feet was still steaming, staring at him. A root-level aura, awe-inspiring, emanated from the massive head, enveloping the entire street. And the echo of his arrogant words just shouted still reverberated throughout Wandering Soul Alley. Even if a root level comes, so what? So what? What? WH. Lin En rubbed his ears, curiously perked up, and said. I didn't catch that, what did you just say? In an instant, the field of vision displayed a massive, drooling, pale head. Omega Omega. Everyone watching the live broadcast screamed in terror. Even the screen visibly trembled, quickly pulling away at an unimaginable speed, too afraid to get close. It's that root-level hunter from before. That root-level monster, Omega Omega. You've got to be kidding. No way. Could it be that the monster didn't come to Wandering Soul Alley for slaughter, but was invited by Lin En? How is that possible? Ding. The bell ringer's fear level towards you plus 10. Ding. The night devourer's fear level towards you plus 10. Ding. The blood servant's fear level towards you plus 10. Ding. Achievement unlocked, spreading fear, you gain 200 base experience. Spreading fear, milestone achievement, obtained when over 1,000 creatures have a fear level towards you. You've taken another solid step towards becoming an unspeakable specter, gaining a permanent boost, all attributes plus 5, monster fear level plus 1, happiness plus 10. Lin En listened in bewilderment to the system notifications ringing in his ears. Xiao Xiao slurped out a long tongue, licking its lips excitedly. Is this delivery, so much meat, so rich can't hold back any more dash? When you're just trying to make great content at. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao, no one will fight you for it, it's all yours. Lin En reached out and rubbed the face of the head. Cimo stared stiffly and tremblingly at the head that had descended before the human, mouth agape, mind buzzing. Root. Root level, how could? He backed away in terror, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This is impossible. Ding. Cimo's fear level towards you plus 10. Ding. Cimo's fear level towards you +10. Lin En slowly moved forward, picking up the eyeballs of two flesh puppets from the ground. He rolled them in his hand. Gazing deeply at Cimo, he said. You all called for backup, so of course I couldn't be left out. Do you think I'd stand so brazenly in front of you without some preparation? He adjusted his monocle, seriously saying. I told you, it's 2 kings with 3 bombs, yet you still don't run. Are you underestimating me? Ding. Achievement unlocked, borrowing power, you gain 200 base experience. Borrowing power, special achievement, obtained when successfully intimidating a stronger target with powerful assistance. You gain a permanent boost, intelligence +3, fame +5. Lin N. Cimo trembled as he backed away, his gaze reflecting the massive hunter, and then the crushed and twitching flesh puppet. In his ears, another flesh puppet urgently warned. Target analysis. Root level, highest level warning, unbeatable, unconsumable. Battle victory analysis. 0%, consumption success rate analysis. 0%, recommend immediate retreat. Immediate retreat. At that moment, Cimo finally reacted, turning with a roar. Run. In that instant, Cimo exploded with the fastest reaction speed of his life. Turning with unimaginable speed, he sprinted like the wind back in the direction he came from. Seeing this, Lin En grinned and said. Xiao Xiao. It's all yours now, eat to your heart's content. If you're not full, I'll take you to their lair to eat. Xiao Xiao joyfully replied, dash. In an instant, Xiao Xiao opened its mouth in delight, countless tentacles rushing towards the hunters on the street like a tidal wave. Scooping them up and putting them in its mouth, they crunched like crispy chicken. So delicious. Besides the meaty aroma, there's also a metallic chewiness so tasty. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. Ding. Xiao Xiao ate a hunter, favorability towards you +1. Ding. Xiao Xiao ate a hunter, favorability towards you +1. For a moment, the entire Wandering Soul Alley became a paradise for diners. Hunters shrieked in chaos, quickly fleeing with Cimo, while a few reckless ones charged bravely, slashing at Xiao Xiao's nose, only to break their blades. Crunch. Crunch. Xiao Xiao happily, T to the power of T, devoured one after another, feeling truly grateful for the hospitality from someone it held in high regard. It had to eat them all. Not a single bit could be wasted, it was just too happy. Aside from Uncle Unicorn, no one had ever treated Xiao Xiao so well before. In the field of vision, witnessing the sudden reversal, all viewers were, in shock. Indeed. That root-level hunter was summoned by Lin En. I can't believe it, in my lifetime, I actually get to witness a root-level monster feasting. I've made it. It's just like eating little chickens, this. Wait, do you remember a while ago when 3 hunters devoured many creatures in our area, but left Wandering Soul Alley untouched? Could it be? Could it be because of that apprentice named Lin En? With these words, all the residents of Wandering Soul Alley were stunned. Indeed. With that realization, they immediately understood. No wonder. No wonder. That means, if it weren't for that boy named Lin En in Wandering Soul Alley, they might have already. And in the next moment, as their gaze returned to the screen, they were instantly shocked. In the screen, the massive root-level hunter suddenly extended a tentacle, wrapping around Lin En's waist, placing him on its head, and then began to hop around joyfully, chasing the fleeing prey. Holy crap, Omega. No way. That root-level hunter actually let him ride it. What is their relationship? It can't be just a simple acquaintance. It's mind-blowing. He might be the first human ever to dare ride on a root-level monster's head. Root Knight. Witnessing this terrifying scene, everyone trembled, feeling their minds shatter. Because it truly defied their understanding. It was like a globally renowned Lolita queen suddenly arriving in their remote ghost town, and then saying to the ordinary neighbor's son, "Come, ride me." No matter how you think about it, it's a scene that shatters all three views. P.S. For the best experience, listen to the song Deja.vu while reading this chapter. Wandering Soul Alley. Ding! You've triggered an epic achievement, Root Knight. You've gained 1000 basic experience points. Root Knight, an epic, surreal achievement awarded when you successfully ride a root-level monster voluntarily and it still holds a high favorability towards you. Description: this is an epic achievement that is impossible to obtain early on. Its difficulty level is on par with other epic achievements like Root Friend and Root Whipmaster, second only to the hell-level difficulty of Root Knight and Root Baby. Ding! Congratulations! You've received a permanent epic buff. Speed increased by 50% when riding a root-level monster, endurance plus 10, accuracy plus 50%, charm plus 10. In the midst of a high-speed chase. Lin En's ears were constantly ringing with system notifications. Gripping Xiao Zhao's hair tightly to prevent himself from falling, Lin En exclaimed, "This achievement is ridiculous. System, enough already. This was clearly just a normal friendship, how could it be called a Root Knight? And since they're good friends, letting him ride isn't a big deal. Xiao Xiao. Chase over there. There are more running that way. You go ahead and eat, I'll assist." Lin En shouted. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew his revolver, released the safety, and aimed at a hunter's head in the distance. Click, he pulled the trigger. Bang. Ding. You hit a hunter, your firearm proficiency +1. The hunter that was hit was immediately frozen in place by the holy current of the demon-hunting bullet, then Xiao Xiao extended its tongue and swallowed it whole. Crunch. Crunch. Crispy and delicious, and still alive. For Xiao Xiao, this was truly an enjoyable feast. Xiao Xiao. Over there. Dash. Bang. Ding. You hit a hunter, your firearm proficiency +1. Crunch. Ding. Xiao Xiao happily devoured a hunter, favorability towards you +10. Bang. Firearm proficiency +1. Bang. Firearm proficiency +1. The terrifying hunt had already shocked all the creatures passing by outside Wandering Soul Alley. Hunters fled in panic in groups, and behind them, gunshots rang out continuously. Then a gigantic head, with a human boy shooting wildly, leaped out from the black mist. Under their stunned gazes, it soared over their heads. Deja vu. I've just been in this time before. Higher on the beat. And I know it's a place to go. Lin En gritted his teeth, firing his gun, gripping Xiao Zhao's hair, sparks flying as he drifted in pursuit. Speeding like the wind. Lightning fast. So fast. What just flew over my face? A passing creature stared in shock at the distance. And why was there strange music playing? Bang bang bang. With Lin En's precise support shots, one hunter after another became Xiao Zhao's chew toy. 51. 52. 54. Xiao Xiao. Are you full yet? Lin En shouted, firing his gun. No dash, Xiao Xiao licked its tongue, leaping into the sky. Then let's chase that big one. Lin En yelled, shooting into the sky. Okay dash, Xiao Xiao replied. Boom. The massive head suddenly landed, sparking as it sped towards the fleeing Cimo. What a joke. What a dimensional joke. Cimo, terrified, clutched his hood, sprinting 10 meters with each step. In his mechanical eye, linked to the hundreds of hunters he brought, less than half remained. It had only been less than 10 minutes. Root level. Their entire association didn't have a single root level, so why the hell did he encounter one in some backwater place? The wind howled into his terrified gums, his arms pumping as he sprinted at top speed. Ding. Cimo's fear towards you +10. Ding. Cimo's fear towards you +10. Without a word. He trembled as he pressed the mechanical structure on his left face. You are establishing a connection with the association, waiting, signal delay. You have successfully connected with the association. Soon, a hoarse voice came from the association side. Please speak, Lord Cimo, this is Association Unit 5, at your command. Cimo, terrified, immediately shouted, quick. Don't delay. Locate my position immediately, activate the void warp device. Immediately. But before he could finish saying, warp me away. Bang. A bullet shot from behind. With the epic achievement's blessing, and catching Cimo off guard, the bullet instantly hit half of his head, shattering the mechanical structure on his right side. Not good. He shouted in terror. But it was too late, as a long tentacle followed the bullet, striking him like a giant club. Amidst his shrill screams, his body flew sideways, the mechanical structure on his left face shattering under the massive blow. They're here. They're here. He turned his head in terror, staring at the human boy riding the root-level head, shooting wildly at him, and without a word, he sped up, fleeing desperately. Hello. Hello. He pounded the mechanical structure on his left, only to find in horror that the communication device linking him to the association had been ripped from his left face. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, screaming. And several hundred meters behind him, Lin En, riding Xiao Xiao and shooting with enthusiasm, suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Hello. Lord Cimo. What happened? We've located your position as per your command, the warp device is activated, my lord. Speak. What's going on? He turned around sharply. His gaze locked onto a blue-glowing mechanical structure flying through the air. What's this? Lin En instantly extended a tentacle from his body, grabbing the mechanical structure with a swoosh. Ding! You've obtained a Type 325 demon communication device, slightly damaged. Lin En was stunned. Then he immediately heard the anxious voice from inside. He pressed it to his ear, listening carefully. Soon, he roughly understood the message, and a kind smile appeared on his face. So. That Cimo intended to use some kind of remote warp to escape. But since it's in my hands now. Lin En quickly used the flesh catastrophe to alter his vocal organs, mimicking Cimo's voice, and shouted into the communicator. Requesting support. Support. I need a large military force to encircle the target. I repeat, locate my coordinates. Requesting army support. At that moment, Cimo heard the voice behind him, turned around sharply, and instantly saw Lin En holding his communicator, shouting wildly to the other side. Cimo, Omega Omega, oh my god. Not enough takeout. Send more. Yes, Cimo sir. We are currently locating your coordinates. The command will take effect in 5 seconds, and we will immediately warp the hunter squad to you. A swift response came from the communicator, followed by a series of rapid clicking sounds. Clearly, they had realized it too. Their vice president, Cimo, had encountered an extremely urgent crisis during this outing. Immediately notify District 41, unseal all hunters in the area. Emergency command, warp device activated, proceed to the designated location for assembly. Within the Demon Society. One after another, servants dressed in black robes with triangular hats issued commands with grim expressions. Hiss, hiss. In District 41, viscous liquid was drained from one container after another, activating the hunters sealed within. They instantly received the command, their eyes flashing with urgent red light. In just a few minutes, the densely packed hunters completed their assembly. Hunter unit assembled. Void warp device activated. Target coordinates confirmed. Deployment authorization. Highest authorization. Authorization by Cimo. Deploy. Buzz. Accompanied by a cold synthetic voice echoing throughout the factory, the sound of massive machinery roared to life. And in the next moment, a blinding blue light enveloped all the assembled hunters. Their bodies immediately became ethereal. Void warp activated emergency teleportation in progress dash. Initiate dash. In an instant, all the hunters vanished from District 41 of the Demon Society. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside Wandering Soul Alley, Lin En put down the communicator and flashed a bright smile at the fleeing Cimo in the distance. Cimo's mechanical structure flashed with panic. That guy. That guy has gone rogue. Don't come over here. It wasn't me talking to you just now. He shouted, but it was already too late. He immediately felt the familiar sensation of spatial tremors around him, a feeling he knew well, as it was the long-distance rapid teleportation device developed by borrowing the abilities of the Void Warp Beast. And in the next moment. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Blinding blue light descended from the sky, and under Cimo's terrified gaze, it landed right beside him. In that dazzling glow, fully armed hunters leaped out, gathering around him with a clatter. Their eyes fixed on Cimo, flashing red light. Hunter unit from District 41 assembled. At your command. Here to support. We await your orders. Cimo screamed hysterically, you've been tricked. This is a trap. Run, quickly. Please rest assured, Vice President. The hunters from District 41 are advanced modifications. We possess higher intelligence and biological extermination capabilities. No record of failure to date. The lead hunter suddenly brandished its sharp mantis blade, slicing through the air with a swish. It spoke solemnly. Our creed is speed. Faster. Extremely fast. Quickly resolve battles. Quickly eliminate enemies. Quickly penetrate enemy lines. No matter the opponent, we fear nothing. The first battle is the final battle. Bang! A tentacle swept in from afar, instantly smashing it into a pulp. To read the uncut version, go to Ding! Xiao Xiao has slain a modified hunter, you receive a friendship reward, 50 experience points. Cimo. Hunters, Sigma, added winky face. Run! What are you standing around for? You useless bunch! Cimo screamed in frustration, turning and sprinting away like a madman. The modified hunters around him suddenly turned, immediately spotting the root knight with countless tentacles wildly flailing in the distance, charging towards them. Hunters. Ding! Modified hunters fear level towards you +10. Ding! Modified hunters fear level towards you +10. In an instant. The warped hunters fled at unimaginable speed, like the wind, brushing past Cimo and escaping faster than him. Cimo, 0Q. These useless things. They ran faster than him. He was about to explode with anger. Come back. Damn it, come back and protect me. He shouted in frustration. But just as he finished speaking, a massive shadow suddenly fell from the sky onto him. He looked up abruptly. And under his shocked gaze, the giant root-level head, carrying that human boy, swept past overhead. Then it landed heavily in front of him. The tentacles beneath the head surged wildly, forming an S-curve, sparking and flashing as they pursued the warped hunters. Cimo, clutching his head in despair, exclaimed, damn it, encircle and attack. Cimo's breakdown level +10. Cimo's breakdown level +10. Catch the shrimp. I was the best soldier in the army. Bang, bang, bang. Ding. You shot a modified hunter, your firearm proficiency +1. Ding. Xiao Xiao devoured a modified hunter, your favorability +1, you receive a friendship reward, 50 base experience points. Ding. Xiao Xiao devoured a modified hunter, your favorability +1, happiness value +10. Like a tiger among sheep. Riding Xiao Xiao, Lin En shot wildly at the fleeing hunters below. Like a tiger tank charging into an infantry formation, he was the machine gunner on top, spewing fire at the infantry below. 7 o'clock direction. 2 hunters. Edible. Swish, swish. Crunch. 12 o'clock direction, 3 hunters in total, Xiao Xiao. Accelerate and crush them. Swish, swish, swish. Ding. Xiao Xiao has slain a hunter. Ding. Xiao Xiao has slain a hunter. Ding. Xiao Xiao has slain a hunter. Unstoppable. In the field of vision, numerous viewers followed the tracking footage in shock, watching the one-sided hunt and crush. This was practically a dimensional reduction strike. Because this could no longer be called a battle. It was like a max-level player returning to the beginner's village, or Tyson being placed in a ring full of underage Lolita boxers. It was almost a one-sided fish fry. They had never seen such a battle before. This was truly beyond human. Xiao Xiao. Are you full yet? Omega, half full. Is there more today? My appetite is really big dash. Of course there is. Eat as much as you want, and if it's not enough, I'll order more. Lin N looked serious, then immediately picked up the communicator. Instantly switching to the voice of Cimo, Lin N shouted into the communicator. Support. Requesting support. Do you want me to die faster? This little force is just a drop in the bucket. Immediately. Right now. I need more troops on the battlefield. Do you hear me? If you send so few again, I'll twist your heads off and use them as chamber pots when I get back. All the contacts on the other end of the communicator were shocked. Cold sweat dripped from their heads. Even their hands started to tremble. Yes, Lord Cimo. We will immediately gather more manpower for you, please don't be angry. They were very aware of their vice president's personality. He was a ruthless and unpredictable person, and if you dared to anger him, he wouldn't hesitate to throw you into the factory for dissection. Issue a full mobilization order. Vice President Cimo is in crisis. Requesting army support. Activate the mechanical swarm units. Activate the sweeper units. Activate the biochemical puppet clusters. Void warp device activated. Gather. Transport. Outside Wandering Soul Alley, the fleeing Cimo immediately sensed the greater void disturbance around him. He instantly understood what was happening. Again. He was on the verge of collapse. Don't teleport. Don't send them. You're just feeding them. Cimo clutched his head in mental breakdown, shrieking at the blue halos descending around him. But it was useless. Almost immediately, one massive portal after another appeared around him. Dense mechanical swarm units and sweeper units surged out from those portals. But almost at the same moment they appeared. Xiao Xiao, carrying Lin N with Omega, drifted over, instantly unfurling countless tentacles. Mechanical swarm units. Sweeper units. Xiao Xiao. Go for it. Lin N roared, firing at the appearing units. All right. Then, under the shocked gaze of thousands of spectators in the field of vision, Xiao Xiao charged into the warped units like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Ding! Xiao Xiao killed 10 mechanical bugs. Ding! Xiao Xiao devoured 6 sweepers. Ding! Xiao Xiao devoured 10 biochemical puppets. In the Demon Society's communication station, several operators laughed into the communicator. Vice President. How about now? We've followed your orders and dispatched a large number of troops. These are our association's hidden reserves. Lin N praised as he fired at the mechanical swarm below, picking up the communicator. Great. You've done an excellent job. This support was timely and substantial. I'll remember you. When I return victorious, I'll reward you well. The operators immediately showed expressions of extreme excitement. In their minds, they envisioned the satisfied expression of their Lord Cimo upon his return, and their own bright future after rapid promotion. After all, receiving praise from Lord Cimo was truly their highest honor. Yes, my lord. Serving you is our duty and our highest honor. Our loyalty to you is as clear as day. They quickly became excited and fervent. Without hesitation. We are, Courier.com, find us on Google. The operators immediately began contacting other major regions. Emergency order. Vice President's emergency order. The Vice President needs more support. All idle personnel are to report to the Void Warp Zone immediately. Head to the Warp Zone. In no time, a large number of forces within the association heard the urgent mobilization order and quickly began to act. Because within their demon society, aside from their president, who was always immersed in the core zone, their vice president Cimo had the highest authority within the association. Especially during this time when their president was engrossed in self-modification and ignored worldly affairs, the vice president decided all major and minor matters within the association. This prestige was absolutely undeniable. Lord Cimo. We've urgently dispatched a large number of mobilized forces again. Do you still need long-term support? The operators contacted excitedly. Lin N, with a hearty voice, praised loudly into the communicator, "Good. You're doing great. Just for this, you can become my confidant when I return, order. You are promoted 3 levels immediately. When I return, I might consider awarding you." The operators were overjoyed. Without a second thought, the operators immediately knelt in front of the communication device, excitedly kowtowing. "Thank you, Lord Cimo, for your support. We are willing to serve you tirelessly, we are willing to follow Lord Cimo forever." Tears welled up. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the achievement, Master of Empty Promises, you gained 200 base experience. Master of Empty Promises, special achievement, by making empty promises to enemy members, making them grateful and utterly devoted, you have a chance to gain, you received a permanent bonus, Intelligence +5, Monster Base Favorability +1. Lin En praised, speaking into the communicator. Medals will be awarded when I return. But you must stay vigilant, the enemy I'm facing this time is very terrifying and cunning, remember, this is the decisive moment, someone might infiltrate our communication signals and provide false information. You must have excellent discernment, understand? The operators immediately replied loudly, "Rest assured, my lord, we've been doing this for decades without losing a single tooth. Be careful with everything, and there won't be any mistakes." "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, Cimo, caught in the middle of the surging army, was completely collapsing and going crazy. "Stop sending. Stop sending. This is a trap. It's a trap. If I find out who is dispatching troops, I'll chop you up and kill you." He shrieked, almost in tears. He quickly grabbed a mechanical bug, shouting at it. "Quick! Quickly report the real situation here to the base, tell them they've been tricked." The voice requesting support wasn't me. It was a bastard who took my communicator. That wasn't me. In an instant, a barrage of communication signals rang out in the Demon Society's communication center. And in the very next moment, the signal connected. Without a word, Cimo grabbed the mechanical bug and urgently shouted into it. "Hey! Hey! Who's the liaison officer there? Damn it, stop sending reinforcements. Someone's impersonating me. The orders you received are fake. I'll say it again, don't send anyone else." Inside the communication center, the few operators listened to the vice president's voice coming through the signal, exchanging glances with each other. A cold smile appeared on their faces simultaneously. Ha! Lord Cimo is indeed foresight. He just mentioned someone might infiltrate the signal to confuse them, and here it is. Heh! One operator replied mockingly. "Not bad, you can mimic our vice president's voice so well, looks like you've put in some effort, huh? Impersonating the vice president? Ha ha ha, crying thief while being the thief yourself." Cimo was about to explode with anger. "Damn it! Listen up. I am your vice president. I am Cimo." He roared. "My ID number is 035-2372. Get your superior over here immediately." The operators sneered repeatedly, one of them picked up the communicator and said, "Oh, you even stole the ID number so clearly. And you want to see our superior? Ha ha ha, are you joking? Do you think you can see our superior just because you say so? Don't waste time with him, taking a mechanical bug's permission and trying to impersonate the vice president, truly lacking intelligence. Leave it to me. I recently downloaded a collection of profanities from various races, just looking for a chance to use it. And in the next moment, a string of sharp, traditional curses targeting his ancestors and reproductive organs came from Cimo's side. High in mother content. Every 3 sentences mentioned the mother, every 2 the father, and frequently used his inadequacy as a metaphor. Cimo trembled all over as he listened. I. Damn it. What, do you think by ONG you can change your inadequate reality? Do you think by WOOF-ING you can replace puppy in our hearts? You. What, you, have you looked in the mirror, to be this ugly you must have put in effort, what sins did your parents commit, don't they cry? The dark world is already full of ugly people, and you still work hard to lower the world's standards. Damn it. Do you have no shame at all? Being this ugly and still deceiving people, I've never seen such shamelessness. Aha dash. Cimo, enraged, roared to the sky, unable to hold back as a mouthful of blood spurted out. Blood sprayed 5 steps. Already mentally shattered by that human, and now insulted for over 10 minutes by his own subordinates, even the strongest mental fortitude couldn't withstand it. Clutching his chest, he pushed away the mechanical bug beside him, trembling as he pointed at Lin En on the distant skull, stammering. I will not share. Pft. A second mouthful of blood spurted out, Cimo's mechanical structure on one side burst into countless sparks, emitting thick black smoke. His eyes rolled back, blood bubbling, eyes wide open, sparking all over, he crashed into a shutdown. Ding! You triggered a special achievement, defeating the enemy without a fight, you gain 200 basic experience. Defeating the enemy without a fight, special achievement, achieved when causing a main figure of the enemy camp to mentally collapse and faint through special means, you receive a permanent bonus, all attributes +5, intelligence +5, happiness +10. Meanwhile, in the distance, Titan's skull, who had been observing from afar with binoculars, was unusually not enraged. The tentacles behind its head swayed left and right, indicating its not-so-bad mood at the moment. The female head, satisfied, licked her lips with a long tongue while holding the binoculars, saying, "Our daughter really found a nice boyfriend dash. Inviting my girl over with so much food to entertain truly heartwarming dash. What do you think old man dash? Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Titan's skull opened its sticky giant mouth, saying, "Sugar-coated bullet Strix thinking of taking my girl with just a meal no way dash." Though it said so, it was clearly much better compared to its previous attitude of, beep. However, the Unicorn Demon King following them didn't think so. Unicorn Demon King, said, "But I always feel that the kid's real purpose might just be to have the niece help him deal with the Demon Society's threat. I think that guy is using the niece as a tool." After all, compared to his 2 elder siblings who were always in chaos, he understood the crooked ways between people better. No dash. The female head licked her lips, holding the binoculars and watching the food being continuously transported over. "This is food, not a threat. They look really delicious dash." Titan's skull didn't refute, continuing to observe with the binoculars. Unicorn Demon King was stunned with his mouth wide open. No. He forgot. For beings at the root level, this indeed wasn't a threat, at most just some disobedient food, something to be eaten at will. In their perception at that level, this was probably just a kid inviting their daughter to come back and enjoy a bunch of squealing piglets rushing over. He was sweating profusely. To read the uncut version, go to. Meanwhile, at the Demon Society. In the deepest core area of the inverted tower, within a massive underground container, a colossal consciousness slowly awakened. The massive mobilization of mechanical creatures within the society finally caught its attention. What is going on? The gloomy voice rumbled from the underground container. Why is there such a large military mobilization? The void warp is activated. Who gave the order? The moment it awakened, its consciousness instantly enveloped the entire inverted tower, witnessing the massive mechanical mobilization within. In the core area. Beside the giant container, dozens of servants responsible for maintaining the container's operation immediately knelt on one knee, saying, Reporting to the President, it's the order of Vice President Cimo. Lord Cimo encountered a threat requiring a large army to jointly eradicate during his outing, so an emergency report was sent not long ago, requesting urgent military support. Hence the current large-scale mobilization.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.